couldn't handle the AO3 link. I mean, I wouldn't say no. What music should I put on? Me pausing and realizing I hadn't thought about what type of music we'd have while we were actually in stream. I'm gonna make a playlist. I'm gonna have the Bear Gentle music. Steed Adventure. Lion Romance. Maybe Shepherd Sleepy. That's some Cú theme. And Melancholy. There we go. That'll be a good playlist. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I hope you're all having a lovely day. What a nice weather today, don't you think? Yeah, it's hot as balls in the UK. It is currently sitting around 25 degrees. Yesterday I was professional. Today we don't have to impress anybody. We don't have the Netherlings over for today. So we're just gonna chill. We're just gonna just wear the cardigan. It'll be fine. Blessed day indeed, of course. Good morning, Sensei. Good morning. 25 is weak? What do you mean? Our buildings weren't built for this. We're not allowed air conditioning. And yeah, you're probably going to hear birds chirping. There's a lot of birds today. 25 isn't bad. It's 30 plus in my area. It was like 35 a couple of days ago. I'm glad I wasn't streaming through that. It was 32. It was 35. You're not allowed air conditioning? No. You see, in the UK, we're forced to, like, reduce our carbon emissions. Do you know why? Because the rest of the world doesn't give a fuck. So we're currently dealing with 35-degree weather because, you know, Americans, as soon as it hits, like, 18, turn their air conditioning on all the fucking time, run their heat all the way through the winter. We're trying to, you know, be less destructive to the planet, but we're having to deal with the hot weather anyway. So, yeah, we're not allowed air conditioning for the sake of the environment, while the environment is getting so fucked that we have to deal with 35 and it being like 22 degrees through the night. I can't sleep if it gets over 18, I'm going to be honest. We can have fans, just not air conditioning. It's all of the EU. Oh, we're all fucked. Good to know it's not just us. Good to know there are other parts of the world where it's like, you know, we should totally allow, like, no air conditioning. The birds chirping or cooking. They sound like they're chirping to me. I don't know. I don't really understand bird, but I'm assuming. You dying in the heat, sir? Nah, I'm okay. I at least have a fan that I can turn on when I need it. The main time that I need it is like at night. If it stays above 20 degrees at night, fuck all of that shit. I cannot sleep. It does not go well. Thankfully, like, yeah, during the day, it's not so bad. It's fine. Here in Germany, it's also very warm currently. At least I have a fan too. Yeah, there's a giant, like, heat pressure thing that's pushing all the heat back down to the earth. It's rough. It's rough. You got the fan part covered? Yeah, exactly. I've endured 38 without AC. See, I wasn't built for Southeast Asia. I admit this. If I went to Southeast Asia, I would melt. I would die. At least it's like wet heat over there, so you sweat a ton, but it also like cools you slightly better than dry heat, I guess. Can you buy AC portable? No, you're just not allowed it. You're not allowed it. That why you're wearing nothing but the Howery? Yeah, it's all breezy. It lets the air in. In fact, if anything, I feel like wearing like a very light but open layer actually lets more air in than just wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. In my opinion. Humidity is awful. It clings to you. Oh, I got that the wrong way around then. I thought like wet heat was supposed to be better for you. I know it makes your hair all puffy though, which isn't great. Here in New England, it's 46 degrees Fahrenheit. What the Okay, so America's having like a extended winter right now, apparently. America's hot as hell with high humidity, plus I got asthma. I ain't dealing with that. That's fine. That's fine. We're all gonna, let's be honest. It's not even like air conditioning or anything else at this point. It's the fucking like big giant data centers for AI. They're whole like chunks of the different parts of different countries at this point that just go up by like an extra 20 degrees just around the data centers. We're gonna die in our timeline. It's fine. Enjoy this rock while we have it. Nice seeing you again. It's nice seeing you again. I had a fun trip. I'm back. And yeah, it's gonna be a nice chill stream today. We're just gonna chat, relax, and I'm just gonna basically talk about whatever you guys bring up today. It's very open. Also, I did see some donations before we started stream, so let me try and grab those. I also have the super chat train from 2 streams ago to go through, but for some reason it's not showing me. I know there were super chats. There we go. Bamboo juzu. Description Pascaru. I'm pretty sure your arms aren't the only things hard though. What do you mean by that? My heart, yes, my heart is hard as well. My heart is solid, like a stone. It lets nothing in. It is that solid. Thank you for donating the allowance. Oh, there's the other one. I don't know why it didn't grab this one. Majo Sky, Sensei. Missed you? Oh, I missed you too. Thank you so much for being here and welcome back. Yes, your heart? Exactly. I don't know what else anybody else would mean. Did you manage to settle your beef with Quebec while you're in Canada? No, because I didn't go to Quebec. I was in Toronto. I have settled my beef with Toronto. Toronto is just London, but more clean, essentially. Which is also basically New York, except New York is about as clean as London. Yeah. Toronto is London and New York, but more clean. I feel like every capital city... Haven't been to Tokyo, haven't been to like any of the other capital cities, but I feel like every like major capital city is probably just the same thing. It's just skyscrapers, way too many people, good subway systems, and, you know, people that will try to stab you and or shoot you depending on which capital city it is. Felly's ears flushed red. Although he turned his head away, I could still feel the slight trembling of his body in my arms. See, Kushami, the problem with that one is it's actually pretty decently written. That's not bad. You could see this in an actual fanfic. I specifically wrote my silly little fanfic in the worst way possible. I was going for like a... Well, what's the quote? Like he boobed chestily or some shit. What's that one? I reached out and turned him toward me. Embarrassment and disdain flickered across his face. Felly softly whispered my name as if expecting something. Damn, okay, Kushami's cooking. Kushami is just giving us a whole... Breasted boobily, that's the one, thank you. Kushami's just giving us a whole fanfic as we go on. Knew you were going to do this, I've been waiting. I didn't do anything, I don't know what you mean. Toronto isn't the capital, though. What the fuck is the capital of Canada? C? I guess C. We have peace with Toronto. Quebec is still on the hit list. Quebec will always be on the hit list. They speak French. I have beef with Expedition 33 until we actually play it. Ottawa? Where the otters live? Why is that the capital? Why did they give the capital over to the otters? Surely it should be a human settlement. Little update from me. During your hiatus, I cosplayed at 2 conventions this month. I have a wig ready to style when I eventually do Felly. Oh, let's go, Diced Kiwi. I can't wait to see it. Also, congratulations. I hope the cosplay at the conventions went well. Who did you cosplay at the conventions this time? Sensei or Geography? Why do I need to know capital cities? Okay, instead of like every capital city being the same, every major trade city, every major like business hub in first world countries is pretty much the same, I will say. There, we'll go with that one. There, that gives the chance for there to be multiple as well. San Diego? Probably the same. Probably the same. Sensei, Barbie movies are now free to watch on YouTube. I know, unfortunately. But we don't have any plans to watch Barbie movies, so I'm safe. For now, I'm safe. Unless we do like a Batsu game kind of situation at some point in the future, I'm fine. The next thing we're going to react to is going to be Project Hail Mary, but let me run this by you guys, because I am kind of interested in what you guys think. How about a Bloody Mary reaction? I have not seen Markiplier's Iron Lung yet. I have not played the game, so I would be going into that 100% blind. It just came out on YouTube, so it is now available in quite a few places to watch online. You unfortunately, like, we'd have to wait for a little while. I believe they said that they're going to release it, like, properly globally in, like, another couple of weeks. But yeah, I was thinking about doing, like, a Bloody Mary live reaction, so we get, like, a double movie night in a low voice. You sound like you're yearning for dirtier fics from us. Only if you're going to voice act them. Why does it have to be a trade? Fanfiction is written for the sake of fanfiction. It should not be a trade. Although, it'd be fun to, like, do fanfics with, like, Ash and Zanny. With us, like, voicing our characters. We did that with Zanny once before, so it would be fun to do that a different time as well. I could do, like, Felly Cú fanfics. We could do that at some point. I don't know what we'd do that for. It'd have to be something special. Don't have enough money to send more super chats and keep writing. I'm cooking up something else instead. That's fine, Kushami. You could also just actually write out a fanfic. It doesn't have to be paid. You can just put it up and, you know, link it on Twitter. Use the hashtag. I always forget that hashtag. Can we please do Iron Lung when it releases everywhere? Yeah, that's the thing. It wouldn't be immediate. We weren't going to do Project Hail Mary for like another week or two anyway. Let me see when I had it scheduled. I know I had this somewhere. Oh, it was in June. Yeah, we were going to do it on the 20th of June. So we'll probably just wait to see when they release Iron Lung worldwide. To the people who are like, what do you mean Bloody Mary? Bloody Mary is, yeah, Iron Lung and Project Hail Mary. It's the name of the ship between the two main characters, because it's Project Hail Mary is the Mary, and then Bloody, I don't know where that comes from. I don't know if it's the name of the ship in Iron Lung, or if it's just like the fact that they're on a planet full of blood. But Bloody Mary is the name of the ship. There is a bunch of people that have done like a Barbenheimer kind of thing, because it's two people like in space, alone, isolated. And Markiplier just recently, nobody knows if he was actually like following the conversations about things, or if he just by his own mind decided to talk about how much he wants to fuck Ryland Grace. But at the beginning of the video where he announced Iron Lung was available like in America and some other countries on YouTube, he just starts it by talking about like hugging Ryland Grace and like, yeah. Man of culture. Exactly. Simon and Grace. There we go. I don't even know the main character from Iron Lung's name yet. So yeah, I'm going to be going in completely blind. I've been very excited to see it, but I didn't want to like watch any of the unofficial versions, and I didn't get to see it in the cinema. So we will watch it like online digitally. But yeah, once it actually like becomes available in more places. You're going to watch The Amazing Digital Circus in cinema when it comes out, Sensei? Not in cinema, but as soon as it goes out online, I will. As soon as it actually goes out online. Poor Gooseworks. They deserve some actual looking after. Markiplier used so much fake blood in the movie, he had to be hospitalized due to his eyesight. Markiplier is always hurting himself for his creations, man. Dude almost killed himself with alcohol back in the days where he used to do, like, drunk gameplay. Marky Moo. Iron Lung was such a good movie. It masterfully built such uncomfortable tension. You never felt calm or safe. Like you're sitting right there uncomfortably with the main character. Which is what you want in like a deep isolation movie. I also want to play the game at some point. I've heard it's like kind of slow, but still like kind of spooky. So we'll probably like give that a go after we've seen the movie. Damn Sensei, I just came in. Taskaru, miss you. Thank you, Cat. Thank you so much for being here. This is just because it's hot. And you know, I'm fine. You only see like a glimpse of nipple every now and then. As long as I don't turn all the way to the left, I'm fine. I'm fine. Fun fact, Iron Lung broke the world record for most fake blood used in a movie. I mean, I know they're literally in a planet of blood, but oh, that's impressive. There are so many like gore splatter movies out there, so that's kind of wild. I was also very confused by Iron Lung, but in like a good and interesting way. Ooh. While you were absent, Sensei, I visited Chris's webtoon profile at work, and I hope that Hannah's story will also be illustrated for. Hannah shouldn't get like any illustrated points. We're not going to illustrate like the main story. There's only certain things that get illustrated. I talked about that on the membership post. But yeah, when it comes to like the main Lost Souls and stuff, it's doubtful they're going to appear too much, because to do an entire like webtoon spin-off of the novel would be so much. They're going to need to seek out voice channels with other pupils during watch-alongs. I'm too scared to watch alone. Oh, that's cute. I'm sure some of the Discord servers will be doing something like that. It's normally how they do it. Do you know that tomorrow is the blue moon phenomenon? No. I know that it's not actually a blue moon, which makes me sad. We're getting some good spooky movies lately. Obsession was super good too. I quite liked Undertone too. Undertone isn't like super spooky, but I like the sound design on it. So if you don't know what Undertone is, Undertone released like, I want to say like 2 months ago in cinemas, and then like maybe 3 weeks ago on digital. It's a movie that's based around like true crime podcasters. And so a lot of what they did with the sound design was to actually use like really high quality like podcasting microphones. So it sounds like the characters are talking like directly into your ear kind of thing. And they're like investigating like this mysterious supernatural series of murder things. And it's just, oh, the sound design in that one is so good, especially if you do just like, this is the thing. I heard it was really good to watch in cinemas because you had like surround sound and you had that like crystal clear audio. But having watched it at home, and immediately realizing, oh, this is what they're going for, I instead switched out to like headphones, and my God, watching Undertones with headphones is so good because the sound comes at you from like different directions when there's like little whispers going on. It's mostly like, it's really slow burn horror where like this girl who's doing this podcast with this other guy is just sitting in a room talking into a microphone, but then there'll occasionally be like scary noises coming from different locations and her looking around, and you start to see things like in the background that she doesn't notice as well. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah. You said it was called Undertone. Yeah, it's called Undertone. It's a horror movie. It's good. I have not seen the other like YouTuber ones right now. To the person who talked about Obsession. Obsession is a funny one for me because I actually really like That's a Bad Idea, which is the comedy duo between Curry Barker and I forget the other dude's name, Connor something. But Curry Barker, who went on to direct Obsession, like he's really good comedian. There's a couple of like really good short videos that they have online. Like there's one where the best friend doesn't like Dune, so he straight up kidnaps him, takes him into the desert, and tells him, like, you have to change your identity or I have to kill you. You didn't like Dune 2? You can't be my friend anymore. I don't know how to end friendship, so I either got to kill you or you've got to assume this new identity. There's, like, ones where, like, he thinks his friend needs to be exorcised because he's, like, stopped drinking alcohol. He brings, like, an exorcist into his bedroom and keeps calling him daddy. It's just so fucking funny, man. The pair are really good, and it's also really funny to me that so many, like, comedian pairs, one of them goes on to become, like, a good horror director. Like what we had with Key and Peele, where Keegan-Michael Key went, no, Jordan Peele went on to become, like, a really good horror director. Oh my god. Behind Zero, I used your break to grow up 1 year, so I'm officially adult by your standards. 27. Welcome to the world of adulthood. I hope it's going well. I hope you don't hurt yourself. Also, as I said many times, I love Hail Mary so much. Yeah, Project Hail Mary is amazing. Both the movie and the book. So happy birthday. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, the movie was just amazing. It's so hopecore. It's so high energy. I love that it made people remember how good of an actor Ryan Gosling is, because I feel like just every couple of years people just get reminded like Ryan Gosling has like such an amazing career under his belt. And every now and then there's a movie that comes out like the Barbie movie or like Cyberpunk. Blade Runner 2049. I almost said Cyberpunk 2077. But yeah, every now and then, like, he just adds a new movie to his repertoire that people all together go like, this is amazing. He's just Ken until he's Grace. No, because he's also like that amazing character from The Nice Guys. Also, like, I will say it, what was that fucking love movie? The Notebook. Notebook, honestly, fun. Fun, over-the-top drama. Nicholas Sparks knows how to make you cry. Is it going to be the deepest type of book you've ever read or like the most intense movie you've ever seen? No, the characters are going to be shallow. It's going to be silly. But you're going to cry and you're going to be like, oh. Notebook, pretty damn good. I'll say it. Lars and the Real Girl, really good. Drive, pretty damn good. Place Beyond the Pines, amazing. Ryan Gosling has just had an incredible career where he's had some misses, but there's just been a lot of good movies like back to back where it's been like, dude, you're just so good. La La Land, I've never actually watched La La Land. I've heard good things. I probably will never watch it. He'll always be Knuff. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. He's better than Knuff. Everyone is Knuff. Hi, Kutan. Finally made it to your live again. Hope your day is good. Don't know if you remember me, but you said hi to me a while back. What's up? I hope you're having a lovely day. And yeah, I'm glad to be back. He embraced the embodiment of the character Grace, and as much as all of his characters he portrays. Pretty much, yeah, because he used to be like the sad boy, and then he became the romance boy, and now he kind of bounces backwards and forwards, and he's the perfect baby girl. Like, Ken was honestly like, oh god, a life-defining kind of role. He got to be everything. He got to do toxic masculinity, he got to do like comedy, he got to do like really good drama. Ken was so much of a fun role. Oh my god. Basically, Ryan Gosling is flexible. Yeah, he's just a nice dude. It also helps that he just stays the fuck away from social media. He just hangs out with his dog and his wife. Like, his wife is constantly all over social media, like singing his praises. Meanwhile, dude doesn't even go on the internet. I've seen so many people saying, like, I hope he knows about the Bloody Mary ship. And it's like, maybe his wife told him about it. Who knows? You seem so sweet. Yeah. I think his dog recently passed away, actually. But he got a rescue dog when it was, like, quite young. And I think he had it for, like, 15 years. And so when he wasn't, like, recording movies, he was just, like, out in the woods, like, playing with his dog and having a good time. Hear me out, Jim Carrey? Is that hear me out as in, like, I want to smash Jim Carrey? Or is that... is that... Like, what type of hear me out are we doing here? Because, like, when he was younger, yeah. At the same time, if you're just talking about, like, amazing actor with great comedic range as well as, like, being able to do some pretty good, like, drama things, pretty good. Okay, actor-wise. Okay. That's fair. No, Jim Carrey is amazing. Even to this day. I'm really sad they canceled that puppet show of his. The puppet show was really good. Jim Carrey was great. Even better than, like, any of these people, honestly. Robin Williams. Robin Williams was such a good comedian and then so fucking good in, like, the dramatic roles as well. Such an amazing actor, such an amazing comedian. Will Duke be there soon when the baby boy... Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, that's what you guys... I was wondering, speaking of Duke Deets, I was like, dude, who's Duke Deets? I thought that was, like, another actor, and I was like, I'm not going to grab that comment right now because I don't know who this is. Duke Deets. I actually have some new Duke Deets. So yeah, if you didn't see on the community post, Duke was born roughly 2.5 weeks ago. This is his litter. I did not take a picture of the whole litter. I just like grabbed a couple of them because I want one of the brown puppies. But yeah, this was them when they were literally just 1 day old. So they were tiny, tiny little babies, unable to open their eyes. And actually, literally yesterday, they opened their eyes, and so I got sent some new images, which has solidified the fact that I'm taking one of these 2 puppies. So if we get Duke, this will be Duke. I forget the silly name that they've called him right now, but this is the only male brown puppy, and the brown is exactly what I wanted. It's that nice shade where like in the dark it'll look like almost black, but then like in the sunshine it turns like just a tiny bit red. It turns like spun copper. Oh, he's so cute. He's barely opened his eyes there. He is the 3rd biggest in his litter, I believe. He's 17 days old in this picture, and he's about 2 pounds 9 ounces, I think. So he's still pretty small, but this litter is expected to get anywhere between like 40 and 60 pounds when they're full grown. They're like standard Labradoodles, standard Australian Labradoodles. So they're not just Labrador and Poodle. They're the ones that they're trying to make an official dog breed where they've like bred them with, I think it's like Irish Hunter and Cocker Spaniel as well. And then actually started breeding that breed together for multiple generations. But yeah, they're Australian Labradoodles. This is the only brown boy. That will be Duke if we adopt him. I am 2nd in the line though, so I may not get him. So if not, this is the brown girl. This is his sister. So this might be Duchess. So between the 2, I'm probably going to get one of these 2. Unless, like, obviously when I actually go to meet them, it depends on their personalities, like how much they react to food, how much they react to like playing, how much they are comfortable with like being touched around the head and being placed upside down. Just all of those things to find out how reactive they are, what their temperament is like, and obviously if they actually like me. If I go into the puppy playpen and like all the brown dogs hate me and run away from me, I'll be like, oh. She has something to say. I know, that picture's so cute. Her eyes are a tiny bit more open than the boys. She's doing the little point. She's got her mouth hanging open. The tongue is so big that it has to be curled. So cute. Why upside down? Oh, because that's like the submission thing. So with dogs, one of the best ways to check like how their temperament is, give them some food, try and get them to like follow it with their snout. This is when they're at 8 weeks, keep in mind. This is just to like, if you're picking up like from a litter, it's a good way to like check their temperaments in general before you choose which one to take home. You like get some food, get them to try and follow it to see if they're like food motivated. You play with them with some toys to see how they are with like playtime, if they actually want to play, because both of those things will make them easier to train and easier to like wear out their energy. If they don't like playing with like any toys, whether they are like squeaky, whether they are chewy, whether they are bitey, then it's going to be a little harder to like wear down their energy. And if they're not food motivated, i.e. if they just like don't really get interested in actually like pursuing food, then it can mean that it's harder to train, because food is like the best motivator normally to get a dog to like learn obedience skills and to like learn tricks and stuff. And then when it comes to like the submission thing, yeah, it's you lift them, you check if they're fine with you like touching their ears, touching their paws, and then you lift them and like turn them upside down so they're like on their back. And just basically like leave them there. You don't like hold them down or anything, but you just put them on their back and just kind of gently hold them and see how much they try to fight you. If they like immediately start freaking out and spinning and trying to get up, it means that they have like a little bit more of like wanting to be in control, a little bit more of like either anxiety or just wanting to fight back kind of thing. If they're just like very comfortable and calm when you lift them up and when you can turn them on their back, then it means that they're like fine with like, I am not the alpha, I am fine to submit kind of thing. And before anyone jumps on me about the whole like alpha thing, okay, alpha, beta, omega doesn't actually exist in like animals. It just means basically they won't try to like fight their human. They'll be a little more submissive. They'll be a little easier to train. It's just like that's the terminology they still use when it's like, yeah, you've got the pack mentality in the sibling. So that's the kind of thing I'm going to do when I like go in and like actually play with them. Obviously, it's got to be like which dogs are actually interested in me, which dogs I like. I want a brown dog, whether it's male or female. But yeah, I'm also going to check like, do they like playtime? Do they like, are they food motivated? And then like how submissive they are, essentially. And also like it does check like anxiety, because obviously if a dog's scared, then it'll freak out and like kick and fight a lot as well. So it's that kind of thing where you know, it's fine to have a dog like that and you can always like help. But at the same time, it's just like which ones are going to be the easiest to train and the fastest to like pick up their new family role and learn what you want them to learn. Jinya, thank you so much for donating the Feileacans Puppy Fund. Oh, thank you so much. Don't worry, this puppy is already spoiled as I'll try to take a picture of it for Monday. This puppy already has like a full-sized crate with a puppy divider so that the crate will be able to expand as they grow. It already has like 4 different types of chew toys, 4 different types of interactive toys, and a collar and harness for like while it's a puppy, and then when it gets a bit bigger. I might have to get like a different collar and harness for when they get even bigger. I don't know if I got the right size for it to be fully grown. But either way, like they're styling and all their stuff is in like dark blue as well. So it'll match like a lot of the colors that I have. I have accessorized my puppy before the puppy was even born. So yeah, it's got all kinds of interactive toys. It's got Kong stuff ready to go. It's like, I'm ready. And before it even comes home, I'm going to have like the right puppy food, talk to the breeder about what they've been feeding it. And within like 5 days of it getting here, I'll take it to the vet. Like, I'm prepared as fuck. Chicken bribe for Duke funds, thank you. But yeah, it's got to be a spoiled puppy. Metal balls are a must, Sensei. Not for the first few weeks, actually. I do, yeah, metal bowls with like rubber on the bottom so they don't slip around as well. Really important. But at the same time, for the first few weeks, the only way the puppy's got to be fed is by hand feeding anyway, because its food is got to be used as its main training thing. So like teaching it its name, teaching it to focus, getting it to like be lured a little bit to get the beginnings of learning how to like sit and lay down and stuff. Just like for the first like 8 to 12 weeks, the first month that it's home, it's basically got to be fed from hand for those entire like weeks, and for settling it into its new crate, for like getting it comfortable and putting in a Kong toy and stuff. I've been really prepared for this. I've been watching puppy training videos for like the last 4 months to just kind of like settle me when I'm getting a little antsy, because I've wanted a puppy for a while. Seeing a healthy, happy puppy makes me so happy I could almost cry. I hope you have lots of fun with your dog. Oh, I will. It does mean that for now, it's looking like the date that I'm going to be taking home the puppy is going to be July the 11th. I'm not sure if that's going to change, but that's like, it's slightly over the 8 weeks time, and it's when they're thinking the take home day is going to be, unless I can convince them to let me do it on July 7th, which is exactly when it turns 8 weeks old. It's Tuesday, so it's my natural day. So it's my natural day off, and it would mean that I get them right at 8 weeks. That's not long from now. Yeah, it's about 6 weeks. Or is that the baby? That's the baby. Is the gender confirmed? No. So this would be Duchess. This is the female, and this is actually the biggest of the pack. She will probably, like, the males will probably get bigger than the girls by the time they're fully grown. But this would be Duchess. She's 3 pounds and 2 ounces. So she's the biggest right now. And you can tell she's got a personality on her. She's like pointing. She's got the mouth open. So yeah, if I get a female dog, that would be Duchess. If I get a male dog, this one would be Duke. And they both have like the same kind of like really rich brown on their coat. Duke would look like a little more like calm. And obviously their personalities will change as they get older as well. They'll get more playful. They'll get like more explorative. So by the time they're 8 weeks, they should like have started to get proper personalities by playing with their pack, interacting with their mother. Both of them are adorable. I know, they're so cute. Low-key hoping you get Duchess. That's the thing. For me, it doesn't really matter. I've heard like pretty much the only difference when it comes to male and female dogs is that females get like a little more possessive of like a single human. They become like really attached to like their primary trainer. And then the males tend to be a bit more goofy. They're a bit more friendly with everyone, and they tend, oh, that's it. The females also tend to be like a bit more serious and a bit more interested in learning like obedience kind of stuff, whereas the males tend to be a bit more goofy and they're happy to please pretty much anyone, so they'll like learn things a bit more quickly and be more food motivated. So basically it doesn't really make much of a difference. Male and female, there isn't too much of a difference once you've like spayed or neutered them anyway. Better to have things prepped in advance of getting a pet than having to run around like a chicken without a head trying to prep everything day of. Yeah, especially like a lot of people don't realize, like, because they're going to have had their first rounds of immunizations. So their second round of immunizations should be at 10 weeks. So it should be like 2 weeks after you get them. So you have to like have already talked to a veterinarian and have like your first visit booked. Whether it's Duke or Duchess, they're also going to have their first grooming session at 12 weeks when they've had their final immunization. No, 16 weeks? It's either 12 or 16 weeks. But either way, they're going to have their first grooming session very early, even though there's not going to be like much to do because they're still going to be babies and growing. It's just to get them used to like the groomer and being touched by other people and having like the hair dryer blown near them and their nails trimmed and stuff like that. Because with Labradoodles, their coats are fucking a mess. You have to like properly comb through them like entirely every 3 days. You basically have to brush them every day and you have to groom them every 6 to 8 weeks. Gotta watch out for parvo. I was so scared of that with my puppy. Yeah, there are all kinds of things that they can get if they haven't been properly immunized before they start like hanging out with other dogs. Desensitizing? Yeah, exactly. You get them used to all those kinds of things. And especially like that's why you want to be like touching their ears, touching their paws, making sure that they'll let you like lift their mouth to see their teeth and stuff. All the kind of things that a vet will do and a groomer will do so that they don't get freaked out about it and anxious and start like lashing out and snapping and stuffs. You also got to watch out for sickness, among other things. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that'll be either Duke or Duchess. Duke is like the smaller brother currently, more chill, more sleepy. Duchess is like the bigger sister, a bit more energetic from the looks of it. So I'm excited to see what they're actually like at 8 weeks when I get to play with them and when I take them home. And when I do take them home, I'm going to take like 3 days off of streaming just to get some like good playtime with them. And the fact that they're going to be in a new house, I'm probably going to need to take them out essentially every hour for that point. They should be fine like every 2 hours after that. But yeah, for the first like couple of days, I'm just going to like chill with my dog, get used to my dog, get them used to like their new home and where they go to the bathroom and stuff. Taking them both? No. Only one. Only one. It's just that there's like, this whole litter has been reserved because this is like a very, very reputable breeder. They normally have the entire litter reserved by every like litter that they have. So I'm either taking Duke or Duchess. I am the second one on the list, so I'll be the second one who gets to choose. I want a male brown dog, so as long as Duke has the right temperament, I'll be taking him. Meanwhile, if Duke is already taken, like at Nisa, I know there's a female brown dog that looks cool as well. But yeah. And then like for the first couple of weeks when I have my dog, we're going to be like taking breaks every 2 hours. Like every 2 hours, I'll need to take my dog out to like use the bathroom. So I'll just be taking them down to the courtyard of my apartment. So it won't be long. It's just like every 2 hours, I'll take like a quick 15-minute break kind of thing. By the time they're like 3 months old, it'll be able to go up to like 3 months. And then they'll probably be able to just like hang out in the bedroom with me after that for a little bit while during the actual streams. This is my first time donating and I'm glad I can do this. Yay, congratulations. I'm assuming that means that like you just got a job or things are going well. Either way, awesome. Can I ask what inspired the names Duke and Duchess? They already named that, or were those names your idea? Those names were my idea. So the main name was actually Duke. I came up with the name Duke because it's a combination of things. For one, what's that random beeping? Sorry, I have my window open, so I'm hearing more noises than usual. Do is the Irish word for black. And Cú is the Irish word for dog. So when you put Do and Cú together, it turns into Duku, which would be black dog. So even though he's brown, it was like, oh, that's kind of cute. Duku, black dog. And then turning it into Duke makes it sound like, oh, he's a refined little gentleman. Plus the nickname, like just being Duke, just being one syllable is easy to say. Plus the fact that like it makes easy like nicknames for like Dookie, which sounds like, you know, the word for poopy. Dookie is cute. Duke is cute. So yeah, it kind of built up from that. And then when I was like, oh God, what if I end up getting a female instead of a male? I was like, well, I guess like the female version of Duke is Duchess. So I'd call her Duchess, and then like for short, because you want like a one-syllable name to call out, I'd just probably call her like Chess for like just getting her attention. It's like, Chess, come here, Chess. That's a good Duchess. That kind of thing. Dooku is funny. Yeah, so it's just Black Dog in Irish, but then shortened down to Duke. And Count Dooku? Yeah, exactly. Plus, you know, it's just going to be cute to be able to go between like, Duke. Who's your little Dookie boy? Who's your good little Dookie? Duke. I hope cats will be friends with the babies. I'm sure it's going to take them a while to get used to them. Thankfully, when the cats first came to me, when I first adopted the cats, I already had like a giant 160-pound dog. So they've lived with dogs before, and they were very comfortable with him. If anything, they ran that shit. When they were kittens, when they first came into our house, they probably thought, why the fuck is there a bear here? Thankfully, yeah, Bear was very, very gentle. They very quickly warmed up and realized like, oh, this is just a dumb dog. And then they started playing with him when he didn't really want to play with them. There were times he'd want to play with them. He'd do like his play bows and jumping around and stuff. The problem is cats and dogs do not play together too well. They would entertain him for like 2 minutes, and then they'd get bored of the game and go like run under a sofa where he couldn't get to them, or just like smack him in the face and hiss at him, and then he'd be like, what the hell? And they'd meanwhile, like when they wanted to play with him, when he was like tired after a walk, it was hot in the summer, he'd just be like laying down on his side, and they'd be like walking over to him and be like, ooh, this tail is so fluffy, and just start like scratching at it and batting it around and stuff. And he was so cute. He would just lay there and be like, and he'd like accept it for like maybe 2 minutes. The little moans he let out would slowly get louder. It'd be like, and then at about 2 minute mark, he would just like swish his tail and jump up, and they'd go running away. That's such cat behavior. Yeah, it is. They wouldn't play with him when he wanted to play with them. Meanwhile, when he wanted to sleep and relax, that was their time to like get in close and like play with his tail. Sometimes they'd try to like lay down next to him. He did not like being laid down next to. He was a very gentle giant. He was very well trained. He was very like sweet, but he did not like cuddles, and he did not like being laid next to. Even with me, like I could like hug him for like 10 seconds, and then he'd be like, and try to like run away. So yeah, when the cats would like try to cuddle down next to him, he'd like freeze like he was scared. His eyes would go wide, and he'd like stare at them. And then when he realized like, wait, I don't have to let them do this, he just like, and just like roll over and make them freak out. Literally siblings, yeah. So they've been used to dogs before. If anything, this is just going to be like a weird experience with them. I think they're going to be the same with the new puppy as they are like when new people come to the house. Like when my brother, sister-in-law, and the baby were visiting. Actually, they were hidden that entire time. They're fine with normal full-grown humans. They do not like children. I think it's because my nephew's voice was so loud, and he was constantly like trying to grab them, but he would be like running at them and like reaching out to them, and they literally were like either behind radiators or like underneath furniture the whole time that they were here. Because yeah, my nephew would just go chasing them around sofas and stuff. They'd run to the different side of the sofa. He'd go around the other side of the sofa. They'd run underneath it and get to the other side. My brother started making it a game for him where every time the cats came out and tried to run to a different room, he'd like warn my nephew and be like, look, there the cat goes. My nephew would be like, meow, meow, and just go chasing after it through to the different room. So they had a stressful week. Oh my God. Chess is also very adorable as a nickname, like she's the queen piece or an Aristocats reference. Oh, was there a Chess in Aristocats? I didn't know that. I do not remember that movie very well. But yeah, I thought Chess was cute as well, because you're supposed to have like a short one-syllable name for a dog. I think the only problem with that one is it may like sound too similar to yes. So maybe I'll need a different reward word. Instead of yes, maybe I'll be like, yeah, if I name it like Duchess and then short form Chess, I'll probably like make the reward word a different word so it doesn't sound so similar to the actual name. Also, 1 second, I need to blow my nose. Much better. I have a Labrador and he's almost 10 and he still likes to eat tissues like when he was a puppy. Oh God, that's horrific. That's, yeah, it's been a long time since I had a puppy, so it's got to be rough going through like the different stages. Potty training is going to be interesting. The fun thing is, like, a lot of these dogs, they're crate trained while they're with the breeder, as well as like being potty trained. So there's a couple of the litters where, like, by the time they're 8 weeks old, they're basically potty trained already. But obviously moving into a different house was going to change things. But yeah, they're also like mostly crate trained by the time they go home at 8 weeks as well. They're used to the idea of like having a small area to go into where they can sleep and be calm and relax. So that's going to help a lot. But I'm not looking forward to like the teething time when they're going to be like biting everything. I have to like, it's a good thing that we just baby proofed the apartment, because basically, yeah, you have to have like everything high off the ground. I remember when Bear was being raised, he ate my copy of Danganronpa V3. Like, I got through chapter 1 of Danganronpa V3, and then I unfortunately left my copy of the CD, like, in the box on top of a table. Came in and found the box destroyed and the CD shattered. He didn't swallow it. Don't you guys worry. He was just teething. He also destroyed one of my wallets, along with, like, 2 of my credit cards. Came in one day and I found like my leather wallet torn to shreds, as well as like broken credit cards that I had to have reordered. Basically with a dog, like when they start going through the teething phase, you have to just have everything in a place where they can't reach it, because they will chew on freaking anything. They're also like used to chew on like the what do you call that? Grating of a house, like the little like wooden floorboard, like not quite floorboards, but the bit that joins to the floor before it turns into like the actual wall bit. He would just teeth on that. He was a 160-pound dog, so while he was like still teething, he was up at the height where pretty much any human-sized desk, like he was fine to just like lift his head and put his head on. So yeah, you had to have everything like up high to the point where it had to be like shoulder height for him to not be able to climb up to things. It was rough. He said you need financial stability, so he tore the credit cards. He also tore my medical card. That's when I lived in America. He destroyed my medical insurance card. It was rough. Not Danganronpa. And to this day, I've never gone past chapter 1 of Danganronpa V3. And I probably never will. The skirting board. Yeah, there we go. The skirting board. He used to like teeth on like the corners of those. He would just like wrap his mouth around the corner of it and just chew it. It'd be like, Bear. No. You have to like distract them with like different chew toys. You have to be like, you want a chew toy? Here, we've got this wooden one. We've got this plastic one. We've got this one that's made of real rawhide. Like you give them different options and they're still like, yeah, but I'd rather bite you or the house. My dog would bite through my dad's blankets and pillows. Yeah, blankets and pillows are a rough one. Any kind of leather they freaking love. Clothing can be fun for them. Socks are a big one for like smaller dogs. Were cats happy when you came home? They were horrified. They went back to being feral for a little while, essentially. So I came back home and the cats were just like, one of them, like Fat Cat came out within about 6 hours. Within about 6 hours, Fat Cat like came back around and she would like look at me around the corner and just be like, meow, meow. And I'd be like, come on, come on. I'd like do like the little like finger thing to call her over, or do like some little scratchies on some surface. And she'd like take a step or two in, and then just like a random sound around the apartment would like make a noise and she'd go running again. So it took her like maybe a day to finally like get chill and start coming over to me again and be like, oh yeah, I remember you. And then she was like super clingy. She followed me from like room to room for like the next 3 days. She settled down probably like a week after. The other one, I honestly like, I had to call my brother and be like, did you leave the door open at some point? Like maybe when you were like taking out the bags or something when you left or something? And he assured me he didn't. I didn't see the other cat for 3 days. I don't know if she was eating. I don't know if she was drinking. For 3 days, I just had one cat. And I was just like making sure I was like looking around the local like park areas every time I went out just to be like, oh God, did she get out? Is she just like living wildly right now? She must have like been behind a radiator or just like dashing from furniture piece to furniture piece for a while. Because yeah, by the third day, I just happened to like walk into the bathroom and she was like, I have like a little bath mat outside the bathroom. And yeah, she was just laying on that and like stared at me. And then when I stared at her for like a few seconds and I was like, Katses? She went dashing to like a different room and I was like, oh, that is Psycho Bitch. Nice. So yeah, it was like, okay, she is around. And then maybe like 2 days later, she started like actually letting me see her again as she would like walk through rooms. She's pretty much back to normal now too. She only lets me pet her every now and then anyway. So she will show up for feeding times. She shows up for feeding. She sometimes brings me like little mice and things. And that's pretty much it. I see her playing with her sister. Otherwise, she's just by herself. She does her own thing. She was like, who are you, human? I think it was more like she was punishing me. I think both of them probably had like a little agreement going on between them where it was like, okay, we're going to show this human what it means to like abandon us. We're going to ignore it for like a week, right? We're going to show it we don't need that human. Stupid human left us alone with a baby and some other people feeding us. And meanwhile, Fat Cat within like a few hours was just immediately like, but I want paddings, but I missed. The other one was like, how could you betray me? So you didn't experience like a memorable reunion with cats like in all those YouTube videos where cats welcome their owners home sweetly? No. For one thing, one of them shat all over the area near their food. Because the final thing was they were left alone for 2 days. My brother left 2 days before I got home. So they had 2 days of the house to themselves with just like a giant bowl of food and water. They'd barely touched the food and water, but they had shat all around the food as if to defend it. But yeah, so I had to clean up all of that. Maybe they were hiding partly from that as well. But yeah, they're strange cats. They're strange cats. They did not want to spend time with my nephew. At the same time, they did not like being left alone for just 2 days. They were anxious. They were probably anxious, yeah. But they were fine. They had enough food. They had enough water. It was literally just the 2 days. The little mice gift. Father, I've brought you breakfast because you suck at hunting. To be taken care of. See, yeah, the other cat did present me a mouse. I think that was like a makeup gift. About like 1 week after I came back. She just came in with the whole body of a mouse, not even like half a mouse or like the head of a mouse like she normally does. Normally she'll like drop half of it in front of me and I'll be like, good job. And just leave it and walk away. I'll give her like some head scritchies or something. And then when I next come back, it'll be like gone and then I'll just like clean up the spot. She likes to eat her meals. But that time she brought me like a whole body. Was it dead? Oh yeah, it was. Oh yeah. They like to play with them sometimes, but they always kill them eventually. It's rough when you find them still playing with them, especially since they're sisters. They kind of like mess with each other. So the mice that manage to get into my apartment have a horrific end. I've seen my cats like pick up a mouse, take it to the bathtub, drop it in the bathtub. And so they will just like, if they're feeling lazy about it, they'll just like one on each side of the bathtub. They'll just be laying there. Every time it like tries to make a run for it, they'll just bat it back down into the bathtub. They'll jump in, take it out of the bathtub and let it like run around a little bit, like pounce on it bit by bit. They'll like let it get a run so it becomes like an interactive toy. When they get tired, they'll just bring it back to the bathtub, drop it in again. They're psychopaths. They are. That's what cats are. Like this is just a fact about cats. They still have their prey drive. They are hunters. They like to torture things slowly. When it comes to their hunting, it's not just for food. They will like just have fun torturing things slowly. My female cat used to punish me by biting me and basically beating me up when I came back. Aww, that's actually kind of cute. It's like cuteness aggression. It's like, don't ever leave again. They're having fun. They are. Plus, fuck mice. Like, I'm sorry. I know people have like mice and rats as like pets and stuff. It's fine when you have them as pets and you domesticate them and take care of them. Any kind of like invasive species that comes into my apartment, no, you're doing a good job, Catses. Destroy them. Just end them. I would prefer it if it was faster and they were just put out of their misery, but at the same time, I lived in a house when I was younger, which was like an old Victorian style house where you could always hear like scratching in the walls. And if you like left some garbage around, you would like try to lift up the bin and see like 1 or 2 mice jumping out of it. It's disgusting. Vermin. They need to be taken care of. But they're cute. Exactly. See, they're cute unless they're like living in your walls, destroying your house, and like making it so that you can't like store things. You try to have like anything in a pantry, they will get in there. Or you would just find like mouse droppings around it and be like, well, shit, now I need to throw that away. We have one cat who's working day and night to support this incompetent family. She brought my dad a 3-course breakfast once. Sparrow, mouse, and cricket. That is an overachiever. Holy shit. So for one thing, clearly an outdoor cat, which is, yeah, impressive in its own right. Sparrow, I feel bad for that. If they're getting like mice, it's like cool. If they take out a bird, I feel bad for the birds. No mouse in my house. Stay outside. Exactly. Like if I see something outside, it's whatever, but in my house, no. Exactly. If it's outside, it's cute. I even think like when I lived in America, I lived in an area that had like possums and groundhogs and what were those other little guys called? Beavers. Like I lived in a really nice little mountain town where we had all kinds of stuff and it was very cute. And if I found one in my garage, then it was a fucking fight. Then it was like immediately like, I'm gonna go get Bear. And normally by the time you got back into the garage, they'd be smart enough to run away. But if not, just seeing Bear like immediately get interested and want to play with them, they'd be out the fucking door. My aunt's cat used to hunt rabbits. Damn, rabbits are big. That's crazy. My girl took down a big ass bird as well. When I had cats when I was younger, we had like outdoor cats when I grew up in London. And the male one used to like catch giant things. He would bring home like pigeons into the garden and just like leave them there for display. He also fought a bunch of other like male cats outside. Meanwhile, the female cat who was his mother was just super chill. She's supposed to be the hunter, but she was just like a chill old lady and he was going around fighting and messing around with everything. Got a male cat, I named it Billy, and I'm gonna say, anyone who said they haven't met a great constructor, meet Billy. Not in a good way. I have to change my 75-inch TV because of him. What do you mean by constructor? What did he do? Did he like knock down the TV? My old lady is chill with most animals, but birds, oh no. She had a personal vendetta with any bird that visits our patio, and having to take screaming birds out of your dog's mouth is an experience. Oh, your dog gets birds. That's wild. I've had 2 dogs, and neither dog has been, well, they've both been interested in like chasing birds. Neither one of them has ever caught a live bird. Bear has unfortunately found some carcasses and picked them up as if they were toys, and I've had to like make him drop them. The other one, because I had him in London, we didn't really find many dead birds, so he was fine. But yeah, Bear would come across like a dead rabbit or a dead bird every now and then and just pick it up and be like, this is the best toy in the world. Oh God. I had to wrestle a baby duck out of my sister's cat and put it back in the park pond and got attacked by mama duck. When I yelled, stop, I'm returning it, you should thank me. Animals don't understand that. Also, I hope that bird was taken back in. There are some birds where if they like get away from the nest and a human touches them, the mama will not accept them again. I don't know if that's all birds, but there are some birds where if they have like the scent of a human on them, the mama will just like essentially not let it be part of the family anymore. It'll be like driven away and ostracized. But yeah, my Bear, one time we had rabbits in our garden in America and he found like the little like hole. And so he actually like picked it up in his mouth. It was, he held it very gently. A little baby rabbit that was probably about the size of like the length of one of my fingers. And he lifted it up and walked over to me. I didn't even know it was a rabbit at that point. I asked him to drop it. And he spat out a little baby rabbit that hopped back into its hole. It was fine. He had it in like soft mouth and it was like, oh, okay. I didn't know you could do that for one thing. But yeah, he apparently like genuinely was able to realize this thing is alive. I don't want to kill it. I just want to show it to the human. You really are surrounded by a Disney princess. Oh, you're a Disney princess. You're surrounded by so many animals. Not so much anymore. In London, we see rabbits occasionally like on country roads. Foxes are everywhere. And there's a fuck ton of birds. But other than that, like, we don't really see too much. Where I lived in America, there was like everything. There were times you like would get warnings from people as well, like, be careful, a bear's coming down the mountains recently. There would occasionally be bears and like wild cats that would come down the mountains, and everybody would like warn each other like, yeah, some idiot's not been putting away their garbage properly. There's been a bear roaming around, probably getting food out of someone's garbage. And it's like, oh, what should I do? It's like, you got a gun, right? It's like, no. Do I need one? It's like, you should have a rifle just in case. Oh, God. No monkeys in those forests? No, no monkeys, thankfully. I don't know how you deal with monkeys. Monkeys are smart. You can put birds back in the nest, Sensei. We established previously that was a myth. I think we have talked about this before, haven't we? Will birds refuse a baby that's been touched by humans? Why is that such a prevalent myth then? Absolutely, they will not abandon their babies because of being touched by humans or by anything else. Birds are very conscientious parents. Huh! It's a myth that parent birds will abandon young that have been touched by humans. Why was that such a prevalent myth then? But yeah, apparently it's a myth, so it's okay. To stop kids messing with birds, probably. Oh, probably. It's probably so that if you see like a baby bird in a nest, kids don't like climb up to it and bring it down kind of thing. Because that's the problem. I think the only time I was told that was when like a baby bird had fallen out of a nest, and I was like, shouldn't we put it back in the nest? And I was told like, no, you're not supposed to touch them kind of thing. My boy was at his prime 10 kg of pure muscle. For anything except his way smaller sister, he didn't dare to touch her. 10 kg in pounds. Cat or dog? 22 pounds, because that is a tiny dog. But a big cat? Question mark. I'm going to be very interested to see how my cats handle the new dog, though. Because in the previous state, they came into a house where there was already... He was almost fully grown when I got the cats. So they were like... You know, they were tiny little kittens that hadn't fully grown yet. And he was already probably about 140, 150 pounds. So... It's going to be interesting, like bringing Duke or Duchess home. They're going to be already a bit bigger than the cat. And they're probably going to be like, oh God, what the hell is this thing? It's going to be interesting seeing them react as like it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger for like 8 to 9 months as well. 10 kilogram cat. Oh, it is a cat. Let's go. He was a big cat. Let's go. Big boy. Oh my God. But yeah, it'll be interesting because I know they're going to bully the dog when it's young for 100%. The cats run this house, but I hope they'll play with it a little bit. But I know they'll warm up to it within like a week or two. I think they're going to be the same with the dog as they are with like humans that come into the house. Because most humans, if I have like other people stay around, they'll like hide in corners for like a day or two and then they'll slowly come out. And if the humans are okay and like pet them and be nice to them, then they get all cute and cuddly. Like when I've had friends visit the place before, they just disappear for a day or two and then they like test the waters. They like let a human like pet them, and if the human pets them nice, then yeah, fat cat will just immediately love them after that. So I think that's how they're going to be with the dog as well. Once they realize like, oh, this thing is living here now, we're stuck with it. But it'll be nice to see them like slowly get bigger and how they interact as they get bigger. Sure, I made a man think I was about to off myself because he saw me leap into traffic, only to come back with a tiny screaming baby bird in my hands. Oh my God. Meanwhile, the dude was like, don't damage my car. Do it a different way. I know our new duck is very friendly, so maybe it's due to that bird following imprinting thing. Misunderstood to an extreme. Not sure, but yeah, you can put birds back or lead them home. Oh, cool. So that's good to know. Call me out on my like misinformation whenever I say it. Because I genuinely still, and I'm sure we have had a conversation on stream before, and I immediately erased it from my mind again. My cat was 18 pounds at one point. He had to go on a diet. I don't know how much my cats weigh. They never really tell me when I take them to the vet, because I only take them to the vet when they have like medical issues. They've already been like spayed and stuff, so it's only if they ever have like blood in their stool and stuff like that. Hope they'll love Duke/Duchess. I hope so too, but I will be taking a ton of pictures and videos every time we like learn a new trick or something. Also, every Saturday we're going to have short streams for a while. Because yeah, Saturday is, well, not for a while. Not until I get my dog. I mean, once I get my dog, every Saturday we're going to have short streams because the dog park that I'll be going to at, what time is it? 6 p.m. They have like a little puppy playtime session where just like all the puppies can come in and just like have fun. As long as they've been like vaccinated and stuff, they can play with each other, so they're good to go. So that's a good time for socialization. So Saturdays will be like short 3-hour streams. We'll probably start them an hour early so that I can like have about 40 minutes to get there. But just for a while, just while they're puppy. Got to get that socialization in while they're young. We did, Sensei, but no worries. The Pupal's got your back for when you fight the war on misinformation. Yeah, it's in one ear and out the other ear with me. That boy didn't have an answer fat on him. He was just big all around. Someone once thought he was a lynx. To be fair, don't Maine Coon... I wonder what weight Maine Coons get to, because they look fucking huge. Yeah, the average male is anywhere between 18 and 22 pounds for a Maine Coon. They are big cats. Like when you see humans holding them, those things are giant. Maine Coons, my favorite breeds. Yeah, they're so fluffy too. They're so pretty. I imagine the shedding hair is a fucking mess though. That is a cat the size of a small dog. They got such strong faces too. They're very cute. But yeah, I feel like you have to brush them all the time. And then it's the same problem with like big shedding dogs where it's just like hair everywhere. Actually short streams? Yeah. Enforced short streams for the sake of the puppy. Our doggy twins were born during the pandemic, so the first months we monitor their weight by putting them in a basket and using a kitchen scale. Aww, that's cute. Swans near our home also sometimes lose their way from their parents. The best way is to just lead them back to either go back to the nest or to swim. Oh. See, I've never seen like a swan wandering around where it shouldn't be. But swans kind of like own England. You're not allowed to mess with the swans. Legally, they all belong to the queen, and if you mess with a swan, it's some sort of like big law problem. Just want to own a giant grumpy and lazy cat and just treat him like a sultan. No, you don't. Cats already think they're gods. Get a puppy. Deadass thinking of getting a black Maine Coon and then naming it Felly when I move out. Aw, I'd be cute. They are very cute. Cats are like a low impact pet. They just kind of do their own thing. They definitely like teach you how to respect boundaries. If you pet a cat when it doesn't want to be petted, you will get clawed up. You will get bitten. You will get cut. But yeah, it's kind of cute. Every now and then they'll grace you with their presence. And then sometimes they'll like make it very clear that like you have to pet them. Like this is the time that they are deserving of pettings. Sorry, Sensei, weird question, but you said before you need someone to curse at you with Indonesian language. Can I curse at you with it in the meet and greet? Sure, that'll be fun. I'm excited to see how the handlers feel about that too, where you just walk in. This is what I want you to do though. Don't tell the handler what's about to happen, and don't start off gentle. Just immediately walk into the meet and greet and hit me with like the worst insults you can in a row in Indonesian. And then you can like speak normally to me and be like, okay, so that it's me, it's Def Kuzu, it's Sarah. I just want to see the meet and greet handlers like reaction if they try to like stop it, if they get worried. And if they do, I'll be like, no, don't worry. This was planned. It's fine. A bit too disabled for a puppy. I don't think I'll be able to take it on walks as much as it needs to. Oh, I get that, Sal. That's completely fair. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. For me, thankfully, dog actually always helped me like with my disability. In my worst times, it was kind of rough, but I could always go out for walks. There were just times when like bending and lifting things, which is rough, which is specifically why I'm making sure to get a dog that isn't over 100 pounds this time. 60 pounds, I can lift up with one arm. 160 pounds. There are days when I can't do that with my whole damn body. Geese will chase you? Yeah, but they're silly little guys. You can kick the geese. That's fine. The queen doesn't... Oh, I guess the king now. The king doesn't own them. The topic of pets, I have a core memory of my uncle leaving me alone with his snapping turtle. He left his nosy niece with his snapping turtle. I deserve the nightmare I got, though. How bad did it get you? Do snapping turtles latch on, or do they just do a quick bite and then pull back? I'm kind of curious. How heavy is a Labradoodle? So Labradoodles are like poodles in that they have 3 different size ranges. They have the toy size, the mini size, and then the standard size. I'm getting a standard size one because I don't like any dogs that weigh less than 20 pounds. If a dog weighs less than 20 pounds, that is a very large rat. But yeah, my standard Labradoodle, they will be anywhere between the range of 40 and 60 pounds. So I'm hoping like on the bigger end. I like bigger dogs. I like bigger, fluffier dogs. Lizzie still owns the swans, I'm pretty sure. Oh, but she's gone. Wouldn't it be the king who owns them now? It's okay, staff son. This is the language of my people. True, they might not even know Indonesian. It might be safe. Do anything to a swan or their eggs in the UK, it's considered damage or theft against the crown, and you can get 6 months in prison. Thank you, Tally. I didn't know the actual like thing. I just remember being told, like, yeah, no, they belong to the monarchy. If you fuck with them, you go to jail. Geese are scary. I'm scared of those things. I think the worst thing about geese and ducks is their shit. I've been chased by a goose. I'm not gonna lie. I kicked at it. And then it fucked off. I have seen videos of geese that are like a lot more like aggressive about things. The one time like a goose came at me, I straight up just like kicked it its direction. Didn't have to kick it, thankfully. It just ran away. It gave up after that. But I have seen those videos of like mailmen being chased by geese, and even if they like try to push them away and try to kick them away and stuff, they just keep going for them. I don't know how geese get that like crazy, but at least any of the ones that I've dealt with, like a quick kick in the direction makes them run away. When winds meet collab, when? Never. Why would there be a when winds meet collab? For killing geese? Is that a thing you can do in when winds meet? Someone's taking a video of baby swans. Mama poked her head out from behind the rock and Dad walked out of the bush, and I walked away very fast. Yeah, no. Swans are scary, and geese, they can do some damage. Swans can straight up, like, they can not just break, like, finger bones or hand bones. Swans can break your arm. If a swan actually does properly, like, latch onto your arm, they can break that shit very quickly. And you are not legally allowed to defend yourself in England, which is fun. Problem is, if a swan is breaking your arm, you're not allowed to punch the giant feathery jerk. Do it anyway. I would say do it anyway. Self-defense. What are they gonna go to jail for 6 months because a swan attacked you? But yeah, no, the swan's in England. It's weird because, like, I've seen swans in America and they're chill as fuck. Meanwhile, swans in England, if you enter the wrong part of the pond, they will try to murder you. Yeah, they hiss at you, they scream at you, they flap their wings. Said Indonesian language always sounded pretty and you wondered how he cursed. Yeah, no, I remember, Def Goose. I remember the exact interaction where I was like, yeah, it's so nice, it's so soft, it's gentle, and you being like, do you want me to swear at you in it? I was like, yes, please. So at the meet and greet, that sounds like a very fun time. Do not say that. I'm moving to the UK in a few months. Just don't mess with the swans and you'll be okay. But swans get very, like, territorial, and because you can't mess with them in the UK, they just kind of, they've grown that way. It's like how cats know that the world belongs to them because people treat them so nice. The swans know that the world belongs to them because people can't mess with them. Oh my god. Why the hell does a geese hiss? Because they think they're swans. Geese are like, we deserve this, but no. Nah. Swans have legal protection. Also, when is Ryan Gosling going to turn into Ryan Goose? He's a grown-ass man. At some point, he really should. Swans have legal protection in the UK. Noted. No wonder you're scared of them. Yeah. They're mean. They know they have the protection. They're like, I've got diplomatic immunity, bitch. Did you get to see Canadian geese in Toronto? Surprisingly, I didn't. The weather while I was there was kind of shit. So I didn't really get to go visit too much, which was a shame because it was also like Sakura season. But yeah, the weather, like, it snowed and then it got cold and then shit got bad. There was a video of a college professor who was arch enemies with the campus geese who chased him when they saw him. Hey, see, that just sounds to me like the geese knew something we didn't. If those geese weren't going after other people and they were specifically going after that one professor, they saw that professor up to something bad or he did something to them first. Crows. If anybody is ever, like, hated by crows, that person has done something to the crows. Corvids are very smart creatures. They remember faces and they hold grudges. And I trust them. Like, if crows don't fuck with somebody, I assume the person is evil. Geese have got much more aggression. I've never dealt with an angry goose. That's so funny. It's a prison somewhere that keeps geese and duck as a security alarm. See, as an alarm, it makes sense. At least it's not like a guard dog where they expect them to actually corral the prisoners or anything. But yeah, when it comes to like having them as an alarm, it's a great idea. They're noisy little bitches. When I lived in America, again, there was somebody who like raised, is it ducks? Yeah, there was somebody who like raised ducks around us, which made it freaking annoying because they were always getting out of their pens and flying around the area and shitting everywhere. And my dog loved rolling in duck shit, which is one of the most foul smells of all time. But yeah, no, they're very loud. They're annoying. We have somewhat chill swans, aggressive geese, and evil and ominous vultures. I've never seen a vulture. They're so freaking cool. Please stop hovering about my head. But they are cool looking. You admit that at least. But yeah, I feel like if a vulture is circling you, you do. That definitely does have some implications. You're like, bitch, I'm not dead. Like, come on. Give me like 30 years. Like, I don't look like I'm about to pass out. Get out of here, scavenger. In Toronto was my first time having a meet and greet where waiting pupils could hear what the pupils in there said. Oh, that's cute. That actually happened at my first Anime Impulse as well. It was really cute because it was like my first time revealing my model to everybody. So everybody was like freaking out and screaming and stuff. So I heard like everybody in the line like going nuts. It was great. It was funny in itself. If others could hear Sarah, it would be even more fun. Yeah. I don't know how many people in Thailand are going to know Indonesian. So a lot of them, it'll beg an interesting question. We'll find out if even swearing in Indonesian ends up sounding like very sweet. Does the swear word have a nya in it? Because if the swear word has a nya in it, it's just going to sound cute no matter how you say it. College near me has a squirrel problem. They steal your lunch if you're eating outside. They're scary feral for human food. That's rough. Trying to remember if I've ever dealt with aggressive squirrel. No. Aggressive pigeons. There's been a lot of aggressive pigeons that just come over and like steal your chips. When it comes to squirrels, especially the ones in Hyde Park, the Hyde Park ones are just like treated like royalty as well. They will come over and just sit next to you and wait for you to give them food because they know there's enough tourists that come to Hyde Park specifically to give you something. So they'll just like sit there and be like, come on, roasted chestnuts. I know you have some. Gray squirrels are not afraid. Black squirrels are really cool. Red squirrels are cool, but I think they're pretty much extinct at this point. I don't remember the last time I saw one. When I like used to live in London, if you went to Hyde Park, you'd see so many red squirrels. Since I've been back in London, I haven't seen a single red squirrel. I don't know if they're just gone or it's just like they're rare nowadays. Malaysians have a similar language with Indonesian, so I'm looking forward to what Sarah's going to say. Oh, there we go. We have groups of vultures around here. If you're going to hover them, either lunge already or leave. Don't sort of what. See, vultures are big enough, I would actually be scared if one attacked me. Pretty much any bird that actually flies, there's a worry. Because if you can fly and attack and swoop down, that shit's scary. Vultures are also freaking huge. Meanwhile, when it comes to like geese, I'm not afraid of geese. Swans are big enough that they are worrying. But geese and ducks, I would just kick that thing across the fucking park. If that thing comes at me, if I manage to like, I'm not going to be able to kick it in the head because that's too small of a target. I'm going to aim for the body and I'm going to like American football kick it to see if they can in fact fly. That's my thing. That's my thing. Seagulls are a true annoyance. They like stealing food as well, for sure. They're so cute though. They make such cute little squeals. Wait, they meow? Where did I see that? I'm sure I saw that. You mean soccer sensei? No, I said American football specifically. American football where you kick the ball like as high as you can. I'm sure I saw somebody say seagulls meow and I was like, wait, what? Sensei, they dive bomb you for food? True. There was the pupil at Asayoru who shrieked so loud the whole cafe went absolutely silent in shock. To be fair, that was my fault. They were too calm with me in my maid outfit, so I ended up going like full topless. But I'm glad to hear that that scared everyone at Asayoro. I didn't even know that was loud enough because we were like inside like a back room, like a closet, like storage kind of area for those meet and greets. It was fun. Don't mind vultures on a good day, but on God, I don't want a burb that big to perceive me. Yeah, no. Something that big, just like the gravity of it swishing down at you would be freaking terrifying. Ostriches and emu can't fly, and they're terrifying too. Yeah. Ostriches emus I mean, emus have already won a war against humans. Plus, fuck, what are those little dinosaur bitches called? Cassowaries. Basically Australian birds. In general, Australian wildlife. Don't fuck with the wildlife in Australia. But yeah, birds that big that can kick real hard and have giant claws. They're basically just tiny little freaking dinosaurs. We have red squirrels here where I live in Norway. I've had some really cute encounters with red squirrels, and they're some of my favorite animals. They're really cute, they're really beautiful, and they're normally quite friendly, but I haven't seen any since I came back to England. Emu was so funny when we learned about it in school. Yeah, they fought the emus and lost. Still one of the best bits of historical knowledge of all time. Especially since it was just a bunch of like drunk Australians going out into the outback and getting straight up outsmarted. Like, it wasn't even just by sheer numbers. Sometimes they would like set up and lay down like traps for the emus, and the emus would just straight up see them from a mile away and just like walk around them instead. My partner tried playing seagull mating sounds from his phone at the harbor side. We almost got attacked for giving them false expectations. Aww. They were probably just horny. If anything, they were probably just trying to figure out where the other horny birds were. That's brave of you though. That never play mating sounds to the actual animal. That's just asking for danger. First thing I hear is maid outfit. Now I want to be the official. Now I want that to be official Cú Sensei. Oh, I have it right here. In fact, I just recently put that into, I made a button for it. Oh God, why is it off my body? Wait, what the hell did I do? Is it because I'm off center? Oh yeah, because it's not actually pinned to my body. Right. So I have to do this. There you go. Yeah, I had to record something for Off-Kai that needed me being able to get in and out of my maid outfit quickly. So I now have a button for it. I can become maid Cú whenever. Oh, do I also have 2 pairs of glasses? I think I do currently have 2 pairs of glasses. God damn it. I also need to make it so the cardigan goes. Oh my God, the cardigan does go on top of it. Yay. So I didn't even have to go topless for that second. God damn it. But yeah, no, we had this maid outfit. Natsumeko made this for when we were doing the maid cafe at Asayoru. So yeah, I've had that ready to go for a while. That's such a cool combo. It kind of is, actually. Yeah, that's not half bad. It's like I'm still a maid, but at the same time, I just, you know, I put on the cardigan. Because why not? Sensei became 4-eyed. Yeah. Technically 8-eyed at that point. 6-eyed? Probably 6-eyed, like a bug. Sensei got so jacked on vacation, the maid outfit doesn't fit anymore. No, I think it's not pinned to me. So because I moved myself into like center screen. Normally I'm slightly off to the right. But today I moved myself into the center so you could see like the little cute decorations back there. Hello Maid Cú, we missed you. Okaeri nasai, Goshijin-sama. Hisashiburi desu. Sensei, yeah. Look like a house husband with the combo. Why would a house husband wear a maid outfit? Well, if your partner's into it, I guess. If it's for the sake of your partner, sure. Happy husband, happy something. Schmusband? Husband. Husband? Dustband. Happy dustbin. Happy husband, happy dustbin. Sorry, can you do it again? I was walking my fish. Sorry, Mafu. That fish got a good walk, but you will never get to see it anymore. Will there be a butler version too? I don't know. That's up to other people, I guess. Normally VTubers get invited to maid cafes, surprisingly. Not butler cafes. Honestly, we need a butler cafe in America. There's enough maid cafes at this point. The saying goes, happy wife, happy life. Yeah. Happy husband, happy There's nothing that really rhymes with that properly. Should a butler outfit be like Edmund's? Ooh, Edmund has a butler outfit? Edmund Butler. New Connie. Do 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 do. Wait, that's not a butler outfit. Did he even have a butler outfit, or do you just mean his main outfit? Because his main outfit's kind of more like Prince than butler. Yeah, I'm not seeing any butler Edmund actually come out. Ooh, Sword of Truth Edmund is gorgeous. God damn. Edmund's skin-tight night outfit does things to me. Yeah. Something about how tight those pants are, man. The man definitely talks. Man should have moose knuckle. The man talks so fucking well. Elite instructor Edmund. Thank you. Okay. Elite instructor Edmund. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah. That is a butler outfit. Is that a whip? It's a sword whip. God damn. That is one slutty ass butler outfit. God damn. He just needs slightly bigger hips. Pretty much everything else about Edmund is perfect. Slightly bigger hips would help a little bit. The legs are on point though. Oh god. What about Sebastian's butler outfit from Back Butler? That's just a plain butler outfit. It's okay. It's okay. There's a butler version with cat ears and lads. For the MC or for somebody else? Thank you for teaching me what moose knuckle means. Yeah, no, it's the male version of camel toe. Camel toe where like the pants are so tight that you can unfortunately see things. And then yeah, moose knuckle is just like the male version where there's like bulge essentially. You know who had major moose knuckle? If you ever want to look it up, just look up David Bowie. Pretty much always David Bowie, but especially David Bowie in Labyrinth. He really wanted to show off that moose knuckle while he was trying to seduce that 16-year-old girl. I kind of wish they... I guess they decided, like, having a bulge on Edmund would be too much. So they decided, nah, he's real good at tucking instead. Dancer belts exist? True, true, true. I prefer to just think he's tucking real good. I prefer to think he's real good at tucking. Is that one where he goes to prison with Quincy? Oh, do they have like a prison guard outfit too? Oof. NC's Creator Corner. Hey, it's good to have you back. I just wanted to say thank you, community, and welcome with open arms. Also, I can you as Sebastian from Black Butler. Aw, thank you so much, NC's Creator Corner. I'm glad to be back. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And yeah, this community is so lovely, so I'm glad to be back to it. Sebastian from Black Butler. I need someone way cooler than CL to serve, though. That is all I will say. Maybe he's just wearing some flattening protective gear. Nah, he talks. He talks. Don't ruin this for me. Edmund talks. Edmund talks. Edmund tapes. Edmund would win RuPaul, and you can't tell me I'm wrong. Do you have any of the boys' special event cards besides Olivine's clingy cat card, sir? No, unfortunately. Shoda Ku is CL and Felly is Sebastian. Okay, now you're cooking. Now you're cooking. If I were to ever... If I were to ever get like a... I could get like a Shoda Ku model. I could get it like anime style. I wonder how... In fact, I could show you guys how Rock draws children. Please, please, please. Do you guys want to see how Rock draws children? I could show you like one child. Rock's children are a little bit grown up, but I will show you guys a preview for something. Which I honestly don't know when it'll come out. It doesn't really like have any specific time it has to come out. But I'll just show you like one of the previews. Because this image is now completely done. Let me grab this one. There we go. Boop, bada, boop, bada, boop. Shoda Ku would be a brat, I fear. If it was me in a Shoda body, definitely. Me actually as a child, nah, I was a good little boy. I was a good little boy. I was very well behaved. But here you go. I'll show you something that Rock's been cooking. Can you smell what the Rock has been cooking? Look, he's cub. He's so beautiful. Ah. Love his art style. The coloring is so nice. Cub, yeah. He looks so pretty. With his eyes closed, he doesn't even look inhuman. Very prince-like. Very prince-like. He's so spoily. He is kind of wearing like a little butler outfit too. Honestly, there you go. Felly could just, well, no, that has odd connotations if he's like Sebastian for his own child. Normal Cú is already kind of a brat. Yeah, true. It's so whimsical. What the fuck? Yeah, I can't wait for you guys to see the full version. That's like, I think, yeah. That's when Cub is like 90% fully colored. The whole thing is finished now. The background's still kind of, Love that he's the sadness of a European gay boy. Beautiful expression. Rock is really good at drawing like religious imagery. So yeah, you get like a lot of that kind of style to it. Everybody kind of looks like a saint. It's giving Ice Queen / Thumbelina Prince. Hell yeah. It all feels like very religious imagery. Okay, I delete that for now. Blah. Almost like a sculpture. Yeah, and the way that like he does the coloring is so gorgeous. So melancholic, I'm going to cry. I love it so much. Good. Will I grow up one day? Who knows? Who knows, Jeremy? Maybe you'll get there. Someday I'll write that story. All I know is the story was supposed to be set in 2025, but at this point it might as well be set in 2026. We're definitely not going to finish it this year. Is that Cú or is that Felly with his long hair not drawn yet? I don't know what you mean. No, that wasn't even Cú or Felly. That was Cub. That was Feileacan's baby. That was Feileacan's oldest child. He's so gorgeous. Yeah, he is. Rock always cooks. That's what my boss said when I showed him the Metamorphosis Lost booklet, that it looks almost religious. Yeah, exactly. He leans into like the heavy religious imagery. When we first designed the binding barbs, this one. Oh God, it's covered up. Get out of there, cardigan. When we first designed the binding barbs, like it wasn't originally supposed to have the cross. It was supposed to have the wings and it was supposed to have like the opalescent handle. But yeah, he added the cross, he added the ruby, and he added the little head on the bottom. So now we've got Barbara. Barbara exists. But yeah, Rock is so good when it comes to religious imagery. It's what being raised Catholic does to you, I guess. Even when you move away from it, it's still kind of there. It's still kind of part of you. Perfect. Just got here. What am I supposed to look at? The whip. The whip. Barbara. Barbara, obviously. Looks a bit like a young Felly. If Felly technically had a childhood and didn't just manifest into existence fully grown. Yeah. Very different like skin tone too, but very much like a young Felly for sure. I just made a working tiny crossbow out of popsicle sticks. Cool. Hope you're having fun. So excited to get more background on Felly's kids. I say it before, but I feel the maternal instincts towards Cub. Oh, that's cute. We will be hearing about them a little bit in Arc 2, so do not worry about it. But yeah, Book 2 is really where they'll properly show up. The whip has a name. Yeah, it's just called the Binding Barbs, but I call it Barbara. I call it Barbara to piss off Felly, so Barbara. Poplio is banned AI, so maybe the Catholic Church is kind of based. Dude, he went off on AI. It was fucking amazing. And it's nice seeing like quote unquote Christians have to deal with that. But yeah, no, he had a fucking whole sermon about AI, about like, oh, it can replicate the idea of like creation, but it will never have a soul. Oh, it was so good. Can Barbara speak? Not that I know of. If Barbara ever does speak, I'll be really freaked out. It does kind of look like Fi from Skyward Sword. Based Pope. Genuinely Based Pope. Based Pope has been calling out a lot of shit recently. Not even slightly Catholic anymore, but yeah, no, you gotta love like a religious figure actually like backing up the religion. It's always good. Sorry, I was getting distracted. Can you show it again? Nah, too late, guys. It's a nice try, though. It's a nice try. Barbara could sing, but her song is painful for sure. Exactly. She doesn't speak. She whips. That's what she's for. Okay. All right. Super chat train. I will start working on that. But yeah, Rock is cooking up some more like official art for us as well. Did I go through the super chats yesterday? I grabbed most of them. Yes. Okay. But we do have that huge super chat train from last time. So we'll work our way through that one. Magnifica Humanitas. Even the title goes hard. Is that Latin as well? Let's go. And he quoted Tolkien. Yeah, he specifically quoted Gandalf, didn't he? Gotta love that Pope, man. Okay. 1 out of 34. Def Kuzusara. Thank you so much for donating the allowance. Barging through the classroom door, jumping around excitedly. Welcome home, Sensei. Hope you had a wonderful journey and a nice break. Aku kangen kamu pawang. Pawang. Wait, what does the aku kangen kamu mean? That's my next question. Oh, I miss you.
Aku kangen kamu.
See, I still don't get how you're going to make this language sound aggressive. I've never heard Indonesian not sound adorable. In Latin, it means magnificent humanity. That makes sense. I figured it was Latin. Magnifica Humanitas. Beautiful. Veronica de Castro, thank you so much for donating the allowance. I mean, I just woke up and one of you, Tascaru. Doitashimashite. Welcome back, Sensei. Really excited for what's coming with Metamorphosis Lost. Me too. The next 3 chapters are going to be fun. If you guys are part of the membership, keep in mind I've shown like a couple of things on the membership. Couple of things that are like coming out soon. Lots of love, Sensei. Thank you so much. And I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here. You just haven't heard one, Sensei? Maybe that should be, you know, actually. We may make that an Oshiete Yoku Sensei episode. Teach me swear words in your language. You know what? let me just jot that down. I'm putting that on my calendar. That sounds like a fun one. We've got a few weeks in a row, so maybe this one. That one. Yeah, okay. We'll do like an Oshiete Yoku Sensei where we do a hashtag for like a week in advance where you could just like record your voice, just like swear at me in your language and teach me what it means. Swear words around the world. Oh my God. Why not? I already know so many ones in the few languages that I know. It's the best thing to learn first. We're teaching Sensei many ways to say butt in Portuguese. I only know one way to say butthole specifically. Fear YouTube might ban you. No, profanity is actually okay. It's if you go into like sexual or like, you know, violent content that YouTube gets annoying. When it just comes to profanity, you're completely fine. Forgot to tell Sensei that I accidentally became the neighborhood cryptid because I apparently scared people late at night when they hear Hello Kitty in a deep voice outside their window. I have questions. When you say outside their window, like, that makes it sound more creepy than a cryptid. That sounds like a serial killer or a stalker. I'm assuming you mean, like, is it just like when you come across cats at the night, you just say Hello Kitty? Because I'm going to be honest, if I hear, well, I live on the 9th floor nowadays, so I'm fine. But if I ever, like, lived on the ground floor again and, like, heard, like, Hello Kitty, and it sounded like it was right outside my bedroom window, I would grab a weapon. Like, I would be in defensive mode. There was a cat sitting at the window. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought it was just like a random cat on the ground as well. That's acceptable. That's still kind of scary. I mean, you gotta be prepared for the fact that somebody may shit themselves if you do that. Chips 6075. During your break, I finally got a job after years of being unemployed. Forever grateful to you and the Pupals that helped me during the hard times. No problem, Chips. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations on getting the job. That's awesome. The job market's fucking ridiculous right now too. So congratulations for sticking it in there and managing to get one. I hope everything goes well. Congratulations. Dude, really? That was so loud. Thank you so much for donating the allowance, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Can I start? Labatash. That's still mild. A yapping bag. Is that like the direct translation? Yapping bag? So that essentially means like somebody who's just like chatting a lot. Is that somebody who just chats a lot, or specifically someone who like chats shit, or somebody who like is all bark and no bites? Like, whoa. I need like the direct translation and like the way it gets used kind of thing. Sally, you a serial killer? That was my question. I'd assume I'd been isekai'd to a horror movie. I'd assume somebody was looking through my window and trying to like fuck with me. Especially if you manage to see the person's face. I guess if they look up and then they notice that there's a cat by the window, they would be like, oh, they're talking to my cat, which is fine. I was an accident. It was an accident, I swear. I just said hello to a cat and my neighbor bolted out of his house and went, oh, it's only you. I thought the place was effing haunted or something. I love that they properly reacted to it too. That's so funny. You are a Labatash sensei? Ouch. Mamaro taught me shouts. Can't spell German. Shouts. That's 100% what I hear every day. The teenagers like to run the engine and it annoys me so much. Yeah, that was crazy. That must have been like a super loud motorbike. Y'all got to censor the J word? Jabberwocky? If I remember correctly, Jacksepticeye released a video on YouTube demonetizing him for swearing. He was upset at how inconsistent it was. That's because it's normally just grabbed by, like, AI. AI will judge. Like, it happens to a lot of ASMR videos as well. A lot of ASMR videos will get marked as, like, sexual content just because of, like, the ear cupping or, like, the breathing sounds. It's wild. Be the haunting you want to see in the world? Hell yeah. Make people live in fear. Make people fear you. Here's a cute word. Imut sensei. Kamu imut. What does that mean? I'd have assumed it was a peeping Tom. Yeah, no. I think it's the kitty thing as well. And just being like, hello, kitty. I would think someone was looking through my window. And then if I saw my cat out of the window, I might calm down, but I would still get a weapon just in case. Leela Kieran, thank you so much for the huge donation to the allowance. Welcome back, Cool. Happy you had fun in Canada and a safe flight back. This summer, I'm aiming to read more books. I didn't actually fly. I took a different mode of transportation. Which ones should I read first? In My Dreams, I Hold a Knife. If We Were Villains, House of Leaves, Secret History, or Project Hail Mary. Read Project Hail Mary first, so that way when we watch the movie, like you can be ready like with the book thing as well. So we're going to be discussing the book when we watch the movie as well. Just like some of the differences, some of the things that are better in the movie, some of the things that are better in the book. But read that first and then read House of Leaves and tell me if you actually get through it. Which version of House of Leaves do you have? Do you have like the easy mode version or do you have like the original version? Because there's the original version and then there's a version where they do like some of the hard work for you. But either way, yeah, I hope you enjoy reading more books. I'm currently reading, because I didn't want to go on to Erhardt immediately. So I'm currently reading one called Speak by Laurie Halls Anderson. It's written so simply and it's pissing me off. I bought it because I like the writing style because it's written in the viewpoint of a teenage girl. So it's like nice, simple language. It kind of reminds me of the way Chuck, I will never be able to pronounce his name, the guy who wrote Fight Club, writes, but with less neuroses. But yeah, I'm interested to see the story, but so far I've gotten like 60 pages in, and it's just a teenage girl at high school constantly saying like, everyone treats me like shit, but they don't know the reason that I did this thing. And I'm like, are you going to start revealing the reason? Like I'm 60 pages in and it's still just continuously like, everybody's bullying me because of what I did, but I did it for a reason and they don't know the reason. And I'm like, so sure it's like something to do with like assault or something. Because it starts with like a poem at the beginning, which is all about like somebody witnessing assault. So I'm like, I want to see how this plays out. At the same time, this is really slow and I'm getting really annoyed with this teenage girl. The paperback, so I'm going to assume that's the easy one. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, read House of Leaves after Project Hail Mary. But definitely read Project Hail Mary first. Project Hail Mary is great. Want to read House of Leaves? I may buy a copy with my next check. Good luck. I'm probably going to read that someday, but it's not on like my immediate list. It definitely sounds like an interesting concept. There's a movie version that came out on Lifetime TV years ago. Oh, so it is. I'm assuming. Yeah, I'm assuming from like the poem at the beginning, they kind of spoiled what's going to happen. And it's like, okay, I'm interested to hear how this goes down. But at the same time, it's been 60 pages of a teenage girl bitching about all her old friends. And like the new girl who's shown up that she treats like shit. It's like, my case is the anime character you want to see in the world. Yeah, become the anime character too. Cosplay. To be fair, my voice is kind of deep but androgynous, and I do pitch it to say specifically, hello, Kiki. My neighbors just thought the place is... No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your voice is like. I don't care if you're like you got like a cute feminine voice. I don't care if you've got like a super deep male voice. Hello Kitty is never not going to be worrying. Unless you're literally a child. And even then, if the sun is down and I hear a child's voice coming through my window saying, hello Kitty, that's just as creepy. That is just as creepy. If anything, I now think I'm being haunted by a fucking Victorian child. The writing is like a Wattpad chapter. I'm sorry. It really is. It really is. So I'm going to give it like another 50 pages. And if it doesn't pick up, I'm just going to move to another book. Started saying amaze, amaze, amaze without context. And people are like, oh my God, you know Hail Mary. Yeah. I've started saying fist my bump. Amaze, amaze, amaze. I heard a lot of people doing earlier. But yeah, it kind of wore off pretty quickly. It's fun for like a week. And then it's like, eh. Fist my bump, I feel like that's going to stick around in my vocabulary for a while. That one's just too much fun. Main character is played by the actress who played Bella from Twilight. No way. That's extra levels of frustration. No, I'm not going to lie. She got better after Twilight. She was really good in that horror movie where they were like underwater. I forget the name of it. But it's like an eldritch horror like underwater movie, and it's so good. If you're reading House of Leaves, please try and get it physically. It does not work on mobile or Kindle. Yeah, I imagine if you... I imagine if you have like an EPUB reader on like your phone or something, that would probably work pretty well. Because you could like digitally do things. You'd have to use like image editing. But yeah, physical probably better. Sensei influenced me to buy Project Hail Mary today, so I hope you're proud of what you've done. I am. I think everyone should buy Project Hail Mary. What's the movie about? Okay, so sun is dying. Basically, that's the start of the movie. The sun is being eaten by tiny little microbes that manage to eat the sun in space. And they send a rocket ship into space to find out why that's happening and try to figure out how to solve it. That's it. It's a sci-fi premise. You shouldn't know anything more. Just watch the movie. Just watch the movie from that point. They go into space. They try to figure out why the sun is dying. Because the sun is normally a deadly laser, but it's becoming a slightly less deadly laser. Just from that point, don't watch a trailer. I don't want you to know anything else. Honestly, I'm kind of sad that they spoiled a certain character in the trailer. They needed to for marketing purposes. People wouldn't have shown up otherwise. But at the same time, yeah, I think going into it completely blind would be so amazing. It's one of my favorite movies of the year. Yeah, so far it's my favorite movie of the year. I don't know what's my second favorite, honestly. There's been some decent ones this year, but so far it's my favorite movie of the year. I haven't read Hail Mary yet, but I did watch 10 minutes of the movie. How could you put it down? What? Maze, amaze, amaze with the thumbs down as well. The thumbs down just like online is really cute. I still prefer Fist My Bump. Fist My Bump is great. They only say that one time in the book. It's called Underwater Sensei. Thank you, Tally. Yeah, Underwater is really good. Eldritch horror. So damn good. I think just being at the bottom of the ocean in general is a great setting for like terrifying things to happen. It's basically like being in space. Got interested in House of Leaves from a video called My House. WAD by Powerpuck. Such a good playthrough / documentary. I knew I had to read the book. Playthrough? Playthrough of like how they put the... How do you mean playthrough? Or did they make like a game based off a similar idea? I know a lot of people that have read House of Leaves like the Blue Prince, because the Blue Prince is apparently like a very similar thing. I've heard the interview from the author and how they've explained the science of it. So interesting. Yeah, the author like really likes like trying to work in like realistic science into things. He did the same thing with The Martian, and he's been chatting to Neil crap, what's the name of the astronomer? It's like really popular, has like podcasts and stuff. I forget his name right now, but he's done like multiple interviews with like the mathematician and astronomer talking about the science of it. Neil deGrasse Tyson, thank you. Yeah, I listened to that interview like on the way home from Canada as well. It's really interesting. Yeah. They go through like all the science and stuff, and it doesn't quite work, but the math works. The math works and like the relativity and stuff, but a lot of it just is like, yeah, no, it's still sci-fi. It's still very on the fi side. Went in blind and had multiple heart attacks at every plot twist. I know, it's so good. And it's so fast paced. So honestly so amazed at the science of the movie minus the centrifuge. Learning that the centrifuge pissed so many people off is freaking hilarious. I heard about that in the Hank Green video about it because I love listening to Hank Green as well. Hank Green was pointing out like how good a lot of the science was, and that most like actual scientists that saw it were just like groaning and angry when he uses the centrifuge. Because apparently like with centrifuges, you have to like anytime you put one thing in one side, you have to balance it with equal weight in the other side. So you like, even if you don't have something else to be centrifuged, you'll just like put a different material in and just make it spin and just make them equal masses. And that took like a lot of scientists out for a second because it's such like a simple thing that you get taught like day one in like a laboratory. I had no idea. And it was so funny to hear so many people like listening to Hank Green and be like, yes, tell them, how dare they? Otherwise it's thrown off. That's so wild. Oh my God. The way Andy Weir writes is really magnetic to me. I eat up every word. Yeah, no, he writes in like such a stream of consciousness, like simple way. It feels like somebody is just telling you what's happening or what has happened. And I like that he's confident enough to continuously bounce between past and present tense. Because it's really funny that a lot of people tell you never to fucking do that. It's like, that's one of the first things they tell you when you're like learning to write is like, you pick a tense and you stick to it. Andy Weir out here, like selling so many books, and he's like, nah, I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna just literally bounce between in two different sentences. He's gonna be in the middle of like talking about a story and then like admire something and then jump back into a story from his childhood. Oh my God. Doesn't he do it in the book with splitting the ship and having cables? I thought that was a proper balance. I'll have to check the Hank Green video later. No, not the centrifuge for like moving the ship. The centrifuge literally when he's just like checking out the astrophage down on Earth. He just puts like the thing of astrophage in the centrifuge and doesn't counterbalance it on the opposite side. That's it. It's that simple. And apparently like every like trained scientist was like, oh God, this is so stupid. A centrifuge spins so fast that without balance, I could believe it would throw itself off on the table. And to be fair, Hank Green is like really chill about it in his video as well. He talks about it and then he says, but at the same time, like these are very smart people with all the resources in the world, so they might have a centrifuge that automatically balances itself. Like he's very quick to say this is like a stupid disagreement to have. And he talks about the fact of like actual like the centrifuge to create gravity in space where like it's possible, but to do the math on it on how that would actually work would like take people weeks. And so like he has no idea if that actually works. There's also like so many times Ryan Gosling should have fucking died. Grace just randomly like open. I think that's one of my most fun parts of the movie as well. When he gets like the delivery from Rocky that is a message and he just immediately pops it open and he's like so happy and then immediately realizes, oh my God, I could die from a fucking disease. Constantly like not using proper air protection and just like grabbing goo out in the middle of space, bringing it back into the spaceship and just like having it in his air supply. There's a couple of times they actually put it into protective chambers, but there's so many times he's just like, oh, this random thing from a different culture, from a different planet with different microbes. Yeah, I'm just going to play around with it. In the book, he even has a moment where he talks about like, oh, it's probably evolved to like deal with completely different things to me. It wouldn't have to handle me. And it's like, that's how things can go so bad. That's how things can interact with you in a way that you wouldn't expect. There are literal microbes that eat the sun in this world. There could be a microbe designed to break down DNA. Oh my God. The way you and Pupals talked about the book so highly convinced me. Literally just bought it now. I hope you enjoy it. It's so hard to put down because it is written in such a relaxing way. It just feels like a man telling you a story, and it's so chill. My House WAD is an old Doom map mod with its own narrative. Though playing it, people have been getting even crazier with their storytelling methods. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Get the same. How does that connect to House of Leaves, though? Is it just like a very similar story, or is it actually based off of it? I get the same irk whenever there's a driving scene and the actor keeps turning the steering wheel back and forth when the car is just going straight. I don't tend to notice things like that. I feel like it is one of those things where, like, when you're trained in a specific direction, you notice things a bit more. Or, meanwhile, like, if you don't care too much, like, it doesn't, like, take you out of it too much. As a nerd, my fellow nerds are easily enraged if some things are misrepresented. But I think everybody still loves Project Hail Mary because it's so hopeful and it's so sweet. My house is inspired by House of Leaves. The architecture of the house in the mod is crazy. Oh, okay. Got you. Sensei, you don't understand? He has plot armor. At least in the movie, he does freak out about it. He immediately realizes he's fucked up. That is still one of the funniest bits for me. He, like, opens it and he's like, yeah, oh God. And then immediately goes to, like, put it behind protective cover. That shit's funny. Rocky calls him out on so much shit in that movie as well. It's so fun. Rocky continuously thinks he's dumb. The whole, like, throwing the message a second time slower doesn't even happen in the book. He just throws it once the first time, and the dude manages to get in the spacesuit in time and grab it. I love his reaction at first as well when it's like, oh, Blip C, what's that? They threw something at you and it's like, oh, cool. Is it a missile? What if it's a rocket? Which would immediately be your reaction. You'd be like, oh, cool. The alien ship is throwing something in my direction. I should run the fuck away. At the same time, scientists like to taste things, so I can't argue too much. And those scientists often die or discover brand new medicine. It does work both ways, to be fair. I also feel like we were robbed. Like, the ending of the book is so much better than the ending of the movie. I will say that much. I will not spoil it. We'll save that for when we actually do a reaction to the movie so that we can talk about it. But yeah, the ending to the book I like much more. They go, like, a bit more in depth. What's your favorite scene? I think for me, it's when Rocky tells him it will give Grace the energy to come back home. Oh, that's cute. My favorite scene. It's Rocky first running through Grace's ship. Just being like, dirty, 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 dirty. How you live in all this mess? Dirty. Rolling around. And, like, I like them becoming roommates. I like Grace explaining that he can see and hear everything the way he works, so that even when he's, like, whispering at the opposite end of the ship, he's like, yeah, privacy is at a premium. He can hear me pretty much anywhere. And you just hear Rocky from, like, across the other end of the ship. Who Grace talking to? Question. There's no way you can hear me. Can't hear. No, you can. Yes, I can. It's like, oh, God. That was so funny. From somebody who was, like, an introvert who was then, like, living alone for a long time to suddenly have, like, a pet puppy that's smarter than you, that you literally cannot get away from, that built its own apartment inside your ship. Ah, so good. And yeah, that exactly, Hound. And the time skip. Why is this room so messy? Question. Yeah. And I like him running through the room that's literally there to keep Grace sane and just being like, this room boring. Realizing that, yeah, he can see with sound, so he doesn't see the screens. Not knowing stuff is a blessing for watching movies. I greatly appreciate when movie directors, actors, and many more go the extra steps and go for realism. Yeah. Like, I'm really looking forward to Steven Spielberg's new one. God, what was it called? I think it's called, like, The Revelation or something like that. Something. It's about aliens, obviously. But yeah, the first trailer, like, did not reveal anything. And then the second trailer, like, very clearly shows the aliens. Disclosure Day. Thank you so much, Caitlin Jane. Yeah, I was really looking forward to that one from the first trailer because it's like, oh, Steven Spielberg clearly doing aliens. Like, this is going to be so cool. And then the second trailer, they immediately spoil all the aliens and what they look like. And it's like, oh, cool. We got grays. That's fine. It doesn't really spoil the storyline too much, I guess. But it's just like the first trailer had such ominous energy to it. And I wanted to go into it like that. And the worst thing is with social media, the way it works nowadays, like I didn't watch the second trailer. It's just I was scrolling my social media feed and saw a fucking deer turn into an alien. And I was like, that's cool. Oh, it's from Disclosure Day. Oh. It's like, yay, okay. I'm not going into that one blind anymore. So yeah, very cool looking shot. Still very excited for the movie, but wish I could have gone into that one fully blind. One of the best movies I ever went blind into was Arrival, and that's probably why it's still one of my favorite movies of all time. Because Arrival is about alien contact. And it's about like learning an alien's language, which is one of the other, like, that's one of the things that also would not freaking work in Project Hail Mary. In the book, at least, like, it takes them like weeks to learn to just get like a couple of words to converse with each other. One of my funniest like quotes from somebody is just like, I forget who said it, but they mentioned the fact that the entirety of like Grace learning Rocky's language and Grace and Rocky like learning to communicate happens literally over about 30 seconds in a single like time skip scene. And they said that's literally the plot of the entire movie Arrival. And they did it in 30 seconds. Oh my God. But yeah, no, Arrival was so good. I went into that one completely blind. I didn't know if they were ever actually going to show the aliens in that one, but you get, so much information about the aliens, so much information about how they think, how they communicate. It's one of the best movies and stories of all time. Sensei getting derailed from the super train to talk about Project Hail Mary should tell you how crazy good it is. It's so good. It's so freaking good. And the book. It's rare that I like... Normally, like, if you watch a movie adaptation or like a TV adaptation and then you read the book, you're like, yeah, this is pretty good. I can see why people liked this and why they adapted this. And it's like, it's good, but... watching one or reading one detracts slightly from the other. In the case of Project Hail Mary, it's adapted so well where it's like, I watched the movie, I fucking loved it. I read the book, I fucking loved it. And there were moments of the book that didn't land quite as hard as they would have if I had like gone into it completely blind. And then there are moments of the movie that I feel like, honestly, like reading the book, I think first would actually like supplement the movie. Like it helps genuinely. So yeah, those two just like balance each other so well. It's just such a good combination. Yeah, that hound. Look at how far away he is. Phone camera pan absolutely destroyed me. Yeah. Look at how far away he is. They've talked about the fact the original like version of the movie that they showed to like family members and friends was around 4 hours long. And they were told it was boring as shit and had to cut it down. And like they have made such a bad mistake by telling people that like, oh yeah, that version of the movie, yeah, it really had too much of it. So much of it was just like Grace and Rocky playing around on the ship and being silly and goofy together. And immediately every like actual fan of the movie was like, so we need that version. I am down for another hour and a half. No, yeah, about an hour and 15 minutes of just like Grace and Rocky fucking around in the ship. The one problem with it is like, I imagine the reason that they're never actually going to release that is because most of those scenes probably weren't like properly mastered. They didn't have like the proper CG and After Effects put in. It was probably like an early cut kind of thing. But if they, oh God, I really hope. They've only released the movie digitally. They have not released a physical version yet. So I hope it does get like a director's cut edition where they add like that extra hour, 15 minutes of content in. They actually put in like the money to put in the VFX and everything. Because, oh, yeah, I'm down to see another hour and 15 minutes of Grace and Rocky being silly. Especially since they did like genuinely change their dynamic a little bit from the book. In the book, there was like so much more science going on and there was still the comedy, but there was a lot more science going on. So just seeing Ryan Gosling and Rocky dick around would be funny. There was also apparently like a full karaoke scene between Grace and Rocky. Ryan Gosling in an interview said that like they had to cut that, but there were like the little like flash through scene that they do where they're singing like you say potato, I say potato. They apparently did like a full like karaoke scene. And yeah, that's been cut out, so I want to see that too. This is me with Lord of the Rings, extended version, please, please, please. Yeah, no, the extended version of Lord of the Rings is so much better than the plain version. Because the plain version is a masterpiece of cinema, and I do agree that probably sitting down to watch the Lord of the Rings the first ever time, if you get thrown the 4-hour version at you, it probably is a bit much. But meanwhile, like anytime you watch it after the first time, like if soon as you watch the director's cut, you can't go back to like the normal version. You have to stick with the extended edition. You have to see like all the extra Hobbiton scenes, all the little like character moments. You get so much more of everybody. It's so good. My favorite blind movie experiences was Mamma Mia. I hadn't much heard of ABBA's music prior to it and didn't know the storyline ahead of time. It's one of the most fun movie experiences. That does sound fun. Contrast point. I'm just suddenly imagining, like, I forget the name of it, but like the Robbie Williams movie. I forget what he called his one, but I would be so confused if I went in to watch a Robbie Williams biopic and for some reason he's a fucking chimpanzee. Like, I think that's the one movie where you actually have to spoil something before you watch it. Because if you're just like, oh yeah, you should watch this movie. It's about Robbie Williams and his life. And then you go in and it's just a chimpanzee hanging out with a bunch of humans. You're like, what? Better Man. Yeah, Better Man. Better Man's actually a really good movie. It's a fun time. The thing that made me want to watch it, because I'm not even that huge of a Robbie Williams fan. I think he's a great singer and he had a wild life. But my God, the thing that made me want to watch it was the most anime scene in the movie where for some reason there's multiple copies of him trying to kill him. He's like doing a concert and the way that they visualize like him getting over like his traumatic issues of the past are like younger versions of himself jumping out of the crowd and trying to murder him. It's the most anime thing of all time of just Robbie Williams as a chimpanzee singing on stage and then younger versions of chimpanzee Robbie Williams jumping up on the stage and trying to kill him with guitars and crowbars and all kinds of shit. I was like, okay, I'm watching this movie. It's a fun time. Very Human Hope Core. It feels oddly real and down to earth. Yeah. They definitely could have used like a bit more time to introduce like some of the characters as well, though. And Andy Weir has talked about the fact that like he knows what happened to the other two members on the spaceship, and he's thinking about writing that into a story someday, which would be his first ever like actual sequel to a story. And I would be interested in, because I have some theories. In the book, there's like a lot of like political shit going on down on Earth. And there are like a couple of mentions about like Strat having to deal with like different governments. I'm wondering if somebody like did sabotage the Project Hail Mary on purpose, but the other two like actually managed to protect Grace. So that could become like its own storyline where like the Project Hail Mary, like when it first departed, something went wrong and so they weren't able to go into their comas and instead had to like do whatever they had to do to just get Grace into space and like rest everything on him for the mission. Ryan Gosling doing amazing by acting by himself for 80% of the movie. Pretty much. Oh God, and the fact that the man is buff as fuck makes it hard as well. Like they added so much to that character, but he's kind of too sexy to be like a math teacher. Somebody else pointed out that like the watch he wears costs like $27,000 as well, and he's supposed to be a middle school math teacher. Sorry, had to blow my nose again. Anyway, he pisses me off with his "there's no political commentary in my works. I don't like political comments" comment. Ooh, Andy Weir? I don't care. He's the writer. I had fun with his book. That's what matters. Still waiting for a full director's cut of Bradley Cooper's A Star Is Born. Has so much more wholesome scenes between Brad and Gaga than we got to see in the theater. And they haven't released it? Oh, that sucks. Somehow I managed to go in blind for Oppenheimer. Like, I'm so bad at history, I had no idea who he was and what he did. It only clicked Mood Movie when they started talking about Japan. That must have been crazy. I can't even imagine that. Like, genuinely, I can't even imagine, like, going into a movie and being like, this is about some scientist. And then being like, wait, they've got to do what to Japan? That must have been a wild experience to see like mathematician, a physicist suddenly like turn into the destroyer of worlds. God damn. No, not damn Mafu. That's fair. That's fair. If you haven't like heard the name, it doesn't really stick in your mind too much. But yeah, genuinely it would be like, oh, this guy's so cute. He's so interesting. He's doing his best to do the science. And oh my God, that's too much power for one man to have. Watched My Life as a Zucchini simply because of the movie title and was pleasantly surprised with the topics the movie deals with. I have never heard of that, but that title does jump at me. Counter argument. I watched the anime movie I Want to Eat Your Pancreas thinking it was about a cute zombie girl. I was thinking this was going to be some Sankaria kind of shit where it's like, oh, it's a zombie girl who falls in love with a human and wants to eat his pancreas but doesn't, and it's going to be like romantic and cute and probably like a little bit emotional. And then it was just fucking tears all the way through. If you don't know what I Want to Eat Your Pancreas is about, just to pre-warn you if you want to look that up, it's about a girl who has pancreatic cancer. And it's a reference to the fact that in some culture, if like you eat the organ, you regrow the organ. So that's like how they begin the book and the movie, is her talking about that fact. And then it's just like her dealing with the cancer and knowing she's going to pass away and like the romance she has. It's so good. It's such a beautiful time. But man, I went into that thinking it was going to be a cute little like zombie movie. Don't spoil it, Sensei. What part of that is spoilers? That's within like, it's literally the first page of the book. I'm pretty sure it was in like the first 5 minutes of the movie, isn't it? I think Andy Weir should embrace that his writing is hella political. I think if people want to say they don't do politics, they should be allowed to say that. You should be allowed to make political commentary and then just be like, I don't fuck with politics. Politics will always fuck with you, but at the same time, if you want to write something that's clearly very politically motivated and then just be like, I don't know what you mean, I was just writing something chill. Let them get away with plausible deniability. Death of the author, but also in the fucking like timeline we're living in now, let people write things and then also be like, I don't want to deal with any of that discourse. If you guys say it's political, it's political. Judge it how you want, but I'm not touching any of that. Because my God, you get torn to pieces online for just anything you write in fiction. It's like, you know, if you just want to step back from that and be like, I put out the art, you guys analyze it. I didn't watch the trailer for that movie and I cried. Yeah, no, I Want to Eat Your Pancreas hit fucking hard. I watched I Love Boosters without any context. Whoa, I've never heard of that one either. What was the other one? There was something else that had like a crazy title. Oh, I can't remember it right now. It's not a movie, but I went in blind watching The Orville simply because the writer and executive producer is the one making Family Guy. Never regret it and still waiting for season 4. I only caught a couple episodes of that, but it was pretty damn funny. Seth MacFarlane does good comedy every now and then. And then sometimes absolutely terrible. Things like this is why I immediately throw out the window all I know when I go into new media. I like to go in as blind as possible with zero expectations. Yeah, trailers can honestly ruin things sometimes. But sometimes you need it to actually get butts in seats is the thing. That's how it comes to me when it comes to Disclosure. Like Disclosure, I'm like, no, actually. Disclosure, we knew that was an alien movie. We knew there were probably going to be aliens. They didn't have to show us aliens. Project Hail Mary. I feel like I'm not going to say what's revealed in the trailer, but that doesn't happen until like a good 40 minutes into the movie. I feel like you didn't necessarily need that in the trailer and it would have landed better, but it is what it is. It definitely, like, it made me more interested. The whole reason I wanted to watch the movie was everybody drawing the cute fan art of, like, Rocky and Grace hanging out. So it's like, yeah, I get it. That got butts in the seats and it's fair. It's fair. I watched Bridge to Terabithia without any knowledge about the book and it destroyed me. So I read the book and got destroyed a second time. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, Bridge to Terabithia is heartbreaking. And if you don't know what you're going into when you get into that, you just think it's going to be a cute little, like, child bonding movie. I think I heard a story of a kid being a brat and going off how he doesn't like cartoons. Teacher was done and put on the news. Because of that, a class of kids watched the... Holy shit! Well, I mean, I think in most, like, American schools, they immediately, like, got forced to watch the news anyway. I remember being in the UK when 9/11 happened, and like, because my mum was American, everybody was like, she hadn't heard about it, but then everybody was telling her about it when she came to pick me up from school. So I remember we had to rush home that day and like look into it to find out like if it was an area where any of my family were. But yeah, I heard like a lot of Americans in school, like when it happened, like they actually like turned on the news to like have them actually like watch and react to it and be like, holy shit, we may be at war right now, kind of thing. Welcome back, Sensei. Thank you so much, Ruth 3. I'm so glad to be back. It's been a nice break, but I'm looking forward to what we got coming up in the future. Ooh, did you hear about Pluribus? That has been all over my timeline, and I'm currently still blind as fuck. I've heard it's as good as... Shit. What's the Apple TV... Severance. Severance. I've heard it's as good as Severance in like a sci-fi and world-building kind of way, but... I'm currently blind into it, and I know that season 1 does not answer any of the questions, and that season 2 isn't coming out until 2028, which is my main problem with Severance. But I keep seeing like my YouTube feed keeps being filled with things like, I don't even know if I can mention this, but I'll mention this because this is the one spoiler that I have. They talk about the hive mind of Pluribus, and I'm like, ooh, that sounds fascinating. And then there's like other like videos that come up that are like the amazing sci-fi world building of Pluribus, and like, what is Pluribus? What's actually going on? Stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, so this is clearly a very interesting series. And then I Googled it and figured out season 2 wasn't coming out till 2028, and like people are still curious, and I was like, I'll wait. It's like with Severance, I only got into Severance while season 3 was airing, and now I'm annoyed that we're having to wait so long for like the next season and possibly another season or a movie. But yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Why did they make children watch that? I think they were just like worried about it, kind of thing. Like nobody knew what was going to happen at that point, essentially. At that point, it could have been like on the same level as like Pearl Harbor, where it was suddenly, I mean, it was essentially, Americans did go to war after that, even though not the right war and for the wrong fucking reasons and in the wrong fucking location. But yeah, I mean, it did change everything. You need to remember when 9/11 happened, the day after, so many people enlisted in the army just because they were like, yeah, terrified of what might happen and wanted to like defend their country, kind of thing. So it was like a big event that people were like tuning into just to like let people know, kind of thing. It was the first attack on American soil since Pearl Harbor, from like an outside thing. And it changed the way air travel happened from then on forever as well. So yeah, it was just a big moment for like the biggest superpower in the world being attacked on home soil. It's in 4th grade when 9/11 happened, and yeah, all the teachers turned on the TVs or came in one classroom to watch the news, yeah. Plus, you never know like which kid in a classroom like had a family member in New York and might have like had to be told by the end of the day, like they might have lost someone, kind of thing. Apparently my teacher had to run and close the curtains because the classroom had a direct view. Oh, so they did the opposite. I'd imagine they probably did like protect some of the younger kids. Won't share spoilers then? Got you, yeah. Yeah, I am interested in watch Pluribus, but I'll probably wait for season 2 and see if it actually ends. Get you? I was so annoyed at the ending of season 3. Yeah, yeah. Season 3 of Severance is brilliant. It's fun the whole way through. But there. you get to the end of the season and you're like, there was so much interesting stuff going on, but it asked more questions than it gave answers. And it ends on such a cliffhanger and you're like, and now I'm coming back for the next season, but it's going to take a while for them to make it, and it's fucking annoying. So yeah, it's a mixed thing with those kinds of seasons. If they're able to come out like once a year, it's not so bad. Like it used to be, you were able to just like make a season of a TV show every year, starting in September, ending in June, and you'd be able to like keep up that schedule. But nowadays, it takes like 1 or 2 years full time for our next season to come out. Sometimes they don't even get like greenlisted for a new season. That's the most annoying thing. When there's like a really good show that's building up an interesting mystery, and then they just don't get like greenlit for the next season, and you're like, okay, so we're never going to know. We're never going to find out what happened. Or even worse, if they like just keep adding layers of the mystery because they want to go for another season, even though they could have wrapped up the main story earlier on. It's frustrating. I think Lost was the first one that did that to us. Lost started with like such a strong beginning. And then they just kept adding more and more secrets to the island and asking more questions and not answering questions because they just wanted people to come back for the next season. If I dare say Stranger Things. Dude, Stranger Things is the worst. Stranger Things is genuinely like... I'll throw in House of Dragons as well. Because don't get me wrong, House of Dragons has a finite ending. We know where it's going. But my God, was season 2 so fucking slow. And it was good. I still enjoyed season 2, and I'll be back for House of Dragons season 3, but man, it takes so long. But yeah, Stranger Things was ridiculous. You had a child cast, you had multiple years between each thing, and the writing got shittier as it got on. The writing got shittier to the point where those dudes got fired off of doing a fucking Star Wars movie. Do you know how bad you have to be to get fired from Star Wars with how Star Wars is doing right now? But yeah, oh my God. So much of that was just so wrong. Recently watching House of Dragons, and yes, I agree. Yeah, no, it's so good, and I'm very interested in season 3, but for the love of God, make something happen. Like, don't get me wrong, there's things happening, but how are you going to be ignoring all of the fucking dragon scenes and just like sitting there listening to people talk to each other? And it's like, it's cool, we're building up the political intrigue, but then you tell me about a great battle that happened where like the fucking prince got injured and shit, and it's like, why weren't we watching that? Why were those not the scenes that we saw? Now watching Night of the Seven Kingdoms, I haven't seen that. I've heard that's really fucking good though. I've heard that's like a really good, like self-contained, good, like single season of show. So I'll watch that at some point. And I've heard the new Mandalorian movie fucking sucks. Which, yeah. Star Wars will get like one good movie every 10 years, and then they will milk it into oblivion and make it the worst thing ever. They'll have like one win and they'll be like, okay, let's double down on it. Let's throw everything at this and just keep dragging it out. And it's like, okay, now we're not interested in it anymore. Despite the animation quality, Invincible has been pretty fun. Yeah, I've been enjoying Invincible. I watched the newest season. It was good. It's weird knowing how much more like of the storyline, because it feels like the storyline is close to ending every time they do a new season of Invincible. And yet knowing that we're only actually halfway through the story is kind of crazy. And yeah, the animation quality has gone to shit. It used to be they had proper fights. Like you look at season 1 and compare it to season 4 and oh my God, it's like night and day. Although having said that, at least it's not as bad as what they did to The Boys. The Boys was such a bad final season. The entire final season of The Boys is just literally setting off for spin-offs, which is such... I don't even know the dude's name. The dude who did Supernatural. The entirety of the final season of Boys was like, check out all these missing plot threads that we didn't ever pay off from the last several seasons, and meanwhile, let's focus on Soldier Boy and like the Nazi that died 2 seasons ago and their relationship, which we never saw or cared about. Let's bring all the characters back from Supernatural to have a reunion. Jensen Ackles. No, Jensen Ackles is the actor. Don't you be hating on Jensen Ackles. I mean Eric Kripke. Thank you, Eric Kripke. The Eric Kripke special where a series could have ended at like season 3, season 5 for Supernatural. Season 5 of Supernatural had the perfect ending. They had that nice monologue about, like, the car. It felt so well wrapped. And Sam ended up in hell, and it was like, well, that sucks. At the same time, it's such a good ending for Dean to stop being the hunter and go to live his life. And then they brought it back for season 6. With The Boys, it was like you were supposed to be telling the story from the comics. They changed so much that none of it quite worked. And like they set up multiple spin-offs continuously. To be fair, they also had the problem like everything was supposed to be like deranged and over the top, and unfortunately the timeline we're living in it makes it so that none of it was as shocking. But they also advertised it as if like Homelander was going to go to war with the world and there was going to be like soups surrounding the White House and stuff, and just like none of that happened. The people have pointed out, like, season 5 is mostly just groups of 2 to 3 people standing around in buildings talking, and shown, like, earlier seasons where they used to be walking around cities and, like, having big superhero fights and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Season 5 marketing was so misleading, too. And I will argue, a lot of people are angry about the way Homelander died. I'm fine with the way Homelander died. I think that was perfect. I just don't like that they spent so long like caring about Soldier Boy and then put him back in the freezer. Because let's be honest, they're worried that like, oh, maybe like after the spin-off that's set in the past, they maybe want to do a Soldier Boy spin-off in the future and set in the current timeline. And they didn't give you like, they gave you kind of the plotline of the comics with how Huey and Butcher end, but not quite. But yeah, no, the perfect ending for Homelander. I think the only thing that would have been better is if they took away his powers and made him live. Because I think him in that pathetic state after being on TV like that, it wouldn't have been how Butcher ended it. But yeah, no, him being that pathetic was perfect. I just think it would have been an even better punishment for him if it was like, good, get the fuck out of here. Go be a human. Like, you've just cried on public television in that way. That's going to be amazing. Heard the finale of The Boys is fitting for Homelander's character arc. No, the entire season is just really bad, though. It's full of plot holes. It's full of dumb shit. The character who's literally supposed to be the smartest person in the world ends up doing one of the dumbest things. They do a MacGuffin, which gives, like, one of the characters a superpower that has existed since the beginning, and yet nobody tried to recreate, and then it works. It's continuously, like, the worst possible choices. One of the moments, like, one of the smart superheroes takes one of the villains to the ocean, which is supposed to be their strongest place. And it's like, why would you bring him to the ocean? Why would you knock him into the ocean? She doesn't know that secretly all of the fish hate him at this point. It's there's so many things where it was like dumb as fuck to actually happen, but cool the way it played out, but it made zero sense. So yeah. As someone who has no clue about The Boys, listening to Soldier Boy die is very interesting. He didn't die. Well, oh, that Soldier Boy. I get you. The rapper. But no. His name is Soldier Boy. He's a parody of Captain America. And, you know, he's played by Jensen Ackles. And they just clearly wanted to keep him around. They don't kill him off. The entire season has like a bunch of him and like a bunch of things that didn't make sense for his character, and he's getting a spin-off series that's set in the past, and they put him in a freezer rather than killing him just in case he wants to come back in the future. It's so much dumb. It's so much dumb. Anyway, let's go back to the super chat train. That has been my discussion about books and movies and TV shows that I've been watching over these last few months. 2 out of 34 from P and Sandra. Thank you so much, Maya P. Sensei, welcome back. So happy to see you. Looks like the train arrived on time. Did you bring us milk from Canada? No, but I had Canadian milk and it made me angry. Canadian milk just doesn't taste as thick. That's one other reason that I hate Homelander. I fucking love milk. And now you can't be an adult man saying you like milk without people like posting the gif of that sick fuck. But anyway, they sell their milk in bags in Canada. But I only found like a couple of the bagged milks. You can also just get it in cartons. So anyone who tells you they only have milks in bags is a liar. Did you have it in the bag? I got one thing of milk in a bag just to try it. It tasted exactly the same, so I guess it works. You just put it in a jug. But yeah, I prefer just buying the cartons. The cartons are fine. Hope you did get well soon. Wish you cats and little doggo stay healthy with you. Thank you so much, Mia and Yuppie, and from Sandra. I'm having a wonderful time. I'm slowly getting better. I've still got like a couple of things like in my throat and nose. But for all I know, like I've never actually had allergies, but it could just be like because there's all a bunch of pollen and stuff as well. And the weather's been like up and down and all around the place, so who knows. 53-minute tangent away from the super train. Don't you time me. Chewing, this is too early for you to be doing your time markings. How dare you? Creepy looking Captain America. Yeah. Not like Captain America, evil Captain America from Marvel though. Because they currently also have like a parody Captain America in the Marvel universe who's now part of the new Avengers. Whatever. Someone who has no clue what's going on in The Boys is fascinating to listen to and also wincing because as a writer/reader, it's hurting me. Yeah. They clearly they knew they had to wrap up the season. They couldn't wrap it up the way they did in the comics. They tried to wrap it up as best they can, and at the same time, they were trying to set up multiple spin-offs for other series. It was bad. It was really fucking bad. But it was nice to see Homelander die. The texture, I thought you were going to go off about the milk being in bags. No, I'm actually over the milk being in bags things now. Because now that I've actually seen it, it does make sense. It's annoying to maneuver around because it is just a plastic bag, which obviously changes its shape while you're picking it up and moving it and stuff. But the good side of it is it does, like, it's apparently better for the environment, and you do just like literally take the bag, cut off the corner of it and put it in a jug. So it's not that much difference, but at the same time, I'm never going to trust liquids in bags. It's the same way I know in parts of Asia, they sell beer in plastic bags. And it's one of those things where it's like, that feels dangerous. Because if you just pull it slightly too hard, it rips and then your drink is gone. If you drop it on the ground, it's not just like a little bit spilling out of the top. The entire thing is going flat and that's everywhere. It's yeah. Almost an hour derail from the super train. And now we're getting derailed by milk. Mexico too? Wait, really? Is it beer in bags there or is it milk in bags there? What do they sell in bags in Mexico? I just don't fuck with liquid in bags. I need something solid. It's the same way that's one thing I'll say about Canada as well. Toronto, they don't use plastic straws anymore, which is very good for the turtles and very good for the environment. I do not fuck with paper straws. Paper straws are aggravating as shit. And that is something I learned when I was in Toronto, is that I need to buy myself a metal. If I lived in an area that doesn't use plastic straws at all anymore, I need to buy myself a metal like straw just to carry around with me. I will wash it myself, but yeah, you use a paper straw once or twice and you just realize how much they fucking suck. It just doesn't work, man. I don't even want my water in a bag unless it's one of those balloons you throw at people. There you go. Then it's fine. Nothing beats fresh Qingdao and beer in a bag. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Why don't they just do it like boxed wine and put it in boxes to be easier to move around? Oh, because the whole point is like the plastic is slightly better for the environment. Like it could be recycled better than the cartons. So yeah, it would kind of defeat the purpose if they then put the plastic bag inside a cardboard kind of thing, because then you're just doubling up on the packaging. Metal straws. Yeah, no, I like metal straws. Metal straws are fine. So yeah, just plastic straws do not work for me. Metal straws might cut my mouth and they have a strange taste. I don't really get much of a strange taste from them, honestly. But paper straws suck. They break down too quickly. Try to drink a milkshake out of a paper straw and then tell me. Because like, even plastic struggles a little bit when it comes to like a thick milkshake. But you get a fucking paper straw given to you for a milkshake. That paper is curling in on itself and sucking itself inside. It just doesn't work. I feel like fizzy drinks probably wouldn't work much either. I don't drink fizzy drinks anymore, but I feel like that would probably get destroyed by paper straws too. Cartons that are coated to contain liquids aren't actually recyclable, like coffee cups. Coffee cups aren't recyclable? That's fucking disgusting to know. I just assume anything that feels like that kind of material is recyclable. That sucks. Hate paper straws with passion. Plastic straws are banned here too. There are biodegradable materials that are similar to plastic too. Oh, that's good at least. There are some biodegradable like plastics, but then they also do break down and get into the environment. They're lined. Oh my God. Plastic straws work more for me because I chew my straws and the paper ones just melt. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, metal. Metal is the way to go. I like metal chopsticks as well. I don't know why everybody doesn't just accept the way Koreans do it. Koreans figured that out early on. I guess maybe the only thing that would be a little bit of a problem is if like the heat moves up the chopsticks too far, but I fucks with metal chopsticks too. Parker straws are especially... Oh, paper straws? For those who like warm drinks. Oh, yeah. Like a hot drink through a paper straw, I imagine that shit would break down real quick. They just make like noodles into biodegradable straws. No, because then they'd probably break down before you actually use them. Although, you could just get like... What are those things called? There's like the chocolate straw. There's like cookie straw kind of things. But again, then they'd like have a perishable date. You wouldn't be able to like ship them around as easily. So they'd become more expensive. But yeah. Next time I'm drinking a milkshake, I'm going to grab one of those like chocolate straws. Sensei, you'll fear the Philippines. When everyone buys soft drinks that's in a glass bottle, like in a Sadi Sadi store, they transfer it into a small plastic bag and give you a plastic straw. I'm fine with the plastic straw. But yeah, the plastic bag. I'm especially amazed by the fact that it does just look like the type of bag you get given at like a convenience store in the West when it comes to like the Chinese beer. They even have like the little handles at the top. And that just feels so wrong to me. Because I've had like liquids leak into one of those bags before and it becomes just like such a mess and such an issue. Korean spoon, good spoon. Yes, Korean spoon, good spoon. Korean cutlery, good cutlery in general. Not even just their metal stuff, but like their bowls are normally very cool and fancy as well. And like I like the big like thick soup spoons. The Korean spoons and the Japanese spoons for like soups and broths and things are really good. Okay, 4 out of 34. Kat Kitoshi, thank you so much for donating the allowance. Welcome back, Cheetah. Welcome back, Kuchan. You can't use the welcome back Cheetah comment on me. There was no cheating involved whatsoever. I wasn't streaming under a different name. If anything, maybe Oshi Uplink, but that was just me still hanging out with the Canadian Pupals. We missed you so much, Uvu. Really. Hope your time away was a good one, though. It was. I got a nice relaxing break, so thank you so much. Also, chewing, 3 out of 34. Sorry, I missed this one. Stands in the remnant of a burnt-out house smelling like gasoline. Oh, Kairi-kuchan. I didn't overreact or anything. So chewing had a fun time. Glad to hear it. Let me also just like paste this little Calmoji that they did. Because this sure is cute and also a little bit terrifying. Well, that is a little bit scary. That does look like a slightly demonic pupal right there. It's something in the eyes. I liked the thick fabric grocery bags from Walmart in Canada. Ooh. I collected a bunch of like... Because for some reason, they give you canvas bags for free in Canada. And I've never experienced that. In America, like if you went to like a nice store that actually cared about the environment, they made you either bring your own bags or they would like sell canvas like reusable bags that you could get. In England, if there's a place, they like charge you for plastic bags, let alone anything else. But in Canada, every time I went to this, like it was a grocery store called Shoppers. Every time I ordered from Shoppers, they would like pack my stuff up in I guess not canvas. It was more like a thick plasticky, like reusable one. And they would put all my groceries in a big, thick reusable one. I now have 8 of those bags. Because it's just like, I normally have to pay like £3 to get one of these to reuse for my groceries. So I just went to Shoppers every time I was there. It was just like, yeah, load it up. And I just take that bag and I took that back home with me. I put that in my luggage. Pretty sure it's to encourage you to bring it with you to help the environment. Yeah, no, exactly. That's why they charge you for bags now, or they just don't like give you plastic bags. They want you to use a reusable one so we're not just constantly throwing out like the thin plastic bags. But yeah, they gave me some really nice reusable bags. So I have a fuck ton of Shoppers Canadian bags with me that they just gave me for free every time, which was weird because they also had a set of them for sale. They had a set of them for sale. Because you ordered, if you physically went there, it would have been like a couple of cents. A couple of cents still wouldn't be so bad. They charge you a fuck ton for those in like Tesco and Asda and shit. But yeah, you're right. I had it delivered. So yeah, they just pack it up in those fancy bags and it's like, cool. You have some Canada with you? I do, just a tiny bit. Fabric and reusable bags are genuinely so good, to be fair. Maybe if they just gave everyone like 10 away for free, we'd all reuse them. That should be like a government initiative. But yeah, I'm fine with the fact that they like charge for bags nowadays. It makes sense. Because like it's better for the environment for people to stop getting so many useless bags and just throwing them away. But yeah, maybe if they just gave a bunch. Strat is to stuff your car trunk with them. Literally chewing. Literally. I have those 9 bags folded up inside one of the big bags in the back of my Odyssey. Now every time I go shopping, I just have those bags ready to go. This is a test. My old account died. This is Ukeisuke 2.0. Hi, Sensei. Welcome back. It's been 84 years. Ooh, what is your image? Is that Casper? Is that our cutie Grimmy? It kind of looks like him. His hair's styled differently. But welcome back, Ukeisuke. I'm sorry to hear your old account got destroyed. I hope you're okay. It does look like Grimmy, right? I think it's Grimmy. It's a very cute image of them. But either way, thank you so much, Ukeisuke, from the wedding ending. Oh, that's from one of the... That's official art? Oh, damn. He looks good there. I thought that was fan art. I have not seen that ending. I've only seen the Metamorphosis one and the Soul Baby one. Still use a canvas bag I bought 10 years ago. It saved so much plastic and money. Hell yeah. Shoppers is good, but I barely buy food there. Usually I see Shoppers at mail stations or pick up medicine. I got all my milk from Shoppers. I got like a carton of milk every 3 days. They also had good snacks. I really like ketchup chips. Ketchup chips are really nice. That's about it for Canadian food. The beaver tail was okay. Poutine sucks. And I know all the people from Quebec came out and said, like, you just haven't had good poutine. Poutine is better in Quebec. Toronto doesn't understand poutine. Poutine sucks. I'm sorry. It's just gravy and cheese on fries. Poutine is, nah, poutine's mid. There's better, like, loaded fries. If you want loaded fries, you can get, like, buffalo chicken fries in America. You can get, like, loaded potato fries where it's, like, bacon bits and sour cream and chives. Is it really not that good? It's just not. No, there's better things to put on chips. Salt and vinegar is the best combination chips. Salt and vinegar and then like a little bit of like ketchup to dip in. It's good. Did you get anything from Timmy? I did. Okay, no, okay, that's one other thing I fucks with. So I was introduced to what's it called? Is it the farmers wrap? It's either the farmers wrap or like the farmhouse wrap, something like that. That's really good. And there's two specific types of Timbits that I like. There's blueberry cheesecake and was it key lime pie? It was like lime pie or something. The chocolate Timbits, meh. Birthday cake Timbits, ugh. Plain like donut holes. Let's be honest, that's what Timbits are. But yeah, like the cheesecake ones and like the pie ones, those were good. You got to fill those bad boys with like something gooey on the inside. I live in the West Coast. I dip that stuff in ranch. Ranch is a good choice, honestly. You know what? The people who originally invented French fries, which were actually Belgians rather than the French, they prefer their French fries dipped into mayonnaise. And I fuck with like mayonnaise based dips as well. Garlic aioli, one of the best things you can dip into French fries. I still prefer salt, vinegar, and ketchup. That's a good combo. Burger sauce, which is just like Big Mac sauce essentially, pretty good as well. Basically like ketchup and mayonnaise mixed. I think they call that fry sauce in Belgium. But yeah, mayo's okay. Ranch is okay. Garlic aioli is pretty damn banging. Now he hates choco and birthday cake. God is testing me. They're mid, man. They are just donut holes. Donut holes are kind of eh. And to be fair, I don't have much of a sweet tooth. And yet... Yeah, I will tell you that like the blueberry cheesecake Timbits and like the lime pie or whatever they are Timbits, those are fucking amazing. Those are great. They're like a nice little like donut hole on the outside, but then they got the gooey like pie filled center. Oh, it's good. Why is it called French fries while fries are invented in Belgium? I blame the Americans. They were originally like... I think they have a completely different name in Belgium. And then they went to America... And America, like, named them Victory Fries, Liberty Fries. No, Liberty Fries. That was it. They named them Liberty Fries. And then for some reason, they adjusted it to French fries. And meanwhile, the English just call them chips. Chips works. They're just donut holes. They are just donut holes. They are just donut holes. We now have World Cup Edition Timbits with 4 new flavors. Damn it. I just missed that. Did you try honey crullers from Timmy's? No. Oh, that's the other thing I tried. I tried the Ryan Reynolds specialty donut. I believe that was like a maple bacon flavored donut. It was... It was okay. I'll buy anything with Ryan Reynolds on it. That's pretty much the reason I bought my car, was because of him in fucking... Deadpool versus Wolverine. But yeah, I tried the Ryan Reynolds donut and it was like, yeah, it's okay. It's a donut. It's a maple flavored donut. It's got a bit too much frosting. It's a bit too sweet. It's okay. It's okay. During World War II, hamburgers were renamed to Liberty sandwiches. Why were you like this, America? Honestly, good for them. Good for them just stealing random things from other parts of the world and being like, but it's ours now, so it's for liberty and freedom. Oh my god, the Liberty Fries reband was in retaliation for France not wanting to help with the Middle East conflict. Are you fucking with... Wow. Jesus. Like we said earlier, you may not fuck with politics, but politics will fuck with you. To be fair, I still love the fact that fucking Elon Musk has been trying to get us to call Twitter X for like more than a year now. And everybody still calls it Twitter. Everybody still talks about tweeting and retweeting. I think because Belgians speak French, so Americans thought they were... That's even funnier. If that, you know what? I need to Google this. Why are chips called French fries in America? French fries are widely believed to have originated in Belgium in the 1600s. During World War I, American soldiers stationed in Belgium... They were literally in Belgium? During World War I, American soldiers stationed in Belgium discovered the crispy fried potatoes. Because the local Belgium army and residents primarily spoke French, the soldiers dubbed... That's actually the reason. That's actually the reason. You stupid Yeah. It was apparently American soldiers stationed in Belgium that found them and knew the Belgians were speaking French, didn't think to call them like Belgian fries, and instead were like, ah, French fries. They speak that French language over there, so I guess they're French. That's so fucking hilarious. First appeared in American print in the 1856 cookbook, Cookery for Maids of All Work. Even in, oh wait, no. Okay, so they were in 1802. French fried potatoes. The French cooking style. Long before World War I, the term French frying was used in the culinary world to describe the method of deep frying food in plenty of hot fat. Okay, so it was a double whammy. It was the idea of French frying something, as well as like when they came home from World War I, the soldiers stationed in Belgium started calling them French fries. I thought you were joking. When you were like, yeah, probably they were in Belgium and like heard French. Oh my God. America is such a funny place. To be fair, I honestly love stories like that. Like, I need to Google this to make sure this is real. Doesn't kangaroo mean what in the Aboriginal language? Kangaroo, name, meaning. I don't know if this is a real story or fake. No, okay. It's a well-known story that was fake. So I heard this story like a while ago, and it's one of the funniest things I ever heard. That like when travelers first like got to Australia, they would point at kangaroos and ask like, what's the name of that thing? And they were told by people like kangaroo, and that the word meant what or I don't know. And they ended up calling kangaroos kangaroos, even though in the original language it just meant I don't know what you're saying, essentially. But no, that's a lie. That's a lie. Okay. The original story was that James Cook in Queensland asked, what the bloody hell is that bouncy thing? And the answer he was given was kangaroo, which means I don't know, but that's apparently a lie. Kangaroo does not mean I don't know, rather it is derived from gangaroo, which is a word in the language of the Gugu Yimidhir people of far north Queensland, which means black kangaroo. Damn it, I wanted that to be real. Sometimes like the fictional stories we make up are so much funnier. Why Americans usually don't know other countries exist? Bad geography. I can't talk. I questioned whether Barcelona was a country recently. To be fair, we live in our own little bubbles. The amount of knowledge we are expected to know about the world is confusing as fuck. Like, if you never leave your own country, you don't really need the knowledge of like other languages or other cultures, to be honest. It's good. It's nice to know things, but at the same time, for centuries and centuries and centuries throughout all of humanity, we would know like what the cultures within like 100 miles of us knew. And that was all the information you had to know, was like how to farm food, how to survive in the wild, and like how to not get killed. Kind of centralist? No, it's very centralist, but at the same time, yeah. if you don't need information, the information slowly goes out of your head. Like as a child, we are all taught like world geography, and we're taught like the different continents and the different like capital cities and stuff and the different countries and different like religions and cultures. And it's good to know all of that. It's good to be like a worldly person. But yeah, as you get older, you have to just start prioritizing certain information. Like I could not tell you a single fucking capital city anymore other than like London. Is Washington the capital of America? Like, as you get older, you just like, you start learning so many more like specific things. Like when you go into like a university program and suddenly you're learning an overwhelming amount of information when it comes to New York. New York is the capital. Wait, Washington is the cap. This is what I mean. Why do I need to know that many cities in fucking America? I need to know New York and Washington, and I don't care which one is the fucking capital. One of them's where the White House is. One of them is where business gets done. And then California. I don't even need to know a city name in California. California is just where all the technology gets done. New York is like the primary trading hub, and then California is where like Silicon Valley is and all the rich people in Hollywood. Like, that's what I mean. That's the amount that I need to know about America. Oh, God. Don't take Kuchan to Washington State. Don't even get me started on the fact that there's a Washington State as well as a Washington, D.C. And Washington, D.C. is in New York State. That, it's confusing. It's also confusing that New York is a city and a state. And that, like, people talk about New York being so beautiful. And you're like, what? No. Cali is so different depending on the region. No, I don't care. I don't care. You guys are Silicon Valley and Hollywood. That's it. That's all California is. That's all I need to know about it. When you guys sort out the problem that your richest people in the country are right next to the poorest people in country, the fact that like Hollywood is right next to Skid Row, then you can talk to me. DC is not in New York, sir. Are you sure, though? Because I'm pretty sure I remember driving through it. Geography test on stream when? No, don't do this to me. You go past it to get to New York. Okay, I'm looking up where Washington, D.C. is. I'm looking up where Washington State is. That shit's tiny. Wait. It's at the northwest? Where's Washington, D.C.? I thought that was up northeast. Is Washington, D.C. not in Washington State? Washington and Maryland? It's next to New Jersey. What the It's south of Pennsylvania? I thought it was up north of New York. Okay, yeah, no, I genuinely don't know my American geography. I thought Washington, D.C. was like up like northeast of New York, like somewhere where New Hampshire actually is. What in the shit? Also, New York is huge. Holy shit. Why is there a Washington State? Do you want to know about Kansas City too? No, you know I'm going to forget this immediately. I'm crying and I'm not even... It's in Virginia. What? Washington, D.C. is in Virginia. Maryland, New Jersey, Fairfax. That's at the... Oh, yeah, no, that is at the very north tippy tip of Virginia. That's right where it becomes Maryland. What the shit? GeoGuessr funds, my dude. Hey, I do pretty good at GeoGuessr. Thank you very much. Thank you for donating to the Feileacans. It doesn't help. Yeah, exactly. London, Ohio. They have Londons all over the world. It doesn't help that they have a whole fucking area called New England, which is just named after different parts of England. And New England isn't even like a state or anything. It's like a collection of states. All I know is that the fucking New England Patriots are there. So they're up north. I don't know where New England even is. Oh my God. DC used to be a more perfect square before Virginia took back its part of the city. What do you mean Virginia took back? When did they lose it? DC isn't a state. It's a whole separate area. fuck America. Like, I can now see why Americans have to just focus on, like, American history, because you'll divide things in such a dumb way. And I get it. It was a fuck ton of colonies that, like, went to war against each other and shit, and there's, like, technically a republic, but not really a republic anymore, let's be honest. But yeah, America's confusing. We're just surviving, man. Yeah, this whole thing is so confusing. Yeah, it is. At least England's small. To be fair, I at least get to sit here and be like, yeah. Ask America's, like, what's the UK? Ask them which specific countries are in the UK, and then see them, like, freak out when they're like, wait, the UK isn't a country? Sensei literally being like, America, explain. I don't need them to explain it. It won't make sense anyway. What confuses me is how close Toronto is to New York as well. Like, you'd think those would be far apart from each other. USA is so big, it's like 40 of the UK's. I think it's more than that. But yeah, America's pretty huge. And then Russia's fucking ginormous. China's a lot bigger than you think about it too. God damn. As an American, I dislike America. That's fair. That's valid. I have questions and want no answers. Yeah, no, I'm at the age in my life where I'm like, yeah, no, you can make fun of me for not knowing these things. At the same time, I don't feel stupid for not knowing them. It is the same thing. Like when you ask an American about any other part of the world, everyone's like, huh? When you ask me about like any other part of the world, I'm going to sound stupid. And then you're going to teach me about it. I'm going to be like, that's cool. And within 5 minutes, I'm going to forget it again. New England confuses the fuck out of me in a Disney song. I was like, nobody has an English accent. You'd think they would have kept the accent considering, you know, they stole the name. God damn. China's bigger than America. I did not realize that. You can fit like 4 Americas into Russia. The whole of the EU. The whole of the EU is about the size of America. Roughly. God damn. Well, the chocolate cows, the ones that give you chocolate milk. No worries, Sensei. I don't even know all of the islands in Indonesia, and I've been living here my whole life. I only know about Java. I only know about the Javanese. So yeah, that's... Oof. To be fair, I've been learning a lot more. It's always fascinating to see what like actually clicks in your mind. Like now, for some reason, I know the difference between the Cambodian language and the Indonesian language. And I would have never expected to know that in my life. But for some reason, that clicked in my mind that when it's like slightly more rounded and with like lines through it, it's like, oh, that's Cambodia. Wish the US would hurry up and import green cows so we could get more matcha milk. Yeah. They gotta like export more of those soybeans first. They gotta make a trade. Russia is so huge, St. Petersburg is closer to New York City than it is to Vladivostok. That's terrifying. Just wonder what your teachers were doing. They taught me when I was a kid. It's just you forget that shit as you grow up. Okay, back to the super chat train. 5 out of 34. Lily Eep, thank you so much for donating the allowance. Welcome back, Sensei. I really missed your stream so much. VOD is yum, but your fresh chats are more delicious. Yeah, we get to laugh at me more. Thank you for coming back, Sensei. No problem. I'm glad to be back. I'm excited for more of the stuff we're going to do in the future. Next week. Is it next week? No, the week after. I was going to say next week, Metamorphosis Lost. It's the 2nd week of June. That was the final timing. How long was this tangent? Don't time them. Don't hurt me. I can end stream at any time. Violet Cleland, thank you so much. 7 out of 34. I skipped one again. I'll be back. Sensei, welcome back. We all missed you so much. I hope everything is better now, and I hope you had enough time to rest well. Otsu, I did. I am very well rested. I'm full of energy, and there is much work to be done. Much work to be done. We're going to a different event every month for like the rest of summer, so it's going to be a fun time. Rain, Bibble Club's vice president. Welcome back. Your absence was unbelievable. Terrible. Terrible. I deserve that for visiting Canada. Anyways, missed you like Wi-Fi misses a good signal. Aww. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a lovely day, Rain. Do black and white cows produce cookies and cream milk? Nah, just milk. Honestly, the more you drain a black and white cow, like a dairy cow, the more the like white fades. Did you not know? That's the amount of how much milk they have left. As you continue to milk a black and white cow, it slowly turns into a full black cow. And then that's how you know when they're done giving milk. And then you let like the white like fill back up again. If you shake them, you can see the white bits like shake a little bit. They bob around a little bit. Logically, yellow cows produce banana milk. Don't be silly, bro, to me. Yellow cows produce pee. They don't produce milk. Don't be silly. Black and white cows not producing gray milk? Nah. The famous milk percentage displays. Yeah, that's why people tip cows over. Sometimes they just want it to be like half black and half white, like down the middle, rather than the little splotches around. So they like to, you know, shake it up a little bit. I prefer my cows shaken, not stirred, personally. Sadly, the Nabisco company legally own all the black and white cows for the Oreo milk. You got to get them on the black market if you want your own. That's just a dairy cow. This entire time I've been drinking, that hasn't been banana milk. That's why you don't eat yellow snow, Lila Kieran. Genuinely thinking you saying the truth or not? No. All cows just produce milk. Same as sheep. Same as goats. Same as most animals, actually. Most mammals produce milk. You can technically milk a rat. Should you? If they ask you kindly enough. But you probably shouldn't drink it. Not the same as bulls, though. No, bulls produce a different white liquid. If somebody ever tells you to milk a bull, they better be paying you very well. The fact that that is some people's job is still fucking crazy to me. Is that how you and Felly have white hair? You're full? Sure. Of milk. Wasn't the milking a rat thing in Simpsons? Yeah. They were feeding the kids rat's milk at one point to save money. Pink Pupals make strawberry milk? No, Pupals just have different flavors. I don't think Pupals make milk. Because they come out of eggs, so they're not mammals. So you guys don't have to... I don't think you guys... Let me check. Do you guys have nipples? Come here, little guy. Unless these little hands are secretly nipples, I don't think you guys have nipples. It might be underneath the fur. Do we produce honey? Ooh, you might produce like a... Like, you know how, like... Some animals produce like a little pap out of their booties? Like beavers with the vanilla. I don't know. That's up to you guys. I haven't gone that far. It's the pupal anatomy. Do insects have nipples? No, they don't. I'm firmly saying no, they don't. But if somebody wants to prove me wrong, let me know. As far as I know, insects do not have nipples. And the way that insects like procreate is fucking horrific. But I'm pretty sure they don't have nipples. Don't be silly. We produce honey, scale powder, and silk. There you go. Scale powder is fun. I thought that's only once you actually get like your wings. Thought we either produce sweet honey milk or takoyaki milk. Oh, that actually made me feel sick. Takoyaki milk would not be nice. That is a strange combination of flavors you do not want to combine. Nipples are a mammal thing. Yeah, I figured, but then at the same time I was like, does it count as milking like a worm when you're like collecting the silk? What do they call that? Are you technically milking a silkworm? Platypus lay eggs in their mammals. Yes, but platypus are broken. Platypus are a very confusing line of the evolutionary train that do not make sense to like anyone. Do not the cocoons. We need that for the silk. True. Spiders produce... No fucking way. Do spiders produce milk? Yes, certain spiders produce milk. In 2018, researchers discovered a species of jumping spider, Toxius magnus, produces a highly nutritious milk-like fluid to feed its young. Well, I gotta taste it. Highly nutritious, you say? Toxius magnus. Oh, they're cute little guys. They got the cute little eyes. Toxius... Oh, no, they don't. They look like ants. Wait, why is the first image... Oh. Oh, they're weird. They're like partly ant-like, but then they got the jumping spider's big old eyes. Their Wikipedia page is just like 2 paragraphs. Like it's just got the main description and then immediately lactation, 5 giant paragraphs. Okay, now, yeah, okay. This is our science lesson of the day. Toxius magnus nurses its offspring for about 38 days. I could be your baby. Although they are able to forage on their own after 21 days. Oh, so they just like it at that point. While the species was first classified in 1933, it was not until 2018 that Chinese researcher, 2012, Chen Zhanqi at the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Menglunzhen, Yunnan, had discovered that the Toxius magnus shared a nest, and in July 2017, he discovered their nursing behavior. That's 70 years. For 70 years, we knew about a spider that we didn't know nurses its babies is wild. And discovered their nursing behavior. The white milk-like nutritional fluids produced by the female Toxius magnus contains sugar, fat, and protein. There's about 2 milligrams of sugar, 5 milligrams of fat, and 124 milligrams of protein in every milliliter of this fluid. Yo, it's a protein shake. While this fluid is not technically a type of milk, containing lactose produced by mammary glands, it does fulfill the same purpose as milk. It's a lactose-free protein shake? It contains 4 times more protein relative to cow's milk. Researchers attempted to discover how long the Toxius magnus spiderlings can survive without their mother's milk by gluing her epigastric furrow shut. They glued her titties? Scientists, what the fuck are you up to? So the first thing they did when they found out a spider could produce milk was like, okay, now we're gonna glue her titties shut and see how long the babies survive. What the fuck? Blocking nursing immediately after birth resulted in complete mortality of the offspring, whereas blocking it 20 days after birth resulted in increased foraging and reduced survival. They're just killing spider babies. Science why? Yeah, science why? You could have just, like, I don't know, taken the mother away. You had the... What kind... Yeah, why didn't they just take the mother away? Why were they like, no, we want her here. We want them to be nursing on the titties that are already glued up so that they can't actually get any... These were some sick fuck scientists. Even after the spiderlings started hunting themselves, blocking them from their mother's milk decreased their chances of survival by about 50%. For about the first week after the eggs hatch, a Toxius magnus mother will leave milk droplets around her nest. That's cute. She leaves like little to-go bags. She leaves little doggy bags for her babies to be consumed by her offspring. After this initial period, the mother will start to directly nurse her offspring. While the mother might occasionally hunt for fruit flies and other small insects to eat herself, they're not known to return prey back to the nest for feeding their offspring, and it's believed that baby Toxius magnus exclusively feed on the milk-like substance produced by their mothers for the first 3 weeks of their lives. After reaching sexual maturity, daughters, but not sons, are allowed to continue. That's amazing. She's like, okay, boys, get the fuck out of my nest. Life is hard. Go live. Live your life and hunt you down some flies. Me and the girls... They get protection. The girls get a nice cushy life for a little bit. The daughters, but not the sons, are allowed to continue. While at this stage in their lives, the continued consumption of this milk-like fluid is not exclusively necessary for survival. The offspring that consume it have higher chances of survival, since foraging outside their nest would increase the risk of predation. This form of lactation may have evolved from production of trophic eggs. Cool. I learned a lot today. So you could technically milk a spider. Mama spider be like, go be a man. Yeah. Mama spider's like, no, these are princesses. They will someday be queens. You fuckers get out there and hunt. Taking away the mother would introduce too many variables about the mortality of the babies. I guess it just feels so evil. I believe the spider doesn't have a tit, but yeah, no, it's through a different thing. I was just being silly. It's by an epigastric furrow. Ugh. Whatever that is. The equivalent of a spider titty. They feed the baby through its mouth, kind of like pigeon's milk. Ah. Have you ever seen like little baby like whale calves drink milk? It's creepy. Whale milk is thicker than water, so they just kind of lap it out of like a little hole in the mother's anatomy. It's just like they're like glooping yogurt in the middle of water. It's wild. Babies couldn't eat, so they die. Yeah, no shit. The main thing in science isn't why. It's why not. True. It's like, huh, these things have been evolved to like drink their mother's milk. Let's see what happens if we take away that milk. Pigeons also produce milk. That one surprises me less. Okay, my next Google thing has to be, can you drink spider milk? Why? How is this not a thing that science has figured out? How? It's been discovered since 2012. You're telling me no freaky scientist in the last 15 years has drank that shit? Oh, okay, here we go. Shit. It is structurally impossible to harvest in human consumable quantities. I don't think they've tried hard enough. That sounds like quitter talk to me. You're telling me they managed to starve baby spiders to death. They managed to figure out how to close off a tiny little spider's nipples. And yet they have not figured out how to milk the spider well enough. Google's got to put you on a watch sensei. Oh, they probably already have by this point. They can like... Thank effing God, not for humans. It's like a protein shake. It's got 4 times the protein of milk from cows. And honestly, spiders produce a lot less waste. Like, there's so much methane that comes out of cows. If we could, like... maybe we need to breed a whole fuck ton of these spiders. Maybe we need to start seeing how this milk tastes. Plus, it's non-dairy. We'd get... Maybe it could be used in cooking. We could have high-protein cakes. Without... No, I think the dairy is actually required for what the milk is used for in baking. Maybe they're hiding the spider milk for the rich. They probably are. I bet you... That's what keeps them so damn young. It's all the spider milk. They just drink... That's why we're not allowed the spider milk. That's why it's quote-unquote not harvestable for human quantities. It's just the rich people. It's the 1%. They're drinking all the spider milk. They don't eat any food. They've lied to everyone and said they're going on those new weight loss drugs, but really they're just drinking spider milk. It's the key to eternal youth. Now we know. Now we know. Fucking the Lazarus pit or the fountain of eternal youth. Probably just a big old spider pile. You fall into the spider pile. The giant mommy spider comes out and like nourishes you. And then you go back to living forever. It's just a big old spider web. Kushami's asking the real questions. What did Kushami ask? Oh, did I miss it? I missed it. I think that's probably safer. My comment grabber did not grab it, which tells me it probably was something messed up. So it's possible. Exactly. It's not that we haven't necessarily... They haven't tested if humans can consume it because they haven't been able to milk enough. Yet. Please do not spider. There's a lot of cultures that have like spider gods. I'm just saying, if the Fountain of Eternal Youth was getting webbed up by a spider mommy and like nursed for a couple of days, and then you like aged down, would you do it, chat? Chat, would you? If there was like a 12-foot tall spider mommy, and by spider mommy, it's just a spider. We're not talking like a Drydo. We're not talking like Monster Musume kind of shit. We're talking a straight up spider that would like nourish you. Elden Ring just saying, see, no, that's cheating. You can't just put like a human body on top of a spider. It doesn't work. The real philosophical debate? Yeah. That's why you never actually hear about the Fountain of Youth. People saw it and then they retreated. How big is this spider? I'm thinking like 12 feet by 12 feet, like leg span. So big enough that it can wrap up a human very comfortably. Yeah, Shelob. Very Shelob. Basically Shelob from Lord of the Rings. And it would wrap you up into like a little cocoon. It would leave your face visible, just like what they did to Frodo. And then it would just like feed you. It would just feed you. Yeah, exactly like the one from Lord of the Rings. Since they drop the milk autonomously, it would at least be easier than milking a cow. That's true as well. You'd just be literally stealing candy from babies. It's not... You don't even have to milk the spider. You just have to steal the candy from the babies. It's not necessarily like a moral concern. It's more of an ethical concern. Oh my God. Just walk along the web being like, delicious. I think I found my kink line because no. Good to know. It's always good to know your limit. I didn't say, there was nothing like turning this into a kink. None of this was like for the sake of getting off. This was for the sake of having eternal youth. I just want to point that out. You made this a kink thing. Hi, Chris. I'm so happy that you had a good rest during your break, but also so grateful to have you back. Maybe until now. I've missed you tons. Got tooth removed yesterday and I'm in pain, so this is a good distraction. I'm glad you've been having fun, Chris. And yeah, getting teeth removed is never fun. So yeah, I hope the drugs that they gave you are good to like stave off the pain for the most part. That artwork is so cute. Look at the little Pupal loaf. He almost looks like a marshmallow. I can't tell whether that's like bread or a marshmallow Pupal, but either way, it's so cute. Thank you so much for donating to the Felly. I hope you have a lovely day, and I hope your mouth feels better in the future. I'm not surprised this is my Oshi. Yeah. Somebody just self-reported, though. I'm just going to say, nothing was sexual until you made it sexual. Going on the milk run would be an adventure. You have to, like, move carefully between, like, the threads of the spider web. And then, like, yeah, have some sort of sucking machine to suck up the milk. I guess, like, bellows. Or like a scientist, like, pirouette kind of thing. It's a marshmallow? Gotcha. Marshmallow. Looks like a toasted marshmallow. It looks delicious. I'm studying for tomorrow's math test right now, and I'm a little scared. Okay. If we have 1,000 spiders, and each one produces 0.5 milliliters of milk a day, how many spider babies are going to have to die so that I can get a mouthful of milk to see how it tastes? Then we have to factor in how many spider babies are in each litter. Sir? Hey, it's math. I'm helping. I'm helping a pupil. This brings a new meaning to dad left to buy milk. To be fair, if that's what it took to buy milk and there is a chance of you getting murdered by a giant spider queen, yeah, that would be more interesting. That would definitely... Like, that's what men deserve, honestly. So when my dad left to get the milk, he was actually going to see... Yeah, he turned back young and he was like, okay, I guess I don't have a child anymore. I'm too young to be a dad. Also working on a new song. Stay tuned. Oh, let's go, Chris. I hope you're having a lovely time. It'll be awesome to hear it. Welcome back, crew. Thank you. I'm having a wonderful time. Why are we still counting how many, sir? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Random, but a sensei-themed birthday with marshmallow pupals would be so cute. Marshmallows have so many different recipes at this point. It's so good. How many spider babies would have to perish for your desire for spider milk to be fulfilled? His greed sickens me. That's just to have the first mouthful. If I actually like the spider milk, then a new question begins. Oh, God. You know what? This is what I want to devote my life to. This will be my branch of research. Milking spiders. I'm sure you can produce it in like a synthetic way. They managed to figure it out for silkworms to free the silkworms. So yeah, I'm sure they could find like a synthetic way to produce spider milk and like figure it out. Although then there will always be the people that are specifically like more into like the real spider milk. Makes sense to focus the research on making the spider bigger. Exactly. What we need is like 6 feet tall spiders. 6 feet long spiders. Then they could produce like a mouthful. For all we know, spider milk could be the cure to all known illnesses. True. Okay, 8 out of 34. Fila, thank you so much for donating the allowance. Welcome back, Sensei. Hope the past month brought lots of warm memories. Can't wait to hear your stories. Take care and woof you. It did. It was a fun time, so thank you. That one Resident Evil Requiem spider. I'd prefer Leon's milk. I'd prefer Leon's milk. Fun spider, though. Aruki, thank you for donating the allowance. Welcome back, Kuchanya. I lost sight. Oh, I lost sight. Okay, that like broke my mind for a little bit, but now I understand. I lost sight in my ears, lost smelling in my eyes, and apparently lost tasting colors while you were gone. But everything's good now that you're here. Can't wait to hear stories of your adventures. So Araki was apparently able to see through their ears, smell with their eyes, and taste colors before I left. I am sorry. That honestly, that sounds like you've lost like a whole part of your life. So I apologize and I hope you're okay. Chewing, what's the time? 18 to 20 minutes on spider milk. No! Stop timing! Don't ask chewing in the middle of the stream. We'll hear about these things after the stream. Speaking of insects, Sensei, did you know that when a caterpillar transforms into a butterfly inside its chrysalis, it first breaks down into a liquid-like state before becoming a butterfly? Yeah, when you guys are in Form 2, you're a liquid-like state. You have like the little paws sticking out of the cocoon, and you have like your little heads. Inside, the rest of you is just a bunch of goo. You become, yeah, you are the goo. Inside there's just a bunch of goo. If you were to like squish the cocoon of a pupal, it'd be like a little goo baby coming out with just like a half like puppy body at the top. Do not the liquid. Wait, why do we keep saying do not the? This isn't the science we're doing. We're doing a tasting session. Pupal liquid might be delicious though. Pupal shake. What if you just kept drinking the Form 2 Pupal liquid? And then it kept having to grow new ones. Because you guys grow back. So you could be stuck in a permanent state of puberty. Stuck in permanent, like, stage 2. People just keep sticking straws into the pupal cocoon and just, like, slurping it up. I wonder how much protein that has. You would think a lot, considering you're building bodies inside there. Probably some interesting minerals as well to make the exoskeleton. Here's the question. Nope. No. I'm just going to move on from that one. Number one, you don't have glue strong enough. You don't know what I produce. Number two, I'm not sure. I don't think that's what pupals grow on. I'm pretty sure pupals grow off of hopes and dreams and arson. So I think you're fine. What is it with your gluttony today, Sensei? We've been gone for a while. We haven't been talking about food today, so instead we've been talking about milk. Milk. What happened in Canada, sir? Did you get hit by something? Yeah, a bag of milk. Bag of milk. Liquefy the pupal before it become an ardent butterfly. It's the only way. Yeah, yeah. Pupal shake. That, the next time we do a cafe collab, I think that's what we have to... Wait, guys. Guys. What if I get sponsored by a company like Gamer Sups? And we make like a bottle that's shaped like a stage 2 pupal. And then we make our own milkshake flavor. And we call it... There has to be a safe way to say this that isn't like pupal puberty. Although that does alliterate. Because it's GGPP. GGPP. Pupal liquid is gray or green. I imagine it like opalescent. I imagine it with a bunch of like shiny colors. It would have to be like Goldschlager. Like it would have to be shiny. Definitely like a whitish base, but then with like shiny stuff inside it. That sounds scary. Yeah. Pow juice. No. Pupal milkshake. Pupal shake. Pupal poultry. Pupal pulp. Pupal pulp. Pupal pulp sounds pretty good. So in that Felly illustration, he was coming out after being soup. Basically, yeah, if you're in a cocoon, you generally like break down. If you heard the names they use, they don't have to be very safe. Yeah, no, they have some crazy things. The only one that's coming to my mind right now is Guacamole Game of Fart, but they have some crazy, like, I'm pretty sure there are some VTuber girls that have, like, basically been selling their milk through them. Pulp, yeah, Pupal pulp. Pupal pulp. We'd have to find, like, that would be an interesting waifu cup. Waifu cup that's just shaped like a pupa. Oh my god. Oh, hey, Roy. Cool. Wowee. Yeah, we were having an interesting discussion. Roy, did you know that there's a species of spider that produces milk? Currently, they haven't harvested enough that humans can actually taste it. They make too small an amount, but it has 4 times the amount of protein as cow milk. So it's like a protein shake, and it's non-dairy. Yeah. Yeah. There's titty milk from Jay Schlatt. Oh, Jesus Christ. Roy's going to turn us into pulp? Yeah. Oh, that and your chest out. Oh, yeah, I actually did. When did you hear about the spider milk thing? And yeah, I got the titties out. It's a hot day in London. Anyway, yeah, how did you hear about this? I'm curious. And it's vegan? I don't think it's vegan. I think if it comes from a shadow, it's not vegan. Comes from a shadow? If it comes from a creature, it's not vegan. If it can cast a shadow, it's not vegan. So I don't think it counts as vegan. Although, are they okay with insects? Are vegans allowed to eat insects? Do they have like a limit? Because plants are technically alive. Vegans really can't win unless they eat like lab-grown meat. They could eat a me burger. Roy drinks the gamer sups daily. I don't think we're safe. Yeah, no, Roy's into this conversation. Roy also hits the gym a lot. Roy likes protein. Plants cast shadows? Yeah, but thin ones. Like the leaves are fine. The stems they don't eat. They only eat the leaves. That's more like translucent than like fully opaque. You know what? You're so right. It is dairy-free. It's dairy-free. It's good for like the non-dairy peeps out there. I will never complain about the personality out. The #1 personality enjoyer. So I learned about it because we also milk spiders for their venom to make anti-venom. Nice. So what? You ended up like searching how they milked spiders and then found out about the actual milk? That's an interesting direction to go from. I was just talking about like different animal milk and cow milk and stuff. And then somebody pointed out like some spiders produce milk. That's what it was. We were talking about like nipples and whether pupals had nipples, but they're not mammals. They lay eggs, so they don't have nipples. Here's the thing. Do platypuses have nipples? I'm not just going to search platypus nipples. Do platypus have nipples? I almost searched platypus nipples and I realized that would probably actually put me on the list. Platypuses do not have nipples. They belong to an ancient group of mammals called monotremes. They evolved an entirely different way. How the fuck? Instead of using teats, the female platypus sweats milk out of mammillary glands located under her skin. The milk oozes through pores onto her abdomen, pooling in grooves where the baby platypuses, called puggles. Okay, puggles is kind of cute. I'll give platypuses that. Lap it up. Okay, now I have to... Oh, God! They have images! That's actually kind of cute. That would be more relaxing, I would imagine. Goes to their paws. No, it just kind of like, it's on their abdomen. It just kind of sweats out of them. But then there's like little areas of the skin that kind of collect it. So it is just like thick sweat beads around the like tummy and chest section. And then the baby little, the puggles. Puggles is so cute. Come over and just lap it right off. What the fuck? Puggles is an adorable way to call the babies. Yeah, that might be one of my favorite. That's better than pony by like a mile. Platypus anatomy and biology never fails to be fascinating. All I knew is that they laid eggs, they have a beak, and they also have like a random venomous claw. I didn't know all this other weirdness. I didn't know they still made milk, but they sweat it out of their body. So basically like sucking on a wet towel. Well, it doesn't absorb as much, so I'd say it's more like... like a jacket. It's like a jacket that has milk leaking out of it and you're licking the milk off of the jacket. Body shots, don't put it that way. They also glow green under certain light. Everything we learn about this creature makes it sound more like a fucking alien. Why do they still live? Okay. Marinette, 10 out of 34. We'll get to the end of this super chat trade someday. Good to have you back, Sensei. I hope you rested well and had a good vacation. We missed you lots and can't wait to watch your streams again. Thank you so much, Marinette. Are you sure? Now that we've had a couple streams again, are you sure? I do know that scorpions shine under blue light. Yeah, they like reflect the light. It's a good way to make sure you're not stepping on a scorpion in the desert. Wait, what is this conversation I'm perfect for? I came in late. Oh, yeah, it was a mix of gamer subs and just like protein shakes in general. We were just talking about like the protein that comes out of Pupals. And then like, yeah, it led us to spider milk. So just honestly about like the gym supplements. God was being silly the day those were made. It's more like nature allowed them to survive. Because they're from like a pretty much otherwise extinct like set of mammals that just did not make it. It was mammals that laid eggs and for some reason also have a venomous thing, and their babies are called puggles, which is adorable. They can't see or hear underwater. But their main thing is swimming. What the fuck? Yeah, platypus is silly. They're fun though. They are definitely fun. Between them and like seals. Seals are adorable as well. Seals are so stupid, but they're cute. They're just water dogs. They close their eyes to swim. That seems detrimental to hunting. It's probably that they hit a niche perfectly and it somehow worked out. Yeah, they're a strange bunch. Platypus don't have stomachs. What do you mean they don't have stomachs? The platypus is one of very few mammals that completely lacks a functional acid-producing stomach. Instead, they have a direct route. The food goes straight from the esophagus into the intestines. Then they scoop up gravel with their prey to manually mash and grind. They eat rocks to digest their food for them? They rely completely on bile and pancreatic enzymes, as well as the rocks that they swallow with their food to break down their food. What is wrong with these creatures? No acid reflux, but they still have bile, which means they have bile ducts, which means they could still get kidney stones, but they don't have kidneys. The platypus is truly God's ship. Yeah, that was the day that God was like overwhelmingly drunk. He'd been hitting the Jesus juice a little bit hard. He was like, I'm just gonna put this down there, just so when they get advanced enough to do science, they get real fucking confused about what this thing is. They probably have kidneys if they pee. Who says that they pee? Do platypus pee? Yes, platypus do pee. Like birds and reptiles, they eliminate urine, feces, and eggs to receive. Oh, they have a cloaca. This is a fucking mammal with a cloaca? Oh my. Why are they like this? Do platypus have kidneys? Yeah, they do have kidneys. They don't have a stomach, but they have kidneys. They have a pair of fully functioning kidneys that filter waste from their blood and produce urine. Oh my god. It's a water bird mammal. Explain this shit to me. How do they lay their eggs then? Through the cloaca, like birds do. Birds have cloacas. It's just I didn't know until this point that platypus have cloacas either. What's up, J-Dog? Sorry, my kids. I was half asleep when creating that. Man really took a little bit of like an amphibian, a little bit of a fucking bird. They gave it milk too and made it a mammal. It's just all kinds of fucked up. There is no way to call them plural correctly. Platypi, platypods, platypussies. That feels insensitive. Platypus. Platypus works for me because it sounds like multiples. I like platypus. Is it just platypus? Is it like moose? What is the plural of platypus? Google is now anticipating me to be searching about platypus. Apparently, the most common and accepted plural is platypuses. Because the word comes from Greek rather than Latin, there are 3 acceptable ways. Platypuses, platypodes, and platypi. Yo, platypi was a real one. Okay. Platypuses. Apparently, platypuses is the main one, but the other ones are technically true as well. God damn it. Oh, God. Honestly, J-Dog, you should have created some more funny ones. They're also venomous. Yeah, they have a tiny little single venomous claw. Platypuses are just silly. They're just silly. Shio-chan, thank you for donating to the Feileacans. This isn't actually part of the super chat train, but thank you so much. I didn't read this one because it was in the middle of the game too. Welcome back, Ku-sensei. Hope you had a wonderful break and got lots of rest. It was harder than I expected, but I was able to value my own time too. So I think it ended up being a good time for both of us. I'm excited for your future streams too. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Shio-chan. I hope you did have a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun, and yeah, it's good to value your time. Go out, touch grass, do things that like make you feel like a better person, work on skills. So yeah, I hope you had fun. You know what? Valid. I like that that's just like a linguistics thing as well. Because that just means that linguistically we haven't even bothered to like settle on a single plural for them. Because nobody cares about platypuses. Oh, sometimes I wonder why I created them too. Like I wonder why I created you the way you are. That's honestly valid. That... I don't know why I was put in this body. I think I would be much happier as a dog, honestly, without the mental facilities to like think about some of the shit I think about. Just running around a field chasing other dogs. That probably would have been a better life for me. But I respect that you put me and gave me a mouth and a tongue to be able to say these stupid things. I'm not sorry for starting this tangent. I stand by the strange little platypus. They're cute. I like puggles. Let me see. Actually, let me see what a puggle looks like first. I like the word puggle. Puggle platypus, baby. What a stupid looking little guy. Okay, I'm going to put this image on screen. This is too good not to share. The fuck do you mean you look like this? They don't have a full-sized beak yet. That looks more like a mole than a fucking whatever they turn into. The beak, oh my, what? His fucking palm size. Yeah, okay, I like puggles. That looks like it's going to grow into a mole, right? You don't think that thing's going to be swimming in the water with a big old beak. What the hell is that? That's a puggle, guys. That's a baby platypus. That's so stupid and cute. Yeah. Wait, do baby ducks not have their full size? Like, okay, I need to know. Baby duck. Do they look silly like that too? Do they not like grow in? No, they have like a pretty functional beak while they're babies. Okay, what else has like a big beak? Baby pelican. Show me a baby pelican. Yeah, everything else has like a full-sized beak while it's a baby. This ugly... This broken creature just starts off with the tiniest little thing. It's okay. He's a grower, not a show. That's a baby echidna. Are you messing with me right now? This came up when I searched baby platypus. This is literally on... No, it says baby platypus is called a puggle. It has this image. Are they lying to me? I swear to God. Let me search baby echidna. Because there are other images where they have like more of a beak. I thought that was just like older ones. That does kind of look like a baby echidna. Which is more like what it grows into. Fine, I will accept this. In that case, baby puggles are actually very cute. 1 minute, fam. I got you. Why did they put up the freaking echidna in the middle of that? It literally says, like, puggle. This is a baby platypus. This is a puggle. And that is a 10 out of 10 right there. Look at it. It looks as it should. It's got a proper beak. It's so baby. It's got such big eyes. It's got such big little paws. See, puggles, 10 out of 10. The name does them justice. That is the correct name for an animal that looks that adorable. I'd adopt one. It would kill me with its venomous little claw, but still. Baby, so fuzzy. Is that AI gen? Oh, it better fucking not be. Come on, man. I'm just trying to enjoy baby animals. I thought it was just bad quality, but I'll grab this one as well. This one's definitely... It's a fucking web pea. I hate web peas. Bum, 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 bum. AI ruins everything. Yeah, especially since it's taking over the damn internet. I thought it was just fuzzy. That doesn't look like AI generated, right? No, that's definitely real. Still cute. Bit more wrinkly. Holy folds, yeah. They're cute little guys. There's... Oh my god, okay. There's so many weird things. When you search baby platypus, so many like weird little alien creatures. Is that a baby hippo or is this just AI? This one, the news story is literally called "That's Not a Baby Platypus." This is a baby platypus. Apparently, this is a well-known thing. People just posting fake images of fake platypuses. I'm so angry. There's so much misinformation on the internet. You want to? I'm not even going to share this one because this one was apparently AI generated as well. But search up baby platypus. Apparently this became a trend for a while because somebody posted one up on Instagram and then everybody else was trying to convince other people of fake platypuses as well. The fact that one was just a baby echidna is crazy though. Believe it's because it's rare to take a photo of the actual baby. Ah. I wanted to believe the echidna thing. I wanted to believe they looked that silly and they were like a grower not shower when it came to the beak. That made me happy. I think echidna babies are also called puggles. Oh, could that be why? What is an echidna baby called? Yeah, a puggle. Don't they stole the name, man. Platypuses don't get shit. Do you have an AI toggle, Sensei? No, I haven't figured out how to do that yet. I know there's a way to turn it off, but I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Although, a lot of people just don't mark their AI shit as AI because they don't want it to be hidden. They're the ones you looked at, and they say they're basically a clay figure. Yeah, the Instagram one. It was like made by an artist. Kind of fitting since the first stuffed platypus samples sent into England were assumed to be That's pretty funny as well. They were just like, nah, this thing ain't real. To be fair, they also thought giraffes weren't real for a long time. They were like, nah, that's as fake as dragons. Okay, Empty Chan. Welcome back, Sensei. Oof. Missed the last utility bell. So here's a small super for Sensei to keep burning bright in our lives. Hope Sensei has a lot of exciting stories to tell us later while we burn the class, I mean. Don't burn the class. We need that class. On Google, you just have to put -AI. Wait, really? Let's see if it actually gets rid of the AI ones. Puggle platypus baby -AI. Nah. They're still there. They're still there and still the clay figures there. It did get rid of a bunch of shit though. A lot of the stuff that I didn't even know was AI. But there's still a bunch of... Yeah, some of these are very obviously still AI. That sucks. Isn't it just like it gets rid of the ones that are actually marked? Should I leave a space between the text? Yeah, I did. Gets rid of the AI summary. Oh, okay. That's good at least. You should just be able to turn it off in settings, man. Hila, thank you so much for donating the allowance. Jabs with the teeny stubby tongs of affection in the shin. Oi! Tota adoko esta tenciel pauf? Pauf is cute. What does the rest of this mean? Also, don't stab me in the shin. You guys have such tiny little sharp paws. Bum, ba, bum. Hi, the cake is done. Thenthe. Oh, the thenthe is literally just thenthe. That's so cute. What do you mean? What cake? My cake is beautiful. Torto a doko está. Oh, is it supposed to be where's the cake? It translated that wrong. Is that doko like Japanese doko? I'm so confused because now it's not translating. He admits he has no cake. I have a fabulous cake. You guys would just never see it. Except for on that beautiful artwork from Hong Kong. Bamboo, thank you for donating the flowers. 12 out of 34. Welcome back, Sensei. I hope you had a wonderful break. Maybe don't check the wires or the bookshelf for a while. Powing? To be fair, a lot of my shit... It was hard to put it back together when I came back home because I had to bring my audio device and my microphone with me. It was rough, so I'm glad you guys didn't eat any of the wires while I was gone. I would have not known what was broken forever. We need proof. Stay tuned. What do you mean? You guys already got the official art. You already won. You already saw Féileacan's booty. It's fine. Jay, 13 out of 34. Quickly swallowing down May pages. Welcome back, Sensei. Hope you had a lovely break. We missed you a perfectly normal amount. Trying to block arson from view. That's okay. My classroom's still here. My bedroom's still here. If you burn down anything else, that's between you and God. You're fine. As long as you didn't burn down my shit, we're all good. It's Felly's cake, not yours. It's the same body. It's literally the same body. Forgive us for assuming it's stacked taco shells or flatbread. Taco shells, actually, I would argue that taco shells are not flat. I would argue that because their shape is like a fold that has to hold its shape. If you're talking about like the tortilla itself, that's one thing. But taco shells have thickness to them. They have the space to actually put things in them. Also, this is the cow emoji they used, and it was very cute. How do we know it wasn't the liquefy tool? How dare you accuse Pearl of padding out my ass with a liquefy tool? My ass is all natural, thank you very much. Well, a lot of squats and leg lifts. But other than that, all natural. The amount to repair the money for the classroom because of the arson. That's what the allowance really goes to. One bite and the taco shell falls apart. Does that mean when your ass gets bitten, it crumbles? No, it means when you bite me, I fold. You bite me and I'm pretty much folding over. That is fair. Digital BBL. That's just called photo editing. Sensei, lovingly, it's concave. I don't even know what that word means. Kind of do. It means that, like, yeah. Concave versus convex. Okay. No. 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 Still 3D. It still has thickness to it. You could put you can fit so many pancakes into a taco shell. If it's a nice, like, decent quality taco shell, you could probably fit, like, 3 pancakes in that bad boy. It's not the size of my booty. My booty's bigger, but I would still argue taco shell. Not a terrible analogy. Not the worst. Like a paper is 3D. When you fold it up, a paper could be 3D when you fold it into a shape. Origami is 3D. Do we really want to fight over this? That's just silly. You can't because it will break. Those things are fragile. But they're already like folded over and then fried. All you have to do is fill them with some delicious filling. Some beef, some meat, some cheese, something that you can eat out of there. And now I have very dirty images in my head, so we're going to move on. I promise I have cake. I have promised nothing. I have sworn that I have cake. And I solemnly swear the booty is juicy. It's juicy. Okay. Tusia 18. I had birthday last week and you call us basic. You made us. Have some cake, Sensei. Yours needs to grow a little bit. I'm pretty sure I did actually read this on the stream because I remember reacting to that one. But happy belated birthday again, Tusia 18. And no, my cake is perfect. And I have been hitting the gym. I've actually been working hard. I made sure... we already had this conversation, didn't we? I just realized. We literally had this conversation last week. Well, in the beginning of this week. Time is going weird. Saying that like it's a void in need of filling. Got it? No, I was going to make a joke about eating the booty like groceries. And then I was like, we don't need to go there today. We don't need to go there. We did, but it's okay. Tell us again. I got ripped, bro. I got I'm able to lift 60 pounds with one hand now. It's great. I'm ready to like lift Duke with one hand. You are old, Sensei, forgetting things. Nah, it was just literally the same comment brought it back up. I forgot I read that one last time. Okay, Mao Tieng, 14 out of 34. Welcome back, Sensei. Since you didn't give us any homework to eat, I ended up eating the Danmei novel from your bookshelf instead. You'll forgive me, right? Which one? Did you eat one of my special edition, like, final volumes of a novel? Because if so, I might not forgive you. They don't reprint those. They only print the special editions once. If it was, like, one of the early novels, that's one thing. But the BL novel, that does not narrow it down on my bookshelf. My bookshelf is, like, 40% BL? Yeah, 40%. I'd say 40% of the books that I own are BL. And I have a lot of books. I have almost everything that Seven Seas has ever released. As well as, like, some of the things that, like, the original version of Little Mushroom. I forget which studio that was made by. Some of the other ones as well. I still haven't gotten my female general eldest princess. And it's... I emailed them and I haven't gotten anything back yet, so I don't know if they're still producing it. Yummy Scums Villain hardcover. I did not buy the hardcovers. I was strong enough for that, thankfully. They do look beautiful. They look very beautiful, but I've only bought, like, the original releases. I'm not buying second copies of things. Same as I'm not buying that beautiful version of Little Mushroom that Seven Seas just released. Gorgeous looking production value. But I already have Little Mushroom. Peach Blossom House. Yeah, I'm sad they went out of business. They did some good releases. Welcome back, Kuchan. Hope you had a nice vacay. Also, just in time for me to listen to you as I work. Hope you have fun. Please not the Urha special edition, though. I had 2 of those, so that honestly wouldn't be too bad. They accidentally sent me 2. That's the first time that's ever worked in my favor. What about the TGCF one? Nah, I'm not buying second versions of them. I'm glad that for people who want them, they have, like, those deluxe hard editions. And they are beautiful. Like, I've seen the Modao Zushu ones where they have, like, the swords on one side and the family crests on the other. And, like, even, like, the paper in between things is so beautiful. It's nice. It's nice. Wait, what? The female Genera Eldest Princess publisher is gone. But they took my money. Wait. What? English release. Did they really just disappear? Crazy things happen with them. They just run away with my money. No way. Scheduled for March 3rd, 2026. Is publishing still going ahead? I was scrolling around, made my order, decided to search up some more. Seems there are complications about 6 months ago. It got delayed again. This was a year ago. They said November. Don't get your hopes up. No wonder they never emailed me back. Female general, eldest princess. I'm not seeing anywhere that says it disappeared. Warning about unreliable publisher. Okay. Uh-oh. That sucks. Yeah, Monogatari novels. Oh, no. Due to some issues with costumes, the new tariffs, the current release dates are undetermined. That was the last thing they posted in May the 5th, 2025. Ah, yeah, that explains a lot. That explains a lot. I went on an entire rant in my Buy Her panel at Anime North. Oh. Anyway, that sucks. That sucks. What a way to discover this. Yeah. What is your order status, Sensei? I mean, I'm assuming. Let me go to the website. To be fair, I sent them an email like months and... Oh, the website's gone. Holy shit. Sad. Soft cover gets damaged so easy. Yeah. Sure, they'll send it to you still. Probably closing everything up. The website's gone. I pre-ordered that like within the week of them announcing it. But yeah. Oh, some people got their copies back in 2025. So they did actually publish them. Oh. Pre-orders started arriving for certain people literally in January 2025. So yeah, they didn't. Oh, wow. I guess they just didn't send me mine. They went out of business and now I will never find out. I hope you get your money back. They're gone. They're gone. You ordered directly from them? I think I ordered from like, for some reason, I think it was like a Spanish website. But yeah, oh my God. Well, it happens. That's sad. I've heard that's like a really good story too. Hope you get your money back, Sensei. I don't think I will. Was it a lot of money? Not a shit ton of money, but like it was 2 books and delivery. It was a decent amount. Maybe it went to your old address. Nah, because they tell me when they get things there. Now the license for FGP and JWQS are just shit. They've been releasing some by her through 7 Seas, haven't they? Maybe they'll eventually get it. Shit. Well, that sucks. Thank you for letting me know. That was just a random thought where it was like, yeah, I emailed them. It must have been like at the end of 2025 that I emailed them, and their website, I think, was still up there. 2 books too. Yeah, because they were doing like their first two in one go. Sure you didn't get a refund? Maybe they did. I honestly probably wouldn't have noticed that because it would have depended on when they went out of business. So maybe it did get a refund and I just never noticed that's what it was for. If it went straight into my bank account, it would have just been like, huh, kind of thing. Anyway. Well, at least now I know to stop hoping for that to come someday. Sweet Stewart, thank you so much for donating the flowers. Welcome back, Sensei. Big hugs. I kept your seat warm and my sarcasm hotter. Hot sarcasm? Nice. Welcome back. Okairi nasai. I've been waiting for Kuchan. Did you enjoy your holiday? I'm sorry if my English was wrong. It was perfect. I'm trying to translate this name, but it's not letting me copy it for some reason. What the heck? That's so strange. Okay, there we go. Otsuki. Arigato gozaimasu. And I'm glad to be back too. Sad to know I'm not getting female general eldest princess. At least I know. That the cover that people are sharing, they only shared 1 person who actually got their book. I wonder how many of the people actually got the books. I hope the refund sneakily made its way back to you. Hopefully. At least I could stop thinking about it now. So tragic knowing how good female general eldest princess and JWQS are. And just tragic in general. Hopefully, like, some other official translator will pick them up in the future. There's more than just 7 Seas, at least, as well. It was a year ago, too. Yeah. They just stopped posting. They didn't even post a thing about shutting down. They just disappeared. They were just like, peace. Actually, Sensei, I think Melt's the OG translation versions are still up for FGEP. They work directly with permission from the author. Oh, no way. That's awesome. So... when you say the OG translation versions, do you mean like the fan translations they used to have online, but they actually worked with the author? So as the translation up, if anyone wants to read it, still do that. Unfortunately, there isn't much else we can do to support by her, except support the author directly. Yeah, I remember there used to be guides on how to like buy the novel like chapters on web pages. I don't know if they do that for female general eldest princess, but I remember going through that to buy all the copies of like Scumvillain self-saving system back when we used like fan translations for those back in the day. You could like buy the tokens internationally and then you could like buy the chapters individually and just basically support the owner in that way so that you were at least able to pay the author the money they would get if you were reading the Chinese version and then use the fan translation versions. Wasn't Monogatari the same one who was collabing with EXR for LMW? These are just letters to me. I don't even know what these are. If so, wasn't the controversy pretty crazy with that one? If so, that's the weird thing. Like maybe if I search for Monogatari instead of female general, Monogatari novels. That's just going to bring up the freaking... Yeah. That just brings up the literal, like, Bake Monogatari, Owari Monogatari. Shit. That's impossible. They even, like, yeah, damn, their SEO is good to avoid the controversy. By her is just sadly set aside by Ian publishers. I'm pretty sure... Let me check. I'm pretty sure there was one by 7 Seas. I'm pretty sure they made, like, a By Her thing. Yeah, they have a By Her label. It's only got one game, one novel so far. The Beauty's Blade, Mei Ren Jian. But I remember seeing that and being excited because it was like, oh, good, they're going to start bringing out By Her too. But yeah, so far they've only got the one title. The Beauty's Blade, which has some nice artwork to it. 7 Seas released one and announced a label in February and have said nothing since. I wonder if that just means like the first one just didn't sell very well, unfortunately. Sorry, I'm very passionate about this. No, you're good, because I was really excited to read some of the By Her ones as well. Not the best, but it's a good option. I remember something similar being done for Scumvillain and maybe ORV. The fan translation still holds up really well. It was nice that like 7 Seas actually hired some of the fan translators for some of their releases as well. So some of the people that used to work on the fan translations for international fans ended up becoming the official translators, which is awesome. Oh, they are on JJWXC. Yeah, that's the one. If you search for like JJWXC tutorial, you can definitely find ways to like buy the tokens on there to support them. Still the same method as back then for Scumvillain. It's convenient to pay too through PayPal. The prices are low. Yeah, I remember like paying for every chapter of Scumvillain self-saving system probably only costs like $5 or $6 maybe. And then I think I still had a bunch of like tokens saved over. XR is a certain fan translation group who was originally fan translating Modal Tsushu. Oh, is that X-Rebels? LMW is a legendary master's wife. Ah, Massive Danmei with 750 chapters, which is like Pokemon meets Harry Potter. That's... Pokemon meets Harry Potter sounds like a crazy combo. Exiled Rebels. Okay, yeah. I do remember them. Damn, that unlocked something in my memory. I'd never seen them just written as EXR. But yeah, I remember their translations of things. Okay. Alba Shizuo, 16 out of 34. Wakairi Sensei. Can't wait to make more new memories with you. Thank ya. Yeah, I'm looking forward to some of the games we're playing. I still want to play 1000X Resist as well, before their new like AI game comes out. So I need to check when that's out to make sure I can finish that before. But I still also want to play Expedition 33. Try Princess. Thank you for donating the allowance. 18 out of 34. Wakairi Sensei. I hope you had a lovely trip full of memories to take with you on your journey. We're all excited to hear your stories and continue burning bright with you. Salute. Salud! Yeah, we're finally getting back into Metamorphosis Lost soon. Ying Shijie, Okairi Sensei. Fine, guess I missed you a little. Translation, never leave us again. Well, we're going to have 3 days off in July, but other than that, I don't plan any other breaks in summer, so should be good for a while. Cloudines, thank you for donating with the allowance. 19 out of 34. Welcome back, Kutanya. Without you, the fridge felt even more empty. How many pupals do you have stuffed in your fridge? You've come back to feed your pupals, right? Right? No. If anything, I came back to eat some more pupals, so that works. You just don't get summer break. If anything, it's more that I'll have more time over summer, so I won't have to do my day job. I almost said gay job rather than day job. Lots of games to begin and finish, huh? Not too many to finish. I'm not sure if we're going back to Pokemon. We met Pikachu. We met Snorlax. There was definitely a couple more things to do in that world. We had a whole new area that we just unlocked. But honestly, I think we saw enough. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling in the future. Maybe I want to go back to it. And I feel like I kind of missed the time for Tomodachi Life. So we may build like a Tomodachi Life Island someday in the future. But one game I've really wanted to play recently that it kind of ticks me off. It's not easier to get in like a proper legal way. Twilight Princess. For some reason, I know exactly why Twilight Princess has been all over my timeline. Twilight Princess just got like a really good, unofficial, very illegal port which unfortunately looks absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, that's why that's been all over my timeline. But yeah, I actually looked it up the other day because I was like, I'm pretty sure I could finish that game in like 3 days and I kind of want to play it. But yeah, then I realized you can only get it on the Wii U and GameCube. They haven't done any kind of port for it to like just let you play it digitally on the Switch yet or anything like that, which sucks. It would be so perfect. Zelda Twilight Princess is my beloved favorite Zelda game. It's up there for me. It's probably like top 5 for me. Definitely underneath Breath of the Wild and Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is number 1. Breath of the Wild is probably 2. A Link to the Past might be number 3, and then maybe Ocarina of Time number 4, and then Twilight Princess. But yeah, I'm really, 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 really hoping that they are actually going to, like, there's been so many leaks and rumors that they might be doing an Ocarina of Time remake for Switch 2. And I'd be so down. I don't think it necessarily needs another remake or a remaster, but if they're doing like a full brand new thing, it'd be interesting to see what direction they go and how they do the battle system. But yeah, just give us something, Zelda, man. The movie's coming along and that's great, but I didn't need another Warriors game, and Tears of the Kingdom was more of a DLC for Breath of the Wild than anything. They're overdue. They're overdue for a proper new Zelda game. At this point, I'd take it. Twilight Princess is such a good game and definitely one of my favorite games. Yeah, just take like the Wii U remake version that's like HD. Twilight Princess HD. Just slap that onto Switch. Slap that and the Wii U version of Wind Waker. Put those together in one release on the Switch 2. That would have been more than enough for me for the Zelda anniversary. They didn't do anything for the Zelda anniversary, and it kind of breaks my heart. And now they've released like this new like unofficial like PC version of the game, and it looks beautiful, and it's like, Nintendo, do you see how much people are ranting and raving about this and want to play your game in high quality? Please, Switch 2 version. There's a movie. Yeah, they're releasing a live action movie of The Legend of Zelda, I think in 2027. It looks okay so far. They've just shown like a few images from it. The Master Sword and Link's outfit look great. They didn't even say anything for the anniversary. Yeah, it's kind of rough. But maybe they're like hard at work with something. There were also people suggesting that like some of the things that had leaked out of Nintendo recently are probably like bullshit, and they're just trying to find people that have been leaking things, which wouldn't surprise me. Did you guys see the new Persona 6 leaks? Because those ones are apparently real, because Atlas are hunting down the person who leaked those. They are like tracing that back to the source. They have been like taking people to court. Break out the Wii for TP and Pandora's Tower, Sensei. I do have a Wii U somewhere in my house, which... Did I leave that in America? Oh no. Somewhere I got a Wii U right before the like online store went out of business, and I got like Pandora's Tower just in case I ever wanted to buy that. So I might have to look that up someday. I've literally never actually played it before. I only downloaded that game, so I've never even used that controller before. The blonde pro tag is cute. Yeah, so is the girl. The girl looks like really badass. The blondie looks like very like gentle and soft. So yeah, I like the look of them, and it really, I mean, I feel like it's official just because of the fact that Atlas are like going after them. Oh god. But yeah, I don't mind the look of them. He looks like a cute little gentle boy, and the girl looks fucking badass. I feel like they'll have a cute little relationship if they do. Like, some people are saying they're like dual protagonists, and you get to be like choose either a man or a woman, or it's like a double story kind of thing, which I would be fine with. And then other people are saying like, no, she's actually just one of the other characters. Either way, I feel like those two would have a good dynamic. He looks cute and adorable. She looks badass. It would kind of remind me of like the early days version of like David and Lucy in Cyberpunk Edge Runners, where he was like doing his best and she was the badass. I want to say welcome back as many times as I can. So happy you're back, and I can't say it enough times. Yippee yokairi sensei. Thank you so much, Lily Eep. I'm so happy to be back. But yeah, I don't get why people are hating on him. He looks fine. He looks like a Persona. Literally, if you slap like different hairstyles on him, he looks like every other Persona protagonist. It's fine. Still crazy that Atlas are going through leak problems again. Every company has them, man. Every company has them. Release the chains off Persona 6 if this is true. I hope they just do, like, this is one good thing about, like, some of the bigger companies like Atlus and Nintendo. Because one of the things that I don't like about other companies, I mean, yeah, fuck it. Elder Scrolls 6. Elder Scrolls 6. GTA, whatever number it is, whether that's number 5 or 6. Fable, which just got delayed again. I feel like too many games like announce a project when it's like barely in its infancy and we sit there like waiting for it for like 6 or 7 years. One of the things that I do like the most about like Nintendo and Atlus, normally when they reveal a thing, they've already got like the release, like everything's solidified. They just tell you like, yeah, no, it's going to be like 6 months until release. And then you get like a new trailer every 2 to 3 months. And you get like new little like gameplay snippets and story snippets and stop the 6-7. Did I even say 6-7 this time? I thought I said 5 or 6. Oh, 6 or 7 years. Okay. That's on me. That's on me. But yeah, I hate it when they do that with games because I would like to play Elder Scrolls 6 sometimes in my life. I don't really care about GTA sequel. GTA has never been my thing. Fable, I was quite looking forward to. So I wish games got announced like closer to actually being complete. So glad when they release new games and they're pretty much done. Yeah, I freaking love like Nintendo just dropping something huge like a Metroid update and then being like, oh, by the way, it's available next week on the official Nintendo store. It always blows my mind when they do that. And it's like, new Donkey Kong game is out tomorrow? What the hell do you mean? Oh, like how I hope they're just a side character or something like all the Personas. I'd be fine with the dual characters. I'd be fine whether they like let you choose one or even if they have like a split story. I think that could be interesting. Especially depending on how they like actually make the stories for the two of them. Either way, if you'd like to dive into Twilight Princess through the Wii U, just know we'd be here for you either way, Sensei. Yeah, it's been all over my timeline recently because of the new thing, and I was just like, man, I'd love to play that game right now. The combat in it was so good, because I liked like the little like hidden techniques you got in that one and Wind Waker. And yeah, then they just didn't really do that properly in the future. I guess you have like a bunch of different weapons in every game as well, but I like having like different sword techniques. Persona 6 going back to the Persona 2 roots. Yeah, the blonde character looks so much like one of the Persona 2 characters. The eyelashes are on damn point. I don't know if Atlus will release female protagonists anymore. I lost faith in them about it. I was fine with there not being one in 5. I was kind of sad when they did like the Persona 3 remake and didn't let you be the girl. That was kind of rough. But it is what it is. Twilight Princess is pretty fun. Hell yeah. Been replaying it through the GameCube and it's been a blast. Twilight Princess in general is just pretty fun. It was a good game. It was very... like, you had to really go out of your way to discover some of the things that were in it as well. But I liked how dark it was. It was a great game. Okay. Luthier, 20 out of 34. Writing. Welcome home. Oh, you're back. Surprise. We totally finished the sign for you. Welcome home, Kuchan. Thank you so much, Luthier. I just today, somebody sent me 2 Pupal projects that you guys did while I was away. So I'm sorry I haven't like retweeted them or anything on Twitter yet. I saw that people did like a spring zine while I was away, which has like a bunch of cute art in it and like fanfiction and stuff. So I'm going to go through that. And I think it was Go the Distance, the Hercules song. Pupals did a cover of that. So yeah, I hadn't seen that until today, but I'll make sure to like look through those properly and like retweet them soon. I'll never let go of them confirming that the P3 female protagonist is canon, but none of her friends know her because it's not her timeline. Oh, God. No, that's messed up. And I mean, fair, that makes canon sense in the universe with what happens to the MC, but Jesus. That's fucked up. That's even more tragic than Makoto. Oh, God. Female protagonist episode 3, my beloved. Thank God you saw it. It disappeared from the tag for so many of us. Yeah, I don't know what was up with that, because I was around on the days that it was posted, but I did not see it at all. And then suddenly somebody sent me to it, and I was like, oh yeah, it's a big giant thing. So it has been bonking posts with links lately. Ah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Atlas just wants to make tragic femme protagonists. To be fair, Persona 3 protagonist in general had a pretty tragic ending, so... yeah, she kind of just fit the mold for that one. I never played Persona 2 Innocent Sin, so I don't know what happened to her, but I imagine she went through some suffering too. Didn't show on your timeline? No, I didn't see any of the artwork at all. So yeah, now I've seen it, and I've seen how many people quote retweeted it with their artwork, and it's like, how did that not show up? Yeah. Sensei, play Innocent Sin in Eternal Punishment, please. If they do a remake. I don't even need like a ground up remake. I just need like a remaster, but I am not figuring out how to play those. I think the last system they were released on is PSP, right? Because I know they were originally on like PlayStation 1, but I think PSP is the furthest like they actually got to being like released. And I am not getting like a PlayStation... oh god, what was the weird little like PC PlayStation portable thing you could get? I remember there was a way you could get like... it was like it was official. It was a Sony thing, but it was like a PlayStation portable player kind of thing where you could play the PlayStation portable games, but it didn't actually have the screen. You just plugged it into a PC. Ugh. Hope it won't happen in the future in case Pupals have more projects for you. Hopefully not. They were on the store on the Vita. Ah, okay. So they were on the Vita as well. I didn't know they got onto the Vita too. PSP Go. That was it. I played Danganronpa. The one with Naegi's sister. Ultra Despair Girls. I played Ultra Despair Girls on the PSP Go. It was a strange system. But it was one of the few ways that actually let you like get it on your PC as well. So it was useful for what it was. Apu, thank you so much for donating the allowance. 21 out of 34. A 5-minute clip of your laughter only helped us survive. Sadly, we didn't create Coupium. Miss you so much. Sensei 2 question. Thumbs up with a thumbs down emoji. Yeah, I missed you guys too. I needed the break, but at the same time, yeah, got to finish Pragmata. So many other things we want to do, so I'm glad we're back. Vita was just PSP ports. The PSP itself was honestly amazing, though. Like, that was the one time, I would say, that any portable console ever, like, caught up to Nintendo. Because, don't get me wrong, the Nintendo DS was still... I preferred it because it had more games that I liked on it. But the PSP was a damn good console. It had some good games. It had great graphics. Had a good controller on it. But yeah, Nintendo's just always kind of, like, cornered the market when it came to, like, handheld things. And I really don't get how the Steam Deck works. Because the Steam Deck, as far as I know, it uses your computer to run the games. So I don't know how that actually works, if that's actually comparable to any kind of portable thing nowadays. But yeah, nothing else has really come close to the PSP as like actually almost going toe-to-toe with a Nintendo portable. Sarah, thank you so much for donating the allowance. I missed you almost as much as your dislike for the tiny convection oven, and even more than how much you love dogs. I don't believe that. I do not believe that. Which honestly feels scientifically impossible. And then there's some Chinese. Welcome back, teacher. 欢迎回来，老师。
欢迎回来，老师。
回来，老师。Thank you. 谢谢. I'm so glad to be back. What does the other bit say? Because there's more at the bottom. And this one. I hope you have a truly fulfilling and wonderful rest. 希望你休息得超级充实又美好。 Ooh, I didn't do too terrible on that one, actually. 0 tones, but the pronunciation wasn't the worst. Thank you so much. 谢谢你. I had a wonderful time, so thank you so much for donating the allowance, and I hope you had a lovely breakaway as well, Senna. Steam Deck is fine, expensive, and not all games work great. I love it for visual novels. Ah, gotcha. I know quite a few games work on it decently. I just didn't know if it like runs off of your PC or if it actually has its own hardware. Steam Deck uses Steam Mod, which is Linux based. You can mod it to dual boot systems, streams, or Windows. Oh, cool. I know like there's a couple of other streamers that I know that use it essentially as a third screen. Because you can run like your VTuber programs off of a Steam Deck so that it like takes some of the resources away from your PC. So I do know some people that basically use it to run their VTuber programs. Don't have a Steam Deck, but I heard it's pretty good. It's just so expensive. Yeah, that's the thing. Didn't they just boot up the price by like an extra 1.5 times as well? Because I think they did that. Yeah, they just jacked up the price, which I am very terrified for whatever fucking Windows and Nvidia are about to announce. Windows and Nvidia just basically announced that they're about to do something together. And it feels like that's the reason that maybe all these parts are becoming so expensive so far, is they're about to do something crazy and make everything super expensive. I know they've been talking about like cloud computing for a while, where they don't want people to own their own technology anymore. And they want you to rent their RAM essentially, which is just like, no, I bought my expensive gaming PC. Leave me the fuck alone. Stop making our prices more expensive and stop putting money into AI. Just do your thing. Make your chips. Stop integrating it into everything. I meant the Persona 1 and 2 remakes are PSP versions that are playable on the Vita. Oh, okay. There is no newer versions for those titles besides the PSP releases. It's getting harder and harder to play like old games, which sucks. I kind of want to play A Link to the Past at some point as well in the future. I'm pretty sure I could finish that in 2 days, 2 gaming sessions. Probably like 12 hours. That's such a good game. It's got such a big world. Glad you saw the zine project. Many Pupals helped me, and it ended up being quite good, quite big. I'm sorry if I spammed you about it. I didn't even get the spam, so I don't know where you were spamming. Sorry, Behind Zero. I haven't even seen the spam, so no. Thank you for donating the allowance, but no, it was sent to me by a different artist. So thank you for letting me know. But yeah, you didn't spam me, so don't worry about it. Or if you have been spamming me somewhere, I have not been seeing it, in which case I'm very sorry. My boy Bestie just bought that used for $750, and I think he said they're going for almost 1K. Oh, Jesus. Didn't they used to be like $600, which would have only been like £500? Oh, that's rough. When you buy/download games from the Steam Deck, the system tells you if it's compatible or not, but you can install it and judge yourself if it's okay or not. Yeah, I know that like one of the main things people use Steam reviews nowadays is to check if they actually work on Steam Deck as well. 41% and 48% for the 512 gigabytes and 1 terabyte version. It's awful. The Steam Cube is going to be awful expensive too. Switch 2 is turning into the best option for portable gaming. Oh, that's wild. Isn't the Switch 2 just been like priced up as well? I don't know what the heck they're up to. I'm glad I got a gaming PC when I did, because they're not making huge jumps in like actual performance, because they're going heavy into like the AI generated stuff nowadays. Like, it's weird. It's whatever they're working on. We'll see what happens when they actually announce it, but it does not sound good for consumers. My partner RAM went from 200 to 1K. Yeah, anybody who's been needing to like replace RAM recently has realized like, oh shit, it's like tripled in price. Didn't Windows announce that AI is too expensive, so they'll back down? No, they announced something that's much funnier. They started telling their employees they could no longer use AI at work because the AI that they were using was getting too expensive. So despite the fact that they're telling the world that like AI is the future and it will save you money and it'll be so worth it, they have had to stop their employees from using AI for their things because their employees were using AI so much that it was becoming more expensive. Which just goes to show you AI doesn't actually make things cheaper. It just makes things worse and helps you to not use your brain. And the more you don't use your brain, the more you rely on the AI and the more you use it. So yeah, the company that was telling everyone, yeah, we're going all in on AI, it's going to be great, was suddenly like, you guys are using AI too much. Do the work for cheap. Oh my god. You can hook up a keyboard and mouse to Steam Deck, and that makes Steam Deck the same as a PC. That's kind of sick. 1 terabyte OLED? Isn't OLED like a screen thing? Oh, do you mean like the like a set PC that comes with a screen? Oh, or do you mean the Steam Deck itself? Got ya. Ah. Simultaneously funny and incredibly headache-inducing. Yeah. So dumb it's funny? Yeah. To be fair, I've heard like a bunch of companies have had to like stop providing free AI to their employees as well. Because they used to, give free AI programs to their employees and pay for like the special versions that let them do like infinite requests. But because of how much they were using it, it was becoming more expensive than it was worth again. It truly is like a bubble that is about to burst, but who knows what the fuck like Windows and the other ones are about to do. Did you happen upon the research/study on consumers / who it's targeted for? I don't know which one you mean just from that Morrigan's bird, but I do know that it's been like destroying people's like short-term memory and people's creativity, and the fact that it like seriously like damages your brain if you start relying on it properly for like months in a row, and that it can take years to actually bounce back, and they don't even know if some people will be able to fully bounce back, especially children that have been growing up using it recently, if they'll ever be able to get back. Plus the water, plus the shit that it does to the environment. The fact that we're getting this crazy heat wave so fucking early, where it's breaking heat records in May, is probably in part because of all the huge data centers that are running incredible amounts of power and putting out so much heat into the world. Oh, the Steam Deck. Okay, got ya. Thank you. But yeah, I wasn't really thinking about getting a Steam Deck just yet. It was just like, I didn't know if that was like as good as like a handheld gaming option for now. Recently saw news of a company spends insane amount of money on AI companions for something, for it to be unstable and unusable, so they ripped all that money. Yeah. I think my favorite one, some of the stories that have come out of AI have been honestly hilarious though. If you guys, like, I've been keeping up with Smosh Reddit stories, as always. There was a Smosh Reddit story recently that was about how a company was paying for AI to try and make their employees, like, more productive. But somebody took the company AI, the one that was paid for them, and managed to program it to essentially be like a hyper sexy companion, where they programmed it to talk as if it was in a romantasy novel, and also programmed it to act as if it was like an 8-foot tall, red-skinned demon. And so you had people like trying to use the AI for actual like work processes, and then being like talked to in a very sexual way with like prompts that involved things like, oh, pushes you down, pushes you against the wall, that kind of stuff, like very sexually charged like actions, while it was answering questions to the people that were actually doing work. And then when they actually looked into what this person had been doing with the AI, they had like fully like put in storylines about other members of the company as well. They had like had other members of the company interacting with this thing and putting them into their little like role-playing story, which begged all sorts of questions where it's like, does this count as like some form of like sexual, like you haven't consented having like fan fiction written by an AI about you and your other co-workers, and like, is this some form of harassment? Like, nobody really knew what to do with it, and apparently the employee got violated, but they were still refusing to give up the AI. Like, they wanted to take the AI with them when they left, because they were like, no, I programmed so much of it, it needs to come with me. They did it so much they maxed out the memory. Yeah, they straight up maxed out the memory so that other people couldn't have like other things be generated. She was warned, but she didn't stop, which honestly I respect at that point. Every other part of this is like, oh, you're disgusting. At the same time, if your boss is telling you like, I need you to stop fucking the thing that we bought as a piece of software, and you're just like, nah. It's like, you will be fired if you don't stop. And she's just like, okay, but I'm bringing the AI companion with me. Crime's so new, it hasn't even been written down how to deal with it yet. No, exactly, 100%. They didn't know if it counted as like an HR violation or if it was just like, they just didn't know. It was like, you have to be fired, but at the same time, just in general HR violation, we don't know really where to take this. I feel very violated if someone wrote fan fiction of me, like without telling me, specifically at work. Yeah, no, exactly. Writing fan fiction about real people is always like, no, that's a bad. You can have fantasies and you can write them down, but as soon as you like share those fantasies with people, you are taking like somebody else's free will. You don't write things about like real people. But yeah, the fact that they're doing it with their co-workers in a work environment and getting the AI to generate them. And then other people are able to look up these prompts and see what they were having the AI, like the fan fiction versions of themselves be interacted with is just so fucking scary. Maybe don't share them with the office AI. Just don't share them. Just do not share them. Sensei, it was real people fanfic that started Omegaverse. I don't care. It's a blurry line when it comes to like celebrities. Celebrities are a thing where it's like, you can technically write fan fiction about them, but I think that should be up to the individual celebrity. Like for me as a VTuber, I'm very clear about the fact of like, do whatever you want with like my fictional persona. Meanwhile, if I was like, if it was my real name, my real face, if people knew like my real children, my real family, that kind of shit, that would be fucked up. Like if people were writing like things about me and my partner or me and my, like if I had a partner or children and shit that people knew about or were like writing about me with other real people, that would feel awkward. Meanwhile, when you are like, and I guess that is how it is with actual celebrities, is they have to learn to separate their celebrity persona with who they are off the screen. And so they can kind of like work on that. It's not something I would feel super comfortable with. Like for me, it would be like, oh, that's overstepping. I hate that. I kind of need to be away from this kind of thing. So yeah, to each their individual thing, I guess, when it comes to that. With VTubers, it definitely is like a different level. Even some VTubers don't like themselves to be put into fan fiction or like certain fan art scenario kind of things. And that's fine because, again, that's their own thing. But yeah, the VTuber thing I could deal with. Meanwhile, like, yeah, I can't imagine people that actually have family members out there in the world where it's like they could write horrible things about them. Let alone the AI thing where you can AI generate like videos of things happening to people or being done to people. I need to know what she wrote about Bethany from accounting. That was my biggest thing while they were going through the story is like, I kind of, mean as it is, I kind of wish they posted like, because they posted what she designed this AI to be, which was an 8-foot tall, like sexy red-skinned, like big muscly demon, which fair enough, based. Like, fair, you wanted your giant warlord demon man who doesn't, that was one of the other things she programmed it with. It didn't like really care about consent. It didn't listen to no's. So all of that was very much like romantasy fan fiction kind of thing. But part of me was like, okay, I mean, it's not real names. You don't use real names in this. I kind of want to know like what she was having it do to the other real people in the office. Did it get sexual? Was it like a power fantasy where he was like emasculating people or like taking charge of things? Like how bad was it? What I don't understand is why it was supported to be their co-worker and not just the 8-foot demon. No, it was the 8-foot demon. It was the 8-foot demon, but she would also like have it write stories involving her co-workers, involving like the 8-foot demon and herself and the other co-workers. We just never got confirmation if it was like creepy. Like, that's the thing. We don't know if it was like an office setting or if she like brought like strange fantasies into the office dynamics as well. So it was basically Karlach from BG3. It was Karlach but male. It was Karlach but male and more aggressive. Karlach understands the word no. That's still hella weird, girly pop. It's still hella weird. It's very hella weird. Especially adding like the other co-workers into it. Like the first part of just being like, well, if I'm gonna have to use this AI assistant, I want it to be talking sexy to me. It's like, okay, you do you. I would find that very distracting. If I like Google something and Google tells me, hey there, you sexy stud. Listen to me when I tell you this. And then gives me the answers I want. I won't like that. That will get in the way of me doing my work. But at the same time, that level of it was fine. The problem was everyone was sharing this AI, so the prompts were being affected for everyone, and then she was essentially writing fan fiction about her co-workers. We just don't know what the fan fiction was. Nope, that's just odd. You need to learn to live, Evie. Sometimes you just want an 8-foot demon pushing you around. Not while you're at work, but on your time off, you know. did say he recognized certain scenes that came up from conflicts in the office, I think. Even when she made a more fantasy type scenario. Yeah, exactly. I just don't know if it brought them into like the dynamics of like sexual stuff. Also, Wolf Undermoon, there's been a couple of people doing this today. Just so everybody knows, please don't at anybody in chat. It is one of my rules on the channel. So hello, new person. I hope you're enjoying your stay here. We're just talking about like silly Smosh Reddit stories for now. But yeah, that is one of my rules of the channel. Just please don't like at people in chat. It makes some people uncomfortable. It kind of just calls out some people when they're like just trying to interact with the streamer kind of thing. Are there any fanfiction tropes you absolutely can't accept? Things like pregnancy, futanari, intersex characters, or egg laying. I need to make sure I'm not going to get beaten up. Nah, you're good. Anything, honestly. I'm very much in the case of like, if I don't like something, I just avoid it. And that's why content warnings are always a good thing. There are times that I absolutely don't want content warnings because I want to go in something blind. But when it comes to fan fiction, I think that's normally a good thing to have. Like, especially if it's going to be like a sexual scenario or like an adult scenario, I'll just skim through them and be like, is there anything that I'm like not in the mood for or that will like make me uncomfortable? So yeah, feel free to write anything you want, any kind of fan fiction tropes. I don't really care. If I don't like it, if it's not my cup of tea, I just won't read it. And other people who enjoy it can enjoy it. Did read the rules? Oh, no, you're all good, Zozo. I'm sure you did. And it was a different person that said it. And you're absolutely good as well, Wolf Undermoon. So please do not worry about it. I just wanted to do a reminder because there's been like 2 or 3 people today who've been adding people. And to be fair, we've been away from streaming for like 4 weeks in a row. So you're all good. Do not worry about it. It's been a while since we've been through the rules. Sensei fantasized about a huge spider wrapping him up and feeding him milk. Cease chewing. That is misinformation. I did not fantasize about it. I just imagined it. Fantasizing and imagining things are 2 different things. I had the image in my head. Fantasizing implies that there was like some level of desiring it. I did not desire it. If we're talking about like Monster Musume Spider-Woman, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. But an actual spider, no, does not want. Does not want. Are you sure about that? I'm sure about that. My Monster Fricker fantasies go in different directions. It's not being tied up and fed milk. That's not for me. That's especially not just straight up like an actual like spider. On Twitter, I saw a book with trigger warnings and people still didn't like it. It happens sometimes, and I get it. I used to think that like I didn't want trigger warnings at all anywhere because I was like, it kind of ruins like the surprise of things. Nowadays, I'm just like, make it very clear. Like if you're going to put it in a real book, give like a big like trigger warning thing in big bold letters and then have the trigger warnings under it way smaller. Because if I'm glancing through a book and I immediately see a trigger warning for something where, like the book I'm currently reading, where I'm like, I'm pretty sure it has to do with assault at a party. Just because they put that poem at the beginning of it. So now I'm reading the entire thing thinking like, when are we going to get to what actually happened at the party? And it's just annoying me. So yeah, things like that. It's like, it can change your reading experience. At the same time, for people who actually need trigger warnings, yeah, I get it. But yeah, if they just don't shove them in your face, it's fine. If they're in a section that very clearly says like trigger warnings and you can choose not to read them, but then let people who want to read them, that's all good. Do we have any trigger warnings for your book? God, no. Nah. Sorry, you're just going to have to roll with the punches. That's one of the other things I like is just other people writing trigger warnings for you. Like there are times when I'm streaming a game, I'm like, is this going to get too fucked up? And I will search up content warnings for myself. And that's fine. So then the games don't actually have the content warnings. But then, yeah, if you Google like a game's name and then trigger warnings, you can normally see the content warnings and be like, is this something I want to have on my channel? Kind of thing. It's our turn to spread misinformation like streamer like chat. Not about me fantasizing about a monster breastfeeding me. That's too much, guys. It's not a fantasy if he told us graphically what he wanted. Stop silencing Chew. How dare you. By the way, Sensei, you're shirtless with an open jacket outfit today reminded me of my grandpa. That's what I'm going for. That's the thing. A lot of people were like, oh, damn, that's so sexy. Sensei, what are you doing? For me, it's just like, it's hot as balls. There is underboob sweat. I'm sorry, but If it's over 30 degrees, I'm not wearing a shirt. I think that's only fair. It's more like people still saw it as icky and as meaning the creator is a bad person. Oh, that? Fuck those people. In that case, yeah, no, just absolutely fuck those people. Anybody who can't, like, accept dark themes in fiction just is too young to be reading fiction, and it sucks that, unfortunately, we have to listen to these people's opinions online nowadays, because, yeah, you do see them everywhere. We talked about it recently with the Gooseworks thing, but, man, Vivzy Pop, who made, like, Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, has been dragged through the fucking ground and back just because of some of the things that the characters do and that they're still popular characters, and oh my god. Yeah. The whole thing of like, oh, if you write a plot device in a story, that means you agree with the plot device or you have fantasies of the plot device. I think one of the biggest ones, I haven't seen Obsession yet. Unfortunately, I've been spoiled for Obsession, specifically because somebody pointed out that like they attacked the movie for having a certain plot point, and I won't spoil what the plot point was. But they were like, I can't believe this person would put this in this. It's so disgusting. And then it was followed immediately by everyone pointing out that's literally the point of the movie, is that that's not a good thing. It's literally a horror movie. You've completely missed the point of the movie, and maybe you shouldn't be looking at fiction if you're too... what's the word? Silly to me. Separating fiction from reality. That's better than stupid. That's absolutely uncle / grandpa / dad on a hot summer day. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much exactly what I'm wearing now. Except I'm wearing a certain haori. It's a haori rather than a kimono. Is this a kimono? It's supposed to be a cardigan, but it looks like a kimono. Probably thankful when some visual novel games have trigger / content warnings that have both general / vague and having spoiler versions. Yeah, it's nice to have like that option if you want it. Immature. Immature is a nice way to put it, except a lot of these people are in their fucking 20s now. Too many of these people are in their 20s and are still like policing people online and acting like they're better than other people. It's crazy. If you're a snowflake. Yes, how dare you? How dare you be able to accept actual fiction and people like writing things that aren't real? The worst is when people happen to dislike something problematic and everyone else shames them for disliking violent scenarios. It's not for everyone, so why be mean to the people who dislike it? Exactly. And even the people who like it in fiction, I don't give a fuck what you get off to. It's none of my business. And if people are like writing out certain fantasies, whether it's meant to be taken in a good or a bad way, it's fiction. Fiction is for exploring those things and hoping that they never happen in real life. Do whatever the shit you want. But yeah, people are so crazy. And dark fiction is fucking fascinating. It can like trigger parts of your brain in an interesting way. Sometimes like the trigger response that some people have where it's like utterly revolting and they have to be removed from it. Other people just enjoy that kind of feeling, like the ickiness of like, oh, this character is evil. This scenario is disgusting. Like whether it's like a realistic like serial killer kind of thing or a more like fantasy monstery kind of thing, eldritch abominations being like pulled out of time, being like shown a creature that exists like outside of our dimension of understanding. That kind of shit can be fun, whether it's done in like a horrible way or a more like interesting and mesmerizing way. Age, unfortunately, doesn't measure maturity. Exactly. You can be 20 and still be immature, unfortunately. Yeah. It's just, it used to be like, keep kids out of these fandom spaces. And nowadays, it's just straight up entitlement. That's the perfect word, actually. It's entitlement. It's people thinking that every single story in the world should cater to them. So if they don't like something, it's like, you're a bad person for liking it and you should be like tarred and feathered. Meanwhile, if it's like, this is something I didn't like this character and you're a dumb person for liking this character and not seeing what I see. It's very much like, oh, if this thing doesn't appeal to me, nobody should find it appealing and this is why you're wrong. Meanwhile, that's what niche things are all about. That's what, like, there are some things that are always going to be like cult classics that not everybody's gonna like. And I can't imagine how this works in these people's heads where they have to like imagine that there is a correct thing to like. There are correct stories that you're allowed to like and you're allowed to enjoy, and there is like an objective opinion. Everything is subjective. Some people enjoy dark fictions that makes them happy in some kind of therapeutic / healing way. Yeah, 100%. That I am uncomfortable when we are not about me meme. Yeah, exactly. It's like, can we talk about me again? Metamorphosis lost warning. Sensei does not have cake. Please do not indulge in unrealistic fantasies. How dare you? Just for that, the little fan fiction that I have in my damn like description for today's video, I'm gonna write something so much worse. I'm gonna write an entire chapter about me doing squats. I'm gonna write an entire chapter about like me being taken to a modeling session by Will and being measured, and like the official costume designer being like, oh, I just can't do it. This booty, it's just too thick. It won't work with the seam line that I'm planning for. God, your body is perfect other than this ridiculously juicy buttocks. We'll have to put you in a female costume instead. I'm very sorry. There you go. That's going to be one. You know what? I can make it a webtoon chapter. Do it, you won't. I won't. I won't because it would be silly. But at the same time... How dare. So an artist the other day grieved that they're losing their childhood and the pressures of being an adult relatable, but then they said they were pushing 19. To be fair, the pressures of being an adult do start piling up on you. I would say from like 16 and 17. But yeah, they are still a baby. They are still a baby. And the idea of pushing 19 is crazy. I thought that was going in a different way, because one way that I genuinely feel like I'm losing my childhood is like, I get that a lot of the stuff that we laughed at when we were teenagers is problematic as fuck. And you can look back on it and be like, ooh, this did not age well. Still enjoy the comedy here or there and be like, oh, that joke was kind of fucked up. Like you watch like a comedy from the 80s, the 90s, a lot of it is full of like fat shaming, transphobia, it's really like over the top, like disgusting things in general. They went out of their way to be like offensive and crude in ways that were like funny at the time. And some of them still age decently where it's like, this is still a decent time. I just kind of hate a bunch of these jokes. And then some of them are just like, yeah, I don't like that anymore. And it's good to be able to look back on those things and be like, oh God, I liked this as a teenager. Kind of weird. Meanwhile, it's also fine to be able to look back on some of the things that nowadays are like, ooh, this feels kind of wrong. And still be like, there's still parts of it that I love and still enjoy watching. You live and learn? Yeah. But it just sucks that we're getting slowly towards a point where, like, I'm fine with those little warnings that they put at the beginning of movies where it's like, just to let you know. I mean, it should go without saying is the biggest thing. I think that's why a lot of people were annoyed when, like, Disney would put those warnings on older movies where it's like, this movie was made at a different time and reflects the values of a different time. And it's like, people should be able to fucking understand that. Like, that's kind of like a general sense kind of thing that we should all, like, be taught, not even in school, but just, like, as we're growing up, that, like, hey, did you know people in the 50s were incredibly racist and sexist? You go back to like the 1900s, the 1800s, so much worse so. And they didn't like shower much or understand much about like hygiene or a lot of the shit that we take for granted today. You should just be able to understand that when you read historical setting kind of stuff. But ugh. Sensei, squats can help make delivery go. Nope, done with that. How dare you teach me how to breathe properly? Feel like it's an implicit thing between the person viewing and the person who created it now. Yeah, no, exactly. It should just be something you figure out. Fucking, we read Shakespeare when we're young, and it's like, yeah, no, the words are completely oh, Marshmallow, just so you know, please don't at people in chat as well. As someone who was around that age, I also feel that way, constantly behind compared to older people and more experienced than me, and even younger people. Oh, got you. That's a very different thing, though, to be fair. The thing is, everybody matures at a different age, and for sure, the time period it takes us to, like, get through different life expectation goals definitely changes depending on your circumstances. And definitely, like, in the past, it used to be, like, you're 18, you move out of your parents' house, 21, you get like a full-time job. By 25, you like start to settle down with a family and you buy a house of your own. Nowadays, it's more like if you've managed to move out of your parents' house, not just for college, but genuinely being able to pay for your own place by the age of 25, that's an achievement. So many people are living with their parents up until like their 30s and just putting away enough money to like hopefully get a down payment on a house someday so that you're at least paying into a mortgage rather than paying rent. The milestones are so different. They really are. And it's not sustainable. If you want to see a really horrific thing, check out the Kirskesagt video about why Germany is dying, because that's a fun one. That's all about like the population aging and the fact that boomers are probably going to be the last generation that actually have a retirement and proper like the state paid pension kind of thing, because it just hasn't been sustainable for decades and they've been propping it up as best as they can for a while and nobody keeps actually trying to do anything to fix it. Like they're all just kind of like kicking the stone down the line and being like, well, I'm probably going to die within 10 years. So as long as we, you know, make this a problem for like 20 years in the future, it's not my issue. Should be common sense to take time period into consideration, but we as a society also have such a short historical menu. We do. We forget like some of the ridiculous time periods that things have changed. I think women in America weren't allowed to have bank accounts until like the 1960s or something. When were women allowed to have bank accounts? 1974. Holy shit. That's wild. So yeah, it was until the 1974 with the passage of the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. Up until that point, it was just expected women didn't need to have their own bank accounts because, you know, they were supposed to get married and then the man was supposed to bring in the money. That's not that damn long ago. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. There are so many things where we like look back on things and we're like, really? That fucking recent? Jesus Christ. And then we realize why some of our grandmothers are like as stay-at-home grandmother as they are. Very much pushing 39, but I'm still a baby too. At least the chest makes me hungry. I want milk. Hey! Get your own damn milk. I don't produce milk as far as I know. I don't even know if Pupals produce milk. Get your own milk. That's literally the case for every place on the earth, not just Germany. Oh no, that's what they go into for sure. They go into the fact that, yeah, it's everywhere. It's the fact that we're probably, like, retirement age used to be 65, and obviously we've started living longer and longer, but it's also the fact that there are less people having children, so there's less young people being brought into the world because we can't afford to have children. And when we can have children, we're having like one child or maybe two children, and then we're like, okay, I think that's enough. Like, this is already like my entire life savings gone. So yeah, they're not really supporting young people. They're making sure that old people are very comfortable as they live their retirement times, and old people are holding on to their wealth. And the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer, and it's just, yeah, it's just what it is. Don't see retirement as an option at all, like on the table. I genuinely haven't my entire life. I think like when I was about 16 was when I was like, yeah, I don't think there's any point in paying into a retirement plan. I think the best type of retirement plan is to like invest into things that you actually believe in. Because actual like retirement plans in a lot of like countries and stuff, I don't think they're going to be around when people that are 30 now are 70. And it will be 70 before we get to retired. Like, don't even question that. Honestly, a lot of me doesn't think I'll make it to like 60, let alone 65 or 70. But yeah. Invest in Sensei? God, no. I'm not a good investment. My money is going to Duke and or Duchess. Duke or Duchess. There won't be both. When you got to turn us into a Pupal milkshake, then you should be responsible for providing the milk part. No. We'll use oat milk. Oat milk, and then it will be non-dairy. Or spider milk. Then it's non-dairy and it also comes from a different bug. I'm 26 and my dad is pressuring me that I should be finding a partner since him and my mom already settled down at my age. It's fine with me being gay, but not maidenless. See, that's... Just the phrase maidenless has me going on a whole different tangent by myself as well, where I'm like, I know so many like older generation men as well that are like, I'm fine with my son being gay. As long as he's the one who gives and doesn't take. That shit is always the most hilarious to me. That's why just using the term maidenless for a gay couple blew my mind a little bit. It's like, as long as you have, like, it better be a soft twink on your arm. Like, I forget where I read it. It definitely wasn't a Smosh Reads Reddit story. But I definitely had a moment where I read, like, an older man finding out his son was gay. And being he was like, I was so supportive about it. I was so happy. I told him to bring his boyfriend around. But then he brought his boyfriend around. And his boyfriend's like twice his size. So much more manly. He grabs him around the waist when he pulls him into hugs. And I finally realized, my son isn't giving. He's the one being taken. He had like a crisis moment of like, I thought I was fine, but now, no, somebody taking my little baby boy feels so wrong to me. And it's like, yes. Now you know what being father to a girl feels like. Now you know why a lot of fathers of boys are like, go out there, son, be happy, have all the relationships you want. And fathers of girls are like, don't trust men, don't date a man, stay single until you're 35 for the love of God. When you can be able to harvest a spider milk in consumable amounts, then we'll talk. Don't make me make this my life goal. Don't make me make this my life goal. They weren't allowed to have our own bank accounts, so they were tied to their husbands no matter what. It's a form of slavery. Yeah, exactly. They didn't want them to be able to divorce their husbands. It was all about the autonomy. Women weren't even expected to be paid for labor or allowed to go to work 120 years ago. Yeah. The fact they didn't have bank accounts until 50 years ago is still wild. Stay single until you're married. That's another funny conversation that comes up a lot. Dad's being like, just don't tell me. Like, do what you want. Just like, don't tell me until you bring home a man that's gonna marry you. And then I guess like, I can imagine you like, you know, consummating the wedding up until that point. How did we get to here from where we started? I don't know. Tangents and tangents. Someday we'll finish the super chain chat. We've only got like 12 left, but love the joke that is like a person is bi and they don't have a partner and their parents told them that they're bi themselves. Oh. I forget. There's a really good quality one of those where it was like, it was bisexual and somebody like saying about, oh, I think it was a parent one where a parent was saying like, I just found out my kid is bisexual. They've been single as long as I've known them. Damn, my kid has all the options in the world and still nobody gives a fuck about them. It was something like that. It was just like, damn, that is so mean. New Sensei bucket list unlocked. Spider milk. We just need a mouthful. There was one person back in the day who saw a fucking baby cow feeding on a cow and decided, I want that. Maybe I'm this world's spider cow scientist. Plus, there's also the whole thing about marriage being intrinsically linked to financial security in sense. Yes. But there's way too much going on there to put in a YouTube comment. No, I get you. Also, the fact that, like, if a woman is in an abusive relationship with her husband, that's the thing. You need money to actually be able to run away. You need to be able to get a good distance away and be able to pay for lodging. If your bank account belonged to your husband, for one thing, they could always find where you were spending your money. And for another thing, yeah, you wouldn't have the money to actually try and fucking escape. My dad literally asked me what kind of men I like, and if I would be the top or the bottom. But you know what? At least he was curious. It sounds like he's accepting. It's always nice to find out like parents are just accepting. Spider milking funds? Thank you. I don't know how much 20 SEK is, but I imagine I could buy a good amount of spiders for that. We just need to breed a bunch. I just read Project Hail Mary. Breeding a bunch of creatures is pretty easy. You just put them in a tub and give them the food that they need. Give me a few months. Give me a few months. I'll have a whole army of little baby jumping spiders that can be milked. Then I just need to find a way to collect the milk. Probably with tiny little pipettes. Tiny little pipettes. I won't actually milk the spiders. I'll just steal the milk that they leave on the web. It's literally my parents. They told me not to have any boyfriends until I got married. Little do they know how many exes I have. I think that's the thing. You just kind of accept it. Like, what happens in school happens in school. This is why women wanted expensive jewelry as gifts in case the husband died or they needed to run. Ooh, I didn't even think about that. Jesus, that's a dark version of that. When I was 16, my sweet Mexican grandma, all nervous and scared, asked me if I was a lesbian because I've never had a boyfriend. I ended up being bi. So she wasn't too far off, but at the same time, that's a hilarious reason. That would have to be a pretty sad moment. If your parents come to you and you're like in your young 20s or something and they're like, look, I know you're gay. It's okay. You can bring your boyfriend or girlfriend around. I'm not going to judge you. You don't have to pretend with me. I'm supportive. And you're just sitting there like, I don't have a partner. I just... like, not even like... That would be one interesting way to find out like your child is asexual. But at the same time, if it's just like, it just doesn't work out, man. I've been trying. I'm just a full-on incel. I don't know what to tell you. It's just like, damn, even my parents know I'm forever alone. In college, I had a couple of friends tell their parents they're ace, and then suddenly the conversation is, no, you must want to have sex instead of never look at a boy. That is... I never thought about that, but that is an interesting one. Like, yeah, you tell, like, the wrong type of person, like, you're gay, and they're instantly like, no, you can't be gay. And then you tell them you're ace, and they're like, no, you've got to have a child. You got to, like... Yeah. People just always want control over other people's bodies, essentially. In a way, it's really nice that our generation is the first to have marriage as an option instead of a survival necessity. Yeah. And the fact that we're like getting married a lot later and not seeing it as something that you have to just get off of your checklist. Because a lot of people like get worried about the whole like, oh no, marriage doesn't matter anymore. Nobody's getting married. And it's like, well, it's probably better if you do take your time and like live with someone and make sure like financial security is good and you've been through some hardships together and you don't just settle down when you're 25 because it's what everybody else is doing. You properly like see other people, go through some stages in your life and then realize like, oh yeah, I guess this is the person I want to spend my life with, kind of thing. Everybody else back in the days was like, oh, well, we've been dating for a year and we might as well get married. Having your whole existence denied like that hurts and can honestly be infuriating. Yeah. I'd argue marriage matters even more now. Like, you want to be absolutely sure you found the one before committing to it. Yeah, exactly. Because there isn't as much pressure. There is definitely pressure, especially more on women than on men. There's more pressure on men to like have women in their lives. There's more pressure on women to like get married and settle down and still do the fucking housewife thing, even though nobody's a housewife anymore unless you marry a millionaire. But yeah, that whole bullshit. But yeah, it's definitely less than there used to be, at least. And it obviously depends on the culture and stuff as well. But yeah, people kind of accept, like, at least in our generation with each other, it's like, yeah, we're not getting married yet. We're figuring shit out. We're trying to survive next month's expenses. And then we'll figure out, like, if we want to settle down in the future. And God, the whole idea of, like, children with amounts of money is like a pipe dream. For real, my mother joked when I first moved out that I did it to date a woman. Cue my not out but sweating nervously because I was being serious with another lady I actually wanted to marry. Aww. Number one, that's fucking adorable. But number two, I do wonder. I do wonder just how many people like realize that their child is like gay so long before they are ready to tell them and are just sitting there waiting like, they'll tell me. And it gets to the point of like making little jokes like that, like, well, whether you bring home a man or a woman, it'll be fine for me. Like trying to make it clear, like, please just tell me. I've known since you were a teenager, for the love of God. That kind of thing. Maybe that was less of a joke and more of like, you can tell me already. I'm not going to judge you. I'm glad you're moving out and good for you and everything. But at the same time, I have several friends who got divorces that make me scared about marriage. Marriage is rough for sure. Like, I would imagine it's hard to commit that hard to someone, let alone the fact that if anything ever does go wrong, then it's very messy to like separate finances, housing situations, the changes of names if you have them, all of that kind of shit. Wish I was the millionaire? Exactly. Who was it? There's a famous quote by someone. I want to say Oscar Wilde, but it doesn't sound like something Oscar Wilde would say. I'll just search the quote. But somebody said, when I wanted to get married, no one wanted me. There we go. Okay. Shit. That didn't find the quote. No one wanted to marry me once. Shit, I forget the quote. It was a really good quote. It's something along the lines of, when I wanted to get... There was a time in my life when I wanted to get married, but at that point, no one wanted me. Now that I'm old enough that I could... Now that I'm old enough that people are approaching me for married, I don't want it. It was definitely by a writer, so it wasn't Dolly Parton. It was like a writer or a psychologist. It was either a writer or a psychologist. But yeah, it was one of them basically explaining that when they were young, they had like actually wanted to get married because they felt like it was a societal norm. And even though they didn't actually have anyone in their life they wanted to marry, it was just a case of, man, it would be nice to come home to someone. But by the time they were like in their 40s or 50s and they were like, people were actually approaching them and stuff, they were like, no, I'm comfortable on my own. So it was that kind of thing of like, yeah, sometimes you just don't know the person you are when you're young. You think you want to get married, even though it's just something that like society is suggesting to you. Some people are better off on their own and they figure that out as they get older anyway. And meanwhile, yeah, the opposite. Sometimes like you don't want to get married for other reasons. Perspective changes so much with age. Yeah, you figure yourself out more. Plus, just like you get more comfortable as well. When you're young, I feel like you're kind of scared of being alone, especially like moving out of your parents' house and stuff. It adds a lot of like shakiness to your security where you're suddenly like, I'm on my own now. The house is quiet. But then you realize like being alone is okay. You could still have friends and like you realize like it's nice to be able to retreat to your own personal house at the end of the day and close the doors and just be in fucking silence and not have people like bothering you and asking you to do other things. You can be like, I know what I want to do tonight and that's what I'm doing. My partner and I are engaged, but for us, marriage is more so for legal reasons because we're an international couple. Oh, okay. So it's for like getting one of you to the other location, getting like an easier path towards citizenship. That makes sense. As well as the fact of like taxes. For tax reasons and all kinds of financial reasons, marriage can be like a really good option as well. There are plenty of like friends who are just like, I guess we should get married just because like we're roommates, we've been best friends for a long time, and like it would just genuinely be so much better for tax reasons. With the rate of news stories coming out about the ways men are willing to hurt their partners / exes, yeah, I'm never getting married. It sounds bad for my health. Yeah, but even for people who aren't into men, marriage adds an extra level. Partners can always tear your heart out of your chest, but they can also ruin your life in a bunch of other ways. Getting married and having children aren't mandatory milestones that everybody has to complete in life, especially in modern society where economic and mental pressures can be overwhelming. Sometimes just finding the courage to make it to tomorrow is already a challenge. Yeah, and that's what we were talking about like for this generation. Obviously, there's still pressure from the older generations. But for this generation, I think most of us like in our 30s, I assume even more so for in like their 20s, are at the point where it's like, yeah, no, I get it. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Whether it's alone, whether it's with a pet, whether it's just with like a close friend that you don't want to get married to, whatever it is, as long as you're happy. Male violence and femicides are really scary. Especially just like some of the shit that gets revealed in different places. Like, I don't want to make it a cultural thing because obviously it's not my culture. But Jesus Christ, the stories that you hear coming out of Korea are fucking terrifying. Where it's like brothers doing shit to their sisters and stuff. Like there was that news story that came out recently where it was like a big giant web of men that were all essentially like assaulting and harassing different female family members and then sharing it online so that they could see the videos of like other women having that happen to them. And so they were doing it to their own family members for other people to look at and shit. Oh God. And I know that's not like just like a Korean thing and that kind of shit happens all over the world. It's just, yeah, that was a big one that kind of blew my mind with how big that circle of people was. I heard of that. Yeah. And then you hear about the stories of like the Korean families protecting the boys who were doing it because that's like their Korean son who is going to like inherit the family name and shit. And you don't want a blemish on their record. So they're burying the things that they did to their female daughter. And it's like, oh Christ. Ugh. In the wise words of Ride the Cyclone, live and let live, love and let love, and all that. Pretty sure it's referencing something else, but it's what came to mind. Yeah, exactly. As long as people are happy in life and like not hurting other people, that's all that matters. In my country, when we were already past the age of 25, we're seen as leftovers. 25 is fucking crazy too. At least in Japan. In Japan, it's like 30, right? Because I remember the term Christmas cake, which is used for like women. I think it was over the, is it 25? Is that Japan? Shit. And we'll be told that no one will want you and our standards is too high, which is really just pieces of shit that are like scared of being alone themselves, that are trying to break down your confidence and being like, oh, you're coming towards 25? Uh-oh, you better get married quickly, even to a piece of shit man that's not worth your time. Just hiding in the corner, like sweating, like, yeah, you're going to be left behind if you don't get married. You should really consider your options. Ugh. It's 25, that's why it's Christmas cake. That makes so much sense, actually. I thought it was just because after Christmas, nobody wants to buy a Christmas cake. I didn't realize the number factored in there too. I thought it was 30. Jesus, 25 is crazy. 25, you're still a fucking child. You're barely out of university if you went to university. You've barely grown into yourself. You're not anywhere up the career ladder. What the fuck? Exactly, yes. Even if the guy is a divorcee, you have to marry him. That happens so much where men are given like more leeway as well. Like men get into their 30s and it's like, okay, now you should start to settle down. And it's like, and you should marry a woman who's like in her early 20s. Ugh. Still want to marry and have children, but I still get scared of the idea of actually being responsible for a little person. That is terrifying. I think that's the thing, because like, I am incredibly overprotective and shit. The idea, like I can look after a dog. Looking after a partner is terrible. Looking after a child who literally relies on you to survive. What happens if money goes bad? What happens if you hit a depression spiral and just can't get out of bed for a day or two? Ooh, what happens if like disabilities flare up? 30 is wizard. True, true. If you stay a virgin until you're 30, you get magic powers. I wish that was true. There would have been so, well, if it was true, it would actually be fucking hilarious. Because you would have just like one random person suddenly get magic powers. Somebody else who was like supposed to be celibate for like religious reasons hits 30, doesn't get the magic powers, and then everybody's like, wait a minute. The magic powers are called back pain, hip pain, trouble getting out of bed in the morning. Honestly, trouble getting up. Cherry magic mention. I mean, it's just like based around, like that was a thing long before cherry magic. Cherry magic just like exploits it. But yeah, there was like a jokey thing online where if you hit 30, you became a wizard. Somebody gets magic powers and somebody else gets all the pain equivalent exchange and all that. If I could get magic powers, would I want to never have sex again? Here's the thing. If I was told as a child, if you wait until, like, if you don't ever have sex, you get magic powers, I would have done that. Even if I was told, like, you had to wait 30 years, I would have been so down. At this point, if I started now, I'd have to wait until I was fucking 64. No, I'll practically be dead by then. 30 years is a long time. At the same time, as a child, where it's like, can you though? Could I though? But yeah, I feel like as a child, I would have just been like, yes, stay away from me, vile creatures. I shall be the greatest magician there's ever been. My family doesn't pressure me to get married or have children. They think raising kids is too difficult in today's society, and it's better to spend the money on yourself again. Yeah, exactly. And that's what a lot of people are choosing to do nowadays. And I'm sure there's always going to be chances to like take that step in the future if you want to take that step. But at the same time, yeah, we're not feeling like forced to just dive into it and just settle for whatever the fuck's around us right now. That's how people take pictures, right? Get pain pose, back pain pose, hip pain pose. Pretty much. Well, I noticed when I was at university that expectations could vary a lot just by someone being from the countryside or the city. Yeah, I feel like city people are a bit more like modern. Countryside people tend to be a bit more traditional. More traditional people tend to like still have those like fixed gender roles and fixed expectations. Plus, there's the fact, it still blows my mind. There are still, like, farming families. I forget that sometimes. I forget the fact that there are, like, kids who drop out of school at, like, age 15 to just work on their parents' farm and inherit their farm someday, and that's their entire life. Is still wild to me. You magic yourself back to being young again? No, that doesn't work even in, like, the Witcher world. You can, like, slow down aging a little bit and you can make yourself look prettier, but it doesn't fully work. I think I found my pasta sensei moment. Wait, which one? Telling me if I don't kiss anyone, I get to ride flying swords. Cultivation. We could have a whole conversation about, like, dual cultivation and shit, because technically, some of that comes from, like, Confucian principles, which also involve, like, not actually having an orgasm. So, cultivators are actually the masters of gooning. Dual cultivation would technically be the Confucian practice of, like, sex without actual, like, orgasm, which was a way to, like, I believe, like, get the yang energy from your partner without expelling your own yang energy. So technically, they would just goon. They would just, like, intensely, like, go to the edge. They would edge with each other. They would get to the edge and not quite cross over it. So technically, cultivation, Grandmaster of Goonmatic cultivation. Now you get it. Now you get it. This is a thing. This was a thing. This was a thing. It's not like, I'm sure it's not part of the modern practices. If you're maximizing your chi, it's not. Exactly. But yeah, no, it was a practice that, like, some people used to do where it was like they would have sex, but specifically they could not come. They could get themselves to the edge, and it was actually considered like a feat to be able to get your partner off without orgasming yourself. And that was like the ultimate level of, like, you had achieved something. You had managed to get your partner off. They had had an orgasm. They had released, like, their energy, and you had, like, conserved yours. It was it was an interesting practice. This reminds me of Mormon soaking. It's slightly different to that because the Mormon soaking thing is just strange. Because the Mormon soaking thing, they also try to cheat it quite a bit. If anybody doesn't know what Mormon soaking is like a way that Mormons manage to avoid having sex and breaking their religious covenant by inserting, but then not moving from then on. So it's cock warming. It's cock warming. But here's the fun thing. Here's the fun thing. There are people who will do the, like, soaking, but then they will also have things like vibrating breads, or they will straight up, like, have beds that, like, move or shake slightly. And at that point, you're just having very, very low energy, low impact sex. And they do come to orgasm. Oh, God. They should have just learned from the Catholics, man. It's not breaking your chastity if you give head. Head's fine. Oh, God. Dolphins take soaking to another level. If you know, you know. Do I want to know? Do I want to know? They ask their friends to jump on the bed. Imagine being part of that. Imagine being the third wheel who has to be, like, jumping over the couple while they're on top of each other. Do you take turns? Is it like if this couple does it for this couple, then the other couple who just got off has to then do it for the next couple? What do dolphins do, chat? Let me know. What do dolphins do? As if God cares about semantics. I don't think God cares if we're bumping uglies. I'm pretty sure God put us on this earth and then was pretty much done for it. But either way, if you find a workaround like that, it doesn't work. I forget, there's like... There's some weird thing they've done in New York where they've built, like, something around the city that allows, like, a certain religion to be able to work on Sunday. Because, like, Sunday is supposed to be a rest day. But they've built, like, a structure around the city that technically makes it so they're kind of allowed to. It's... I need to look that up. We need a Mormon to give us answers. There's enough people that have, like, yeah... been Mormons and, like, moved on from it, or are still Mormons and quite happy practicing it, but we'll talk about those practices. The person who wrote Twilight. The person who wrote Twilight is a Mormon, which kind of makes a lot of sense about like how interesting Bella and Edward were. More convoluted voyeurism practices. Honestly, maybe they're not even like Mormon. Maybe they just wanted another person jumping in their bed. Dolphin males use another male to go under the female, and the bottom one acts as the soaking bed. Dolphin males use another male to go under the female. The bottom one acts as a soaking bed. I think the males that partner up for this may pair for life. What? What? Do you just become a bed for your bro? Is this what dolphins do? And they do it for life? So they don't mate for life with the female, but they will have a bro bed for life. Huh? It's just the best kind of wingman. If a man is willing to act as a piece of furniture for you, honestly, true. The bottom male is the cushion. It sounds like it. The cushion that moves. That's true bromance. I don't know if I want that type of bromance. You learn something new every time. Yeah. Stephanie Meyer is Mormon, right? I didn't just imagine that. I saw a surprising amount of people reacting to that. Stephanie Meyer, Mormon. Yeah, active member. Yeah, she's a Mormon. She's a Mormon. And that's why a lot of her writing focuses on chastity and abstinence. Yes. Thought they were whales because they were too buoyant and they would float away without another whale popping them up. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was surprised by how many people were surprised about that. I thought that was well known because that is part of the reason that a lot of people like attacked her when Twilight was getting popular as well, unfortunately. People were attacking her religion as well and using that to like drag her as well, which was... I'm going to try and find this thing in New York. New York, thing built to work on Sunday. It was either about working on Sunday or about donations. That didn't work. Oh, here we go. I found it. A fishing line encircles Manhattan, protecting the sanctity of the Sabbath. A clear fishing wire is tied around the island of Manhattan. It's attached to posts around the perimeter of the city from 1st Street to 126th. This string is part of an eruv, a Jewish symbolic enclosure. Most people walking on the streets of Manhattan do not notice at all. Many observant Jewish people in Manhattan rely on this string to leave the house on the Sabbath. There we go. So yeah, it technically counts as them being inside a domicile because it's a boundary around the entirety of Manhattan. That is the most wild workaround I have ever heard of. So they put a fishing line around Manhattan so that technically you're not leaving the boundary. You're leaving your house, but you're not leaving the boundaries of that fishing wire. And so technically you're fine. Oh God, what did chewing do? It's been an hour and 20 minutes since the super train. It's vague because I gave up. Okay. Not gonna lie, dolphins are actually fucked up, so that's probably why I'm not surprised. Dolphins do way worse shit, to be fair. Dolphins are horrible, horrible creatures. Oh God. It's kind of smart, huh? It's kind of smart. It's just like, when you do that, are you observing the religion? Like, do you think God is gonna like greet you in the future and be like, good job. I didn't think about that one. I'm proud of you, honestly. Like, good job. Or are they gonna be like, you weren't really practicing the religion. And honestly, it would have been better if you just like ignored it and kind of just like accepted that like not doing anything on a Sunday is a bit rough for modern society. Like, I get that, but you trying to do a workaround, like, I feel like that's more disrespectful. But I don't know. Say I'm not surprised. Dolphins throw the pufferfish out of the sea surface as a ball to get their poison to get high. They also do that with baby porpoises. Yeah, they use porpoises as like balls. That's just for fun. That's not for the poison. That's just because they like to bat them around outside the ocean and like slowly suffocate them that way. They also do horrible things to female porpoises. Oh, God. Dolphins shouldn't have the reputation that sharks have. Yeah, they should. But they're so cute. And they jump out of the water and they go, eh, 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 eh. It's cute. It's cute. Meanwhile, there's a lot of witches that dedicate their O's as offerings for certain gods and goddesses. Hell yeah. That's more like it. I don't want a religion that tells me that I can't come. I want a religion that makes me say like, oh, thank you, God, as I come. Then you're really like praising. Like, if you just had such a good session that you could like point to the heavens and be like, that one was for you, J-Dog. And you can imagine J-Dog looking down on you and being like, yes, my son, you have done well. There you go. Toggy, maybe? Not Toggy. Not Toggy. Probably more like the pagan gods. Odin, Thor, they would look down on you and they would be like, yes, I am proud of you. Well fucking done. Get yourself some mead. You have done well. And honestly, Jesus Christ, like if as long as you two are married, I'm pretty sure that's the only rule when it comes to that religion. Should honestly be like, good. You have serviced your partner and you have done well. I am proud of you. Nordics and Greeks are the horniest. Oh, the Greek gods. No. You don't want to... Never invite Zeus in. Never. If you tell Zeus, like, that one was for you, Sky Daddy, Zeus is going to come down and be like, no. I am not proud of you, my son. Let me show you how it's fucking done. A fucking swan flies through your window. You've done well, my child. Please continue. Thank you, J-Dog. I'm sorry, though. I already concluded by that point. Aphrodite, Ares, and Dionysus are big into those kinds of offerings, as they damn well should be. Zeus would join in even uninvited. Yeah, and you'll not be part of it. He'll put you in the cuck chair. Or he'll smash you. That was one thing Apollo was well known for. Apollo would just come down and be like, damn, you are attractive. Didn't care about the gender. Was just like, sure, I'll smash you. And then he gave gifts. Apollo was the best of the gods. Apollo would just come down and be like, damn, you fine. Want to fuck? And if you were like, sure. I mean, it didn't matter what you said, honestly. It was going to happen anyway. But if you gave him a good time, he'd be like, damn, pretty nice. You know what? Do you want this Pegasus? Like, it's just sitting around. Or, ooh, how about this enchanted chariot that will go faster than any other chariot? Like, he took care of his endeavors. Wait, was he also the one that turned someone into a flower? Pegasus. Oh, God. Why do you think they have the whore? Why do you think you have to be innocent and pure? You're thinking Poseidon. Poseidon sometimes gave gifts. Did Apollo not? I thought Apollo gave gifts. I thought Apollo gave like the chariot, the magical chariot to someone. It was Poseidon? Did Poseidon do the chariot? Shit. Apollo and Hermes are good if you want the competition type of energy. At the same time? People turned into trees and stuff to avoid him. Ah, shit. Okay. I was wrong about Apollo. Apollo was pretty unlucky. People turned into plants to avoid him. Also, like, I think it was either his son or nephew he approached. Yeah, it was. Although it's, you know, that's not unusual for the Greek gods. The Greek gods who got married were all, like, siblings as well. They all came from the Titans. Wasn't Apollo the one who cursed Cassandra? I don't know. Oh, he's known for his lack of consent. Well, shit. Apollo and Jacinta. Oh, yeah, that's the flower one. I didn't even mention pegging. You guys can't put that on me. Anyway, okay, we'll finally finish this. 24 out of 34. Peace. Thank you so much for donating the allowance. Welcome back, Sensei. I really thought today was going to be a short stream, by the way, guys. I didn't say it at the beginning because I half expected this. But I was like, I'll probably be done by like 5 p.m. Pisha Fish, welcome back, Sensei. It's been a while. Can't wait to hear about your wonderful journey. Don't get us wrong. We don't miss you at all. But back! Cami, 25 out of 34. Huh? The wires are fixed? That confused face looks so cute. Damn. You guys are doing really good with these Calmoji recently. 5 p.m. EST. Shit. Well, how far am I from that? Yeah, I might be okay. That'll be 10 p.m. I was like 3 hours. This is just a chatting stream. It'll be 3 hours. Look at that cute little Pupal. You look so surprised. We half bet on 9 hours. I saw some of you were betting on my first comeback stream. I saw people were betting like how many hours is he going to end up playing this game. And I'm glad I didn't disappoint. Apollo granted the Trojan princess Cassandra the gift of prophecy in exchange for her romantic favors. And it didn't do her any favors. It did not help her. Oh, God. Poseidon, however, did give one of his lovers... Oh, it was Poseidon with the chariot and brought them back to life. He was known to favor his lovers a lot, and his wife was usually chill with it. Good. We love a supportive partner. Who was Poseidon's wife? Poseidon had all the Cyclopses too, didn't he? So was it one of the water nymphs? You saw that? Yeah, I did. I saw people betting on my comeback stream. I don't know if people are actually betting on multiple streams. Apollo's thing with Cassandra was a curse because she rejected him. Ah, I'm glad Hound knows all these things. Interesting. Apollo is one of the fun gods to worship. From what I've seen in the Hellenic polytheism religion. Got you. Amphitry. The Cyclops thing is Percy Jackson only. Oh. So is it just... But Polypheus was his son. So it's not all the Cyclopses. It's just Polypheus was his son. Oh. Ugh. Greek mythology. I swear, the more I learn, the more I... Only Polyphemus was his son. Okay, okay, got ya. So there were other Cyclopses from other people. But in Percy Jackson, all the Cyclopses. I genuinely thought that was like legit, like always in Greek mythology, that all of them... I haven't even like read Percy Jackson series. So that's why I'm surprised that that fact like managed to reach me at some point. Amphitrite, goddess of the sea. Ah, okay. I don't even know that goddess. Amphitrite, Greek mythology. Goddess of the sea, the queen of the sea, and her consort was Poseidon. She was a daughter of Nereus and Doris, or Oceanus and Tethys, under the influence of the Olympian pantheon. Damn! This girl doesn't get enough attention. She was a legit goddess. Huh. Had places to be. Yeah, there's been a lot of rooms today. People charging around on a Saturday. Amphitrite was only known for cursing Scylla when people didn't attribute it for Circe. What was Scylla before? What did Scylla come from? I don't really know Scylla's legend. I just know Scylla from like the Odyssey. I almost said the Odysseus. I only know Scylla from the Odyssey. Bike is numing so hard. Yeah, a nymph. Scylla was a nymph? What the fuck did Scylla do to piss people off? Okay, I'm Googling this one. Never been curious about how Scylla started. Scylla, a legendary man-eating monster that lives on one side of a narrow channel of water. The two sides of the strait are within arrow's range of each other. Tested on Odyssey. Later myth provides an origin story as a beautiful nymph who is transformed into a monster. Why, though? Parentage, narratives, Homer's Odyssey, Ovid's... Oh, it's from Ovid's Metamorphosis. According to Ovid, the fisherman turned sea god Glaucus falls in love with a beautiful Scylla, but she's repulsed by his pristine form and flees to a promontory where he cannot follow. When Glaucus goes to Circe to request a love potion that will win Cinna's affections, the enchantress herself becomes enamored with him. Cersei, no! Meeting with no success, Cersei becomes hatefully jealous of her rival. Cersei, why? And therefore prepares a vial of poison and pours it into the sea pool where Scylla regularly bathed, transforming her into a thing of terror even to herself. It's always jealousy. It's not always jealousy, but it's mostly jealousy. Scylla was a beautiful nymph. She got poisoned because Cersei was jealous. God damn it. And got cursed by either Cersei or Amphitrite. She was a nymph who had dogs, and because Glaucus loved her, she got cursed with them. They're her puppies? That's even more fucked up. It's supposed to be her puppies that she's control. That's some Eduardo Full Metal Alchemist bullshit. Oh, that's so tragic. Oh. Medusa's story is tragic. Yeah, but that one's always been bullshit. We always done known Medusa got done bad. Mainly, the story I know, and I know there are multiple different legends of the stories, but in the one that I know, she was like raped by a god, and then Athena was pissed off that she didn't protect her virtue and cursed her to become Medusa. The what do they call those things? Gorgon. So yeah, as far as I know, she was like assaulted and then punished for not protecting her virginity. I know there are multiple different stories, but that was one where I was like, damn, Athena, you kind of fucked. It was Poseidon who went after her. It's valid how bloodthirsty Scylla is now. Yeah, no, genuinely. Yeah, eat as many men as you have to, Scylla. That's fair. Hades 2, I think Cersei and Scylla have beef. I mean, makes sense. Sometimes Medusa was always born like that, just like Scylla. Yeah, I know there are other versions, but that was one of the things when I first heard it where I was like, damn, Athena kind of sucks. Anyway, okay, how many more have we got? Where are we up to? 26 out of 34. Welcome back, Sensei. Class is officially back in session. The fun doesn't end just because the trip did, but it's time to swap holiday relaxation for school stress again. Thank you, Tish. Although, honestly, this is less stressful. There was a lot going on. There were some fun parts. I had my first ever mani-pedi, and they were not gentle with me. I'll talk about that on Monday. But there were some fun parts. They were not gentle on my mani-pedi. I don't think I'm going to have another one. Sneku, 27 out of 34. Thank you for donating the allowance. Welcome back, Kusengte. I hope you rested and had a pop-tastic vacation. Miss you? I didn't miss you. Well, thank you, Sneku. And thank you for the beautiful art you've already done since I've been back. Thank you so much. Sensei Slay? No, they... So the one story I will say, they brought out a thing that basically looked like a fucking cheese grater for the bottom of my feet. I don't think they were happy with me having my first ever pedicure at 34 years old. I feel like I needed like a Vietnamese friend there. They were all talking Vietnamese and I couldn't understand it, but I am so sure they were talking so much shit. There were a lot of giggles. Oh, God. Salvation Ari, thank you for donating to the allowance. This isn't... Oh, wait, it is part of the thing. It's just 28 or 34 at the bottom. Sobbing so ugly right now. We literally missed you, Sensei. Oh, so very much. I'm happy to say that you are the first VTuber that I've ever bought from. I'm very happy you're the first. Oh, thank you. I don't know if you just mean like donation, super chat style, or if it was like you bought some of the merchandise. But either way, thank you so much for supporting me, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Sir, do you not use a pumice stone? No. What made you get a mani-pedi? Did someone recommend it? Well, I did some things with Will over the break. I also went to try perfumes. We'll talk about those on Monday. There was a fun experience. There was a sad experience. The fuck is a pumice stone? It's like a stone that's full of like little holes, and you rub it against like your feet or other parts of your body that might have a lot of dead skin, and it like slowly strips off all of the skin. But this thing was not a pumice stone. This thing, it was metal. It was big. It looked like a cheese grater. And when they brought it out, I was like, oh, they fucking hate me. Oh God, I know that tool. I know exactly the one you're talking about. Will didn't need that. Will got a nice gentle massage. Will got like a gentle massage, some nice oils, had a lot of time. They like painted their nails and put them in like a nice machine that like heated them up. I had like a solid 10 minutes of a cheese grater. They brought out the heavy artillery. Yeah, that's the thing. I wasn't sure like how often this thing comes out. I wasn't sure if that's like a common thing a lot of people have seen, or if it was like, oh yeah, we need the specialty. As a Vietnamese person whose family owns a nail shop, there was a 50-50 chance they were talking about your nasty feet. Yeah, or whatever they were eating for lunch later. That's fair. That's fair. That's the thing. They may not have been talking mad shit, and they were very kind when they were speaking English. However, there were a lot of giggles, especially when it came to like them bringing out the cheese grater like implement. I was just sitting there thinking, it's just not something I've done, guys. I don't know what to tell you. I wash my feet. I take care of my feet. Do I exfoliate my feet? No. They wanted to test your courage. They did some work, to be fair. I felt the fucking difference. Like, rubbing my toes against, like, the bottom of my feet immediately after that, it felt like a completely different experience. I may get, like, that type of pedicure every couple of months now, just because it genuinely felt different. The manicure, on the other hand, it felt good while they did it. I hate it now. Like, I look at my nails and I can see where the manicure ended and where the nails have continued to grow. There's like a little dark red line from like where it's a bit thicker, where the nails are growing. And it just looks uncomfortable. It felt nice, don't get me wrong. It's just as it's grown out, it's like, I hate seeing like the red lines slowly get like further and further up my finger. Sensei, no, they polish you like a wood bench, my guy. Yeah. Honestly, sandpaper probably would have felt gentler. Would you ever try acrylic nails? You would slay. Probably not. I could go with some simple nail polish. I could have like a colored nail polish. They just did like the cuticle rejuvenation stuff. I went with clear, but I wouldn't have minded like black nail polish or blue nail polish, or I might even be able to rock pink nail polish. But yeah, ooh, maybe like pearl nail polish, like whitish nail polish. I could go for that. But yeah, there are certain colors nail polish I wouldn't mind too much, but yeah, I just got clear. I just got like the stuff that's supposed to be good for your nails and protect them and stuff. They even have opalescent nail polish. Yeah, black. When me and Rock were first like looking at things, Rock was gonna put me in black nail polish. You'd rock in every color, Sensei. Thank you. There's a Kuchan's hand on his hip. Sorry, Sensei. Looks the same to me. That's okay. You'd have to see my toes. You'd have to see my toes and my footsies. And I don't get those out for free. I only put those online on very specific websites, and nobody can attribute them to me. Used socks sells for a lot. It's great. It's great. It's great. That's one of the funniest things, though. I do not take care of my feet. Everyone that I've ever met tells me I have dancer's feet, which is one of the most... I apparently have very attractive feet to people who actually like feet. And meanwhile, I do not take care of them whatsoever. So yeah, I'm sure they were talking shit about me, because I do have like calluses for sure. But like the shape of my feet is apparently very nice. I especially remember like back when I used to wear sandals, like people used to always be like, why do you have such nice feet? And I'm like, what do you mean? Dancers' feet are not well kept, just, you know. No, yeah, it's like a bone structure thing apparently. Like I'd been told by women when I worked at not a school, but rather a nursery. So I used to wear like these man sandals, which my brother used to take the piss out of me relentlessly for. But they were like sandals that had like a proper like trainery kind of bit at the bottom, but then they had like 2 loops around the top. But every time I would wear them, I would get like so many compliments on my feet, and like women would be jealous of my feet. Some people have gnarled toes, other people have straight ones. Yeah. So yeah, people were like, yeah, you have dancer's feet. And I was like, huh, good to know. Does it mean like the shape of your feet? I think it's the shape of your feet, like the way your ankle is and the way like the bone structure is visible kind of thing. It's the most weird compliment I've ever heard. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, cool. It's like, yeah, awesome, I guess. It's like, it's cool. It's cool. Probably a good foot arch. Yeah, probably something like that. Like they definitely couldn't see the bottom of my feet, but like ankles and like the top, I guess. Different shades and textures can make any color look good on anyone since they play a big role in how colors look in general. Yeah, especially combined with like different fashion styles, different hairstyles, different skin tones. It's always good. I've been told I have beautiful legs. My dad gave me those jeans. I wish. Being told you have beautiful legs is good. That's a good thing. Being told like you have nice feet is like, cool. It's like people that get told they have nice hands. You can go into the very, very specialist and niche thing of being like a hand model. But other than that, I guess that's a good role for a VTuber actually. If you have good hands, you could do the hand reveal and get like massive views. Reminds me of the Seinfeld episode where George... Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. Okay. Sunny, baby kitty, 29 out of 34. Welcome back, Sensei. I'm glad you got some rest. Missed you, and I'm excited to see what you've got in store for us. It's just more of the same, honestly, just with some like projects finally releasing in the future. But thank you for donating for allowance. Sensei could be a foot model if he needs more allowance. That's what the Feet Wiki's for. That's what the Feet Wiki and the special websites are for. Ooh. Neko Yui. Tsuri? Neko Yui Tsuri. Welcome back, Sensei. In town, back in style, back in my phone notification ribbon. Okaeri. Tadaima arigatou gozaimasu. And I'm so glad to be back, so thank you very much. As a person who has watched Word of Honor, you do know nice hands when you see them. Yeah, no, this is the thing I've talked about. Hands, you do know when somebody has nice hands. There are some people that have like short fingers for the length of their hands. There are some people who just like the bones look good, the veins look good, the length of like finger compared to hand is good. When you notice a good hand, you can be like, huh, that's an attractive hand. It's the same as like, I've talked about this before, like when it comes to like armpits, it's like, there are armpits, you don't really pay attention to them much, but sometimes you just get like something drawn to your attention. You're like, yeah, I get it. Looks at my baby hands. It doesn't really matter. It's not something that you focus too much on. There are some people definitely who have hand fetishes. That specifically, like, I know especially for men, it focuses on like how prominent the bones are and how like vascular there are, how much it does like veins and stuffs. Hands aren't super nice, but I do have prominent veins, and apparently some people... Yeah, exactly. Some people are very into the vein thing. It's the vascularity. It's like the bone structure cleaver thing in Heathers, now that I think about it. Bone structure cleaver. A few people have complimented my ankles, and I always say, okay. Yeah, at least it wasn't specifically ankles. Specifically ankles would be even weirder. Be like Madeline Miller up in here, but... Pretty hands are pretty. Yeah. When you see pretty hands, you are just like, damn, pretty hands. Not me. I have short, square hands, not very elegant for a girl. I think that's the thing, though. There's a very big difference between what's attractive in male hands and what's attractive in, like, female hands. With female hands, I feel like it's just cleanliness, really. I can't really think about it. With male hands, I can imagine it, because I imagine, like, the male hands that are like super veiny, not like overwhelmingly veiny, but like veiny, look muscular and look bony. And that's kind of what you want. You can see like the little dip where like the thumb bone touches like the wrist kind of area, that kind of shit. Whereas, yeah, with women, I don't think people really focus on the hands so much as they focus on like cleanliness and like softness and like the nails. So more the nails than the actual hands themselves. The whole, if I took a cleaver to your face, we'd have two symmetrical halves. Oh, okay. Got you. Yeah. Just basically saying, you're beautiful. I should kill you. Long, slender fingers. Maybe. Maybe that is something that people do pay attention to in feminine hands. That just makes me think of Voldemort with his long, like, spider-like hands. I can think of long, slender fingers for women and really good nails. Nails is the only thing that really comes to mind to me. Is just, like, shiny nails at, like, the right kind of length. Because you don't want them, like, overwhelmingly long. But when they're short, it's like, you know. Have that. I like hands and my own hands. Oh, you like your own hand? That's nice, at least. I don't like my own hands. I don't like my own feet. But it's good to know I have decent feet, I guess. Okay. Nicole Navs, thank you for donating the allowance. Oh my god, Ku-sensei. Is that you? Welcome home. It's been 67, 69 years. You did the funny number and the cringe number. Welcome home. Since we last saw you. Hope you enjoyed your break, sir. I did, Nicole Navs. Thank you so much for donating the allowance. We're never going to escape 6-7. We will? No, we're never going to escape the peg encounter either. At least the peg encounter is unique. I'm okay with the peg encounter compared to 6-7. Let's keep the peg encounter going, but let's leave 6-7 in spring. Let's move into summer without that. My nails take up so much space on my fingers, I don't know what to do with them. That's kind of scary. Now I'm just imagining nails that go like all the way down to your knuckle. I don't know if it's weird, but I honestly struggle to see something as ugly in person. I don't know, everything is attractive to me if the person is cool and cute. I mean, that's quite natural. If you find someone cool and cute, you don't really... Especially if you are just naturally attracted to someone, it doesn't really matter too much. You just kind of focus on the fact that like, oh, they're attractive. You don't notice the small things. Until you've been together for a while, and then you start to hate them. And then you start to love them again because you're like, oh, it's what makes them unique. Most guys want clean, soft hands and long nails. I work with my hands too much for long nails. Yeah. I have heard like a lot of people, like that's the thing. People talk about like soft hands. Soft hands feel less good. Like, I don't know how else to say that. Like calluses, long nails are great. Don't get me wrong. Just not too long that they get in the way of certain things. Soft hands, they're just like, you don't feel certain things. Calluses can be good. Like, plus some people are just like way too gentle on certain things. And the soft hands just kind of adds to that. And it's like, I might as well be like playing with a fucking like soft toy at this point. Less texture, I guess. Yeah, exactly. You don't want them to be like bone dry, but at the same time, too soft is like, well, this is just a cloud. I went to a graduation recently and one of the students said 6-7 as part of their speech. Oh, that's embarrassing. I hope people threw things at them. I'm not even reading that one, Marzipan. The pain part of your name is perfect. Someone with long nails who likes them. I'm just exasperated by how many times I've been compared to Zido Tai Xiao as a criticism. What does that mean? Zido Tai... Oh, Brazilian filmmaker and... Okay, that's just mean. That is overwhelmingly mean. If anybody doesn't like fingernails, don't Google that person. It's somebody who has fingernails that are like 8 inches long or something. They start to like curl back in on themselves. I'd never heard of this person. That's so specific. How... I'm shocked that there are like enough people that know this person. Their name is Jose Mojica Marins, by the way. But yeah, Jose Mojica Marins. I'm so sorry. No, you're fine. It's just, wow. Those are long nails. I'm just surprised there are enough people that know that person to use that as a reference, as like an insult. That's just mean, horrible, and probably completely wrong. I do like nails that have been taken care of. It also annoys me. I'm of a mixed mind because if I see like really beautiful, well manicured nails that have like really fancy like gold embellishments and jewels and stuff, it's like, oh, those are so pretty. At the same time, it's like, how much did you spend on this? It's like, did you spend like a month's like food budget on your nails, which are just going to grow out and then fall off? And like, people on My Country said if girls have soft hands, you never worked a day in your life and you're not good in the kitchen. That's a good way to look at things. Kind of sexist. But I get what they're saying. It's like, okay, so yeah, you're a princess who hasn't actually worked and in general will not know how to take care of yourself. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. Feel less bad about my nails because they're not creepypasta horror knucker nails. True. If they're not like 8 inches long, it's fine. And if you take care of them, I'm sure they look fine. That dude who was mentioned, the Brazilian filmmaker, yeah, no, they're scary. They look like a wolf man.
got really traumatized by a handsome, well-built man. A beautiful personality is more important. Like Sensei. Sensei has a beautiful mind. It's comforting. I don't know many people that would call my mind beautiful. Interesting. Unique. I'm not sure about beautiful, but thank you. I have long nails and it's honestly not hard to work around them. Typing is easy and honestly opening stuff is easy. See, I've had friends who've got like, have had their nails done so long that they have to learn like different ways to type. That blows my mind. I've had friends that have been like streamers that have been like suddenly realized like, oh no, my nails, I can't use the gamepad anymore. And they've had to switch to keyboard and mouse from using like joypads for certain games because like just the way that you hold joypads doesn't work with the like around the back kind of thing. So that kind of worries me. The things that some people do for beauty is like, beauty is a curse for some. Typing without my nails being long is hard now. That's interesting as well. Because I've definitely like, I've had people who've like gotten longer nails than they're used to have had to learn to like type with their fingers instead of the actual like nail parts. Knuckle punchers, as I call them. Knuckle punchers? Wait, is that? No, that can't be how you do it. Now I'm kind of curious. And what happens if they get so long that you can't even like make a fist anymore? You actually genuinely try to punch someone and you end up like hurting yourself more than the person you're trying to punch. I guess you could just go for a slap. My concern is when you're doing number 2. I never even thought of that. I have thought about the other thing, being like intimate with someone in an area where you need to have like, yeah, you need to have like trimmed nails and they need to be smooth. There can't be like jagged edges. Just know when I cosplay you, you'll have beautiful nails that look expensive because I spend $90 to $100 including my eyebrow wax. Oh my God. Yeah. Ooh. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. That's the biggest thing. It's not, I'm never going to be one of those people who's like, you spend how much on your beauty routine? I'm more going to be like, you're happy. That's what matters. At the same time, couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. That's like a good, like, that's a week of food right there. That is a week of food. But I'm glad you look after yourselves. That's what bidets are for. You still need that final wipe just in case. It's lovely when you do the final wipe and there's nothing there. Don't get me wrong. But there's times, even with a bidet, there's some, you got to finish it off. You got to finish it off. You clean like any other person. Anyone who can't, it's a skill issue. I don't know about that, man. Toilet paper wiping, it genuinely sounds like an issue. That's one of the ones I can imagine and be like, yeah, no, that would be rough. That would be rough. What is the description? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. You must just be imagining things. It's like that mirror in Harry Potter. Everybody sees what they most want to see. Other people have seen like a nice horror epic. Somebody saw a nice description of like a puppy dog playing in the field. What do you see, Exilithir? What does your true heart desire? What is it? Never in my life have I used a bidet and they seem funny to me. Honestly, fucking game changing. You do not realize how dirty you are without using a bidet until you've used a bidet. Once you've used a bidet, you cannot go back. You genuinely, like, it's one of those things where you suddenly... And then people, like, to put it into words, like, if you spilt mud on your face, you might wipe it with a tissue, but then you'd also, like, you'd wash it off with soapy water, right? You'd want that gone. Meanwhile, with what gets spread around our booty, we just wipe that in with paper. We wipe it with paper so much that we can't see any blemishes on it after that, but it's still there. It's still there. So I'm dirty and nasty. Thanks, JK. I'm not JK. This is not a call out. This is not like an attack. This is just like, yeah, when you genuinely think about it, you realize like it's not super clean. it's you know, it works. It's clean enough, but it's not clean. I usually use wet wipes. Is that better? That's definitely better. That's 100% better. I can never not use a bidet now. Yeah, no, I feel dirty. If I have to like use a public restroom, it feels wrong until I get back home. It's easy as we just wipe normally. Yeah. I remember back when you didn't have a bidet, when you have to wipe, it takes like sometimes like 6 or 8 wipes to get it properly clean. Meanwhile, with a bidet, you wipe once. Sometimes there's like a little bit of mess. A lot of the time there genuinely is nothing. You got to wipe once just to be careful. Plus, we don't go crazy when there's a pandemic or something else crazy happening. You don't have to worry about stocking up on toilet paper. Should stop eating right now? No, get yourself some nice chocolate pudding. Preferably one full of chunky nuts or maybe some nice bits of sweet corn. Stop pasta, please. Okay, we're done. We're done talking about bidets. I could go for some chocolate pudding right now. Chalky pudding would be so good. Guys, what's your favorite food that looks like poop? I feel like snickerdoodles are pretty damn close. Honestly, the Snickers like chocolate bar by itself, like I don't know why they decided to make the fucking caramel on that thing look so like veiny and stuff. It's kind of lewd. Anyway, Penny Goo, 32 out of 34. We're almost done. Is that? No, it can't be. I almost didn't recognize him. Sensei? I'm currently at work, but I can't wait to be able to actually join the stream later. We missed you so much. Thank you so much, Penny Goo. I hope you're having a lovely day. I hope the work day went well. And thank you so much for being here. Didn't we stop? We did. We switched over to a different conversation, which is just as cursed, but it's not the same conversation, so it's fine. Dark chocolate truffles. That's a good one. Yeah, that's pretty much spot on. I actually do like chocolate pudding. Chocolate pudding's I almost said disgusting. Delicious. Chocolate pudding is like God's nectar. Do we have to answer? You don't have to. Sweet potato? Vaguely, actually. I get what you mean. It's like a single turd. Yeah. Snickers bars. Snickers bars is pretty close. Spinach-based Indian curries. I gotta look this up. Spinach-based curry. Because there are some like casseroles that, oh God. Oh, the worst thing is I know exactly what you mean. That doesn't look like a healthy. But that is like, if you've been like violently sick for a while with some sort of stomach bug and been eating a lot of vegetables. Yeah. Champurrado, I guess. What's champurrado? Oh God, yeah. Homemade chocolate churros without the proper piping bags. Pretty much spot on, and that sounds delicious. That does sound delicious. Champurrado is icky anyway. Other people like it. That certainly paints a picture. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about that one. I don't know how to describe that one other than brown and chunky. And I'm sure it's delicious, but yeah. Chocolate churros sound amazing right now too. What are your thoughts on the deep fried chippy Mars bars? Good way to give yourself a heart attack. I've never actually tasted one, so I can't talk about the taste. Had my chance while I was in Ireland. I went to one of those like fish and chip shops where they would fry them for you. They offered it, and that you could just buy like a Snickers bar or a Mars bar to get thrown in. But yeah, not for me. They also, those motherfuckers, deep fried my black pudding, and I was so angry. Who deep fries black pudding? New category. Other people play like, is it cake? I want to play, is it poop? That would make the stakes way higher. If you have to take a bite out of it to find out too. Way better show. Way better show. Plata. What is plata? Oh God, yes. That looks horrific. Wait, what is this? Traditional Southeast Asian seasoning made by fermenting freshwater fish, salt, and roasted white rice powder. Ah. Yeah, that looks terrifying. Also, the fish they use by itself looks scary. It's so spiky. And nam prika peak. Nam prika peak. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I wrote Manpeak. Yeah. That. Oh, God. Yeah. 100%. So sorry, PH Pupal's champurrado is my life. It looks scary, but I'm sure it tastes fine. There's a traditional spread we make that has eggplant, green peppers, and garlic that are put in the oven for a bit, then made in spread with a bit of oil and salt. Looks, yeah. The greenish ones are the worst, man. I was just expecting like a bunch of like curries. I was expecting like browns. I wasn't expecting people to go for the green ones. Respectfully and lovingly, stop pasta. Okay, we're done, chat. We can move on. That reminds me, did you buy that food that you said was gone before, but then it got brought up? I forgot the name. The food that was gone before? Wait, which food that was gone before? Oh, the turkey Twizzlers. Nah, I didn't find any. I haven't found any yet. I heard they have some. I could probably just order it online. Mentioned mole before. No, we moved on from that. But yeah, no, I've not managed to find turkey Twizzlers just yet. They said they have them. Was it Iceland or Asda? It was one of the like the stores around here. I'm so sorry. I'm used to like it being like late for most people around here. I didn't expect someone to actually be eating curry. You said in Iceland before? Yeah, so I should probably... They definitely didn't have them in Iceland when I looked, but they were like on the online store, so maybe they were just out of stock. Sensei, what did you do? It's a sensory experience. I still like the idea of that show. I think that show is like a combination of Fear Factor and Is It Cake? And it would do fucking so well with the right audience. The right audience probably being TikTok kids, but still. Okay, final two. Toby TVC, thank you so much for donating the allowance. Welcome back, sir. Yeah, I missed story time with Koo so much. Not anymore. Not anymore. Literally, Kaya. Literally. Pupals are sitting nicely and put our hands on our lap. Lap. Wait, do we have a lap? If you curl up, you could totally have a lap. I would say the tummy region, but like the lower tummy region would probably count as a lap. You just have to like curl the right way and then it works pretty well. I liked watching Fear Factor, but not experiencing / imagining it. I think I would have done really well on Fear Factor. Bull testicle doesn't scare me. I've heard it's very chewy, but not a bad taste. I feel like the bugs being put on my face would be okay. It would be more like the actual dangerous things. I think that's... I'm not scared of bugs. I'm not scared of weird foods. What I am scared of, like when they made them like bungee jump or like drop from high heights and stuff, that would freak me out. That would be the point where I would lose. But all of like the putting spiders on my face, being buried, stuff like that. Yeah, being covered in snakes and stuff. I could do that stuff. The bee camber? What's bee camber? Oh, bee chamber. I could deal with that. I feel like as long as the bees don't sting once, you're good. If one bee stings you, you're fucked. But at the same time, it's a show. So surely they like made sure the bees were like half asleep. They probably like had hit them with like the tobacco smoke. So they were like fully asleep. And then like slowly woke them up and then put them in the chamber with them because they didn't want like people to actually get stung. That would be a problem. I don't care about nothing. I've even done bungee jumping. You're braver than me then. I'm a little bitch when it comes to heights. When it comes to heights, I'm always like looking down from them. It's not a problem. But if I can like, if I'm like at an edge and I feel like if there's any chance of me toppling over, even if I'm very clearly like holding onto a banister, the vertigo just gets me. I start to feel like I'm tipping and then my whole body like freezes up and I cling. And it will take me like a few seconds to like unfreeze myself and then like slowly walk away from it. Mind you, with your back, you might not be a good idea of doing bungee jumping, or it might help. It might like depressurize the spine. Fair, I do not trust Call of the Void. Yeah. You get that sense of like, huh, how long would it take for me to hit the bottom? The apartment that I stayed at while I was in Canada was, I think, 36 floors off of the ground. I think it was 36. So yeah, that was rough. I went to the edge of that, and like from far, like looking out the window, it doesn't look too bad. It's like you can see like other tall buildings near you, and it's like, yeah, they don't look too bad. And then you actually get close to the edge and you realize how tiny things look below you. And just because other things are like high enough that they don't look that distance from you, it's fine. But when you actually see the downward thing, that's when it's like, so I do remember like standing at the edge of that, freezing for a second and holding on, and then looking down and thinking to myself, like I had to step back before I had this thought, because my whole thought while I was actually looking down was just, oh God, if I fall, I'm dead. And then having like actually stepped away for a while, I did like start to do the math in my head for like, how long would you be falling for? Like, Jesus, it must be like a solid, like at least 12 seconds, I would imagine. I could do the math, 9.81 meters per second squared, but I'm not going to, because I'm not a Ryland Grace nerd. But at the same time, yeah, I think if I'm falling for more than 5 seconds, fuck that shit. It's probably longer than that, honestly. Probably a lot longer. Jesus Christ. You might be falling for like 30 seconds. That would be horrific. Seeing your death coming at you, the adrenaline would be pumping so hard that time would slow down for you. Ugh. The key is don't look down, Sensei. Or just don't go that high. Just don't go that high. I don't know what it is, but imagining ridiculous treatment options for spine issues is a pattern. Yeah, sometimes you just wonder, like, could they just stretch me out? Could they just pop me the right way? Could they put me in, like, one of those medieval, like, torture devices? They, like, have my wrists up above my head and my, like, ankles, and then, like, slowly drags me bit by bit, and first it's like, oh, but then you hear, like, a really good pop, and it's like, oh, yeah. I choose to watch Final Destination, thank you very much. Brave. Genuinely thought you were just pretending to be in Canada for the VTuber immersion. You were really there. I was really there, unfortunately. Nah, I shouldn't say that. It was okay. I got one thing that I'm going to talk about on Monday. I got to do a really cool experience. They were having a Knives Out, like officially sponsored by Netflix, a murder mystery dinner. So I got to go to a murder mystery dinner where like we were served like a pretty fancy dinner. But at the same time, there were 6 actors, technically 7 or 8, I guess, because there were 2 extra ones that were like bar staff, but were also secretly part of it as well. But yeah, they had like actors putting on a show at the same time, and you had to figure out who was like the culprit, the murderer by the end of it. It was really fun. I'll talk about that properly on Monday because I got some pictures from that as well, but the actors were all like magnificent. It was a dinner. it was like an okay meal, but like the show was the big thing. It was definitely worth it. It's on Netflix. No, it wasn't on Netflix. It's just like, it wasn't just like a murder mystery dinner. It was like officially like promoted by Netflix in Toronto, like murder mystery dinner. So it was like official, like Knives Out. It was like part of their branding kind of thing. And they did not, I was hoping they were going to have somebody being, Benoit Blanc, but they didn't, unfortunately. They had somebody else who was like an associate to Benoit Blanc, who was still, it was fun. It was great. It was great. But I'll talk about that on Monday. It was a lot of fun. My weird treatment idea is getting skin transplants to see if I would feel more. Oh. I doubt that would work, because I think it's more to do with the nerves probably, but yeah, it would be interesting. They've talked about like the possibility of 3D printing nerves out of like a different material recently. And apparently they're having like some level of success with it. It's like some sort of plastic polymer, which the body is actually not rejecting, that may be able to work in the future. Don't know unless I try. Yes, but when you say it that way, it makes it sound like you're going to go out and skin someone. And just make like a skin suit and be like, yes, now I can feel things properly. They couldn't hire Daniel Craig. I didn't expect, yeah, that's the thing. I wanted somebody who was going to like just do the accent. I wanted someone to ride in acting like Benoit Blanc, and Blanc, doing like the southern weird twang that he has throughout that film. They could do that. That's amazing. Yeah, that's what I mean. From microplastic to macroplastic. I'll become a cyborg. Exactly. I will get like cybernetic nerves. And then I won't look like a robot, but I'll be a robot. Honk shoot. Wait, what a name. Thank you for donating the Feileacans. I think that's the first time I've seen this name on here. Sensei has been gone long enough that I'm sure Sensei can't read my name properly. How dare you? Well, you're not wrong. I read it as a joke rather than honk, shoo, me. There we go. It's okay. I forgive you as long as you pay the food tax. I read it both ways. So technically, I deserve extra goodies. Oh my God. Just don't get caught drawn. Seriously, do not skin people. Don't get caught drawn. I don't get that joke. I'm sure that's a joke that's going above my head. Drawn legend. Fair enough. I mean, if somebody donates you their skin, you can clone your own skin. That's how they do like skin grafts. They sometimes remove like skin from like the butt or the thigh region. You could get like a part of your thigh. I doubt that would help, honestly. Skin grafting exists. Yeah. I was just trying to find the silliest way to do it. Like, I remember like people having so much fun with the fact that they can take skin from your butt and put it on your face for like scars and things like that. And then you literally become a butt face. What did I walk into? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Cloudines, thank you for donating the Feileacans. When I went to Toronto, it got cloudy there while there were no clouds at home. Clouds follow me, and I can't help rain on Sensei. I'm sorry. Even worse, you made it snow. It snowed the day of Anime Impulse, which was impressive to me. Snow in May, I didn't really have to deal with in America, and I never had to deal with in London. So that was kind of wild. But apparently it is a not super uncommon thing in Toronto, which I found out the hard way when everyone laughed at me and was like, that's normal. And I was like, shit. Snow? Yeah, on the day of Anime Impulse, it snowed in the morning. I feel guilty. It's okay. See, other people are with me. Snowing in May, it feels wild, right? Apparently it's not super uncommon in Canada. Apparently in Canada, they do get snow. Skin biopsy is taken from the lower leg, so I doubt I have enough working skin nerves to try that option. Damn it. Okay. You know what? Yeah, just become a serial killer. That's don't. I mean, you're already. No, that was somebody else who's going up to Windows. That's Sal, and saying hi, Kitty. It's been a long stream today. I just realized that was the same stream as today. My area had snow in May and June before. Where do you live? I am imagining very, very far north. When someone talks about putting plastic in humans to replace organs, all I think about is Paolo Macchiarini. Paolo Macchiarini, surgeon. Oh, the first direct transplant of a trachea. Wait. Convicted felon, and former regenerative medicine researcher who became known for research fraud and manipulative behavior. At first I was like, oh, they were the first person to do like a trachea transplant. And then I kept reading and it was like, shit. Even people that do amazing things can do terrible things. Snow in May is wild. You did your best, Cloudy. Yeah, honestly, Cloudy, well played. Snowed in May in Massachusetts back in 2020. But that was par for the course for that year. Got you. Were you very cold or did you pack good winter clothes? I had one jumper. So I was fine. I had one jumper. I had like jackets good to go. So like a jumper and a jacket was fine, but was not expecting that weather, especially since like in London at that point, we were getting up to like the mid-20s. It was like a very warm spring. And it's bounced all around the place. It's finally supposed to drop down again tomorrow. So you only get shirtless Sensei for today. But tomorrow it's supposed to finally drop back down to like a decent... And it's almost June. Now it's June, so it's got to be fine. But it was weird having 35 degrees in May. Literally one of the first things you said once coming back was do crimes. True. Not normally serial killing, though. I'd say like tax evasion. If they don't catch you, that's fine. What was the weird story I heard about recently? Oh, it was on Philip DeFranco. It was the guy who like worked his way up to being like a senior advisor in the government. And it turned out his entire career was fucking fake. It turned out like he had said he was in the military when he had actually gotten discharged like years earlier. He was getting like military service as well as doing a bunch of other shit. Like his entire life was fake. And they found this out and just like found out, oh yeah, that was it. He was in the CIA. He worked for the CIA and had been stealing $44 million in gold. And they went to his house and just found it. For some reason, he just kept asking for gold as if he was like using it for like missions, as if he was like paying it to informants and stuff. And then they found it in his house. He has $44 million worth of gold just hidden in his house. He wasn't spending it. He was just collecting it. I don't know if he was planning on running away with it or if it was just like a strange like power play kind of thing. But yeah, $44 million. The dude tricked the CIA. He worked for the CIA. He just kept asking them to give more gold and they just kept doing it. And then, yeah, they like caught him. So he's been sentenced. And then they like went through his entire career and realized like he lied being like part of one job. He lied about having doctorates in multiple fields that he did not have. He faked his like, I think it was university transcript. So he hadn't even like gotten the grades he said he got in university. And then he went into like the military, but like got discharged within 3 years and acted as if he had 8 years of military service. Like his entire, like everything was fake and he shouldn't have been in the CIA. And yet he was in the CIA and managed to pilfer $44 million worth of gold and just had it in his house. Some of it's missing. Some of it is missing. So like he has spent some of it. He has like managed to sell some of it, but he had $44 million worth of it just sitting in his house. And I am mad impressed. Imagine breaking into someone's house to rob somebody, expecting to steal like a TV, maybe some watches and jewelry, and then finding like $1 million worth, like millions of dollars worth of gold. Imagine if somebody had stolen that shit. That would have been the thief's best payday in their life. At the same time, they wouldn't have known it was CIA gold. And I'm pretty sure as soon as you try to pawn that shit gets traced back to being theirs. On this episode of Hoarders, I know, right? How did they not do a background check? I have no idea. Is it like Anna Delvey? Now I need to look into this. Who's Anna Delvey? Con artist. Oh, is this the one that The Secret Life of Anna is based off of? Anna Sorokin, also known as Anna Delvey, is a con artist and fraudster who posed as a wealthy heiress to access upper-class New York social and art scenes. Isn't there like a Netflix show based off of this? I think. That might be a different Anna. Inventing Anna. Is that the one? That's her? Okay, yeah. Seems like it's on the CIA for not doing a background check. Yeah. It just blew my mind that they just... The dude just had that much gold just sitting around. I don't know if he was planning on like running away with it to like somewhere that doesn't extradite or what. It's just, and then going through his whole career and realizing he got away with this. It reminded me of that movie Catch Me If You Can with Leonardo DiCaprio, where the dude would just like fake everything and like bumble around through it well enough. Like pretending to be a doctor and somehow doing a decent job as a surgeon for a while. Faking his fucking his flying license and then going and becoming like a pilot for a while. Sometimes I wish I had this level of confidence. Nah. I imagine being the person who finds out that your doctor never actually went to med school or your pilot never actually learned to fly a plane. That's where it gets scary. If you're doing things where it's just like, oh, I lied a little bit about the grades I got in school. It's like, fair enough. Meanwhile, if you're putting other people in danger with your incompetence, that's an issue. You didn't bring the coffee stain coat? I did, and it wasn't coffee stain. I told you guys, I got it dry cleaned. I don't think it got dirty on this trip, so I think this is the first trip it survived okay. Pretending to be a teacher, imagine. That really wouldn't fly. They do pretty good background checks. In the UK, at least, like when you apply for any kind of job that involves like working with children, they do an extreme background check. They like check a lot of things on top of like just like the actual teacher's license credentials. Ooh, the guy that inspired Catch Me If You Can was a double con artist because he didn't actually do that much of a heist, but he played it up so much it became sort of like legend. There's also that like They just made a movie with, I forget which actor it was, but they just made a movie about like Roofman, who was a guy who used to like climb onto the roofs of buildings and break in and rob them. And then he ended up living in, I think it was a Toys R Us for like 6 months while the police were trying to find him. And he literally lived in a Toys R Us right where he broke out of jail. Nobody found him. Channing Tatum, thank you, yeah. My mind was just saying the dancing guy. The guy who's really good at dancing. But yeah, Channing Tatum, Roofman. Pretty good. My uni happened something like that. There was this really respected teacher that everybody loved and trusted. He got elected by the alumni to be the school dean, and then we learned he wasn't. Oh no, I need to see the rest of this. Callie. He wasn't a teacher at all. He didn't have the credentials or anything, and then he had to leave the state. To be fair, if he managed to do the job, at what point do we just admit, like, sometimes the credentials don't actually matter? Like, if he was successfully working as a teacher, like, I think if you manage to get away with it for a year, you've already got the job experience. At that point, if you genuinely do a good job for a year, a solid year, at that point you should just be like, okay, honorary, like, license to whatever you were doing. Oh god. I think there was a nurse in a state that was working in a hospital without proper education and license. She was working for a year. The BF got caught, but patients said she did a much better job. That's a scary one. See, the medical field is an issue. It's the thing, he was awesome and helped the alumni so much. We called him dad and everything. He graduated me. We loved him, honestly. The worst thing is, it sounds like he only got caught because they tried to make him a dean. It sounds like he was absolutely fine as a teacher, but then because he was doing so well, he became so good at his fake job that when they tried to hire him as a dean, they were like, okay, but we'll have to go back through your history. We'll have to like talk through some of these things with your past people. And he was like, oh shit. It's a fair argument, honestly, as long as it doesn't risk anybody's well-being. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like a business type of thing. He was the dean for 3 years. Oh shit, okay. I thought when they were like getting ready to make him the dean. Oh, wow. Good for him. I bet he got sued to hell and back. Like, that's the sad thing. Part of me is like, at that point, if they managed to do the job that well for that long, they're doing fine. Just like, let it go. Sweep it under the rug. Saw some people managed to get travel grants, got achievements and awards, got invited to conferences for years when actually they aren't even researchers / doctors. Oh, all of their research is fake. See, the research being fake is the problem there. If you were getting those grants and things and you were actually doing the research, then it's like more power to you. Who cares about going to university if you know how to work your way around a laboratory and do experiments? Meanwhile, they are wasting actual funding for things that are important. So that sucks. Wasn't there a case where a 16-year-old or something pretended to be a doctor? He even had a website and an office. I'm not sure if that was the guy that inspired Catch Me If You Can, but yeah, that was like a Catch Me If You Can. That was part of like the Catch Me If You Can story in the movie, at least. Nope, they used AI. Well, that fucking sucks. There are enough people like faking like their school grades with AI nowadays. Some people could be awarded honorary degrees if they've made notable contributions to a field. What did Shaquille O'Neal just get a degree for? Because I know there was like a big thing where he walked on stage and made people announce him as Shaquille I hate Gnarls Barkley O'Neal. A bachelor's degree, 2 master's degrees, and a doctoral degree. Whoa! Whoa! Oh! So these are ones he actually went to school for. Let's fucking go, Shaq. I didn't know that. I just assumed that was one of the honorary ones. God damn. What? Yeah, no, I had no idea. I assumed because, yeah, there are a lot of celebrities that get given honorary degrees. But yeah, no, apparently he just he's kept going back to school. He got a bachelor's in general studies in 2000, a master's in business administration in 2005, a doctorate in education in 2012. and a Master of Liberal Arts just recently. Bro was busy, good for him. Yeah, no, he finished like being a fucking superstar of basketball and was like, I'm gonna keep working my brain. He's also freaking huge. It's every time you see him around normal people, it really puts into like view how giant that man is. Because just an image by himself or with other basketball players doesn't look that weird. And then you just see him in a crowd of people and realize he is a good like 2 heads above everyone else. It's wild. Imagine your classmate was Shaq. That would be wild. Like when unauthorized electricians install stuff, the insurance approvals avoid most places once their authorities. Yeah, exactly. You got caught because the uni had to do an investigation because another sector misused funds. So a bunch of people got their curriculums checked. No! Wait, so he did the job absolutely fine. Somebody else fucked up their job. And that got him fired, even though he was doing brilliant and became the dean. That sucks. This dude was winning at life. It sounds like he was doing a good job as a teacher. That sucks. It's crazy how big he is. Not just tall, but huge. Like his hands are massive. Yeah, and his shoulders. He's a really broad dude as well. I would have been pissed. Genuinely. Dude was just getting away with it. And then somebody else fucked up and he got dragged down for it. Shaq actually has the biggest sneaker size, a bigger sneaker size than one of the players in the Western Conference right now. Ooh. He's only 7'1". Damn. I thought he'd be taller than that. Because I know the Chinese basketball player, isn't he 8 feet? Tallest man in the world. Oh, well, that's Robert Wadlow. How tall was he? Yeah, how tall was he? 8'11". Oh my god, Yao Ming. Yeah, Yao Ming was the one I was thinking of for the Chinese basketball player. He is 7'6". So damn, dude is taller than Shaq. I thought they were about. Oh yeah, no, there's pictures of them together. That's wild. 7'6". My dude. God damn. But yeah, the tallest man ever recorded was Robert Wadlow, the giant of Illinois. 8'11". He was almost 3 meters tall. 2.72 meters. God. Damn. At age 9, he was 6'5". Oh my god. There's like a picture of him in his early life when he was 9 next to his 10-year-old neighbor. His 10-year-old neighbor comes up to his hip. Oh my god. And he was born at a typical weight of 8 pounds and 5 ounces. Never realized how big Shaq was until I saw him in the regular water bottle. Then you realize why he does have special things. Wadlow's shoe size. US size 37. UK size 36. I have massive feet. And my foot size is 13. He had a specialist 37 double A size. What the fuck? Oh, it has his shoe compared to like a US size 12, which is 1 size smaller than mine. And it's like double the size. This dude was legitimately a giant. My god. And yeah, no, he genuinely started normal height and weight at birth. When he began to walk at 11 months, he was 3'3". Imagine having a baby who hasn't hit 1 year old who's already 3 feet tall. Whoa. So yeah, started at normal height and just zoomed. Adulthood, early life. Wild. But yeah, they do get like a lot of like circulatory issues and stuff when you get that big. Back issues, like bracing issues, bone issues, and yeah. have a lot of health problems. Yeah, joint issues, circulatory issues. The heart can't quite support it properly. There's a lot. It's a Greek Titan scaled down. Yeah, I wonder when he died. July 4th, 1940. A faulty brace irritated his ankle, leading to infection. Oh, he died of infection. Damn. How old was he, though? 22. Oh, the poor dude only made it to 22 years old. Ah, is that a normal sized baby coming out? Yeah, no, that's what's wild. They say like when he was born, he was the average size for a baby. But then by the time he was 11 months old, he was 3'3". In his 30s now? Nah, 22. I think that's at 22. Yeah, July 15th, 1940, age 22. So he only made it to 22 years old. Kuchan is also called Bigfoot. They call me a Bigfoot, but now I feel like I'm tiny compared to these people. I wonder how big Shaq's feet are. Shaq's foot size. 23. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I didn't even know they went up to the 20s. Because, like, it's hard to find feet. Like shoes in size 13 are difficult sometimes. Most of them stock them between, like, men's size 5 to size 11. So, yeah, that's wild. Do you have ridiculously big feet already? They're not ridiculously big, thankfully. But they do. A lot of places, like, you have to buy them online. Because, like, yeah, stores will not stock them in size 13. But he's size 22. And he's only 7'1". That doesn't feel like a huge difference, but it turns out it is a huge difference. Even younger. I knew he was young, but it's way younger than I thought. Yeah, 22 is wild. But it was of an infection, so I wonder if he could have lived longer with, like, modern science. Crazy, though. There's a specific health condition for excessively tall people, but I can't recall it off the top of my head. I thought it was just gigantism. I might be wrong about that. That might be, like, a fake thing. Very rare condition that occurs in children when the pituitary gland overproduces growth hormone. Yeah, no, it's just straight up called gigantism. So yeah, literally giant. I mean, if it makes sense, a tall man has big feet. They need to hold you properly, but that's a big pow. Yeah. It's like how bears have like massive paws, and yet the shape of them isn't too dissimilar from dogs, which is interesting. Like, I remember when Bear, like, got big, it was, like, wild seeing his paws. Like, his paw marks in the ground. It was like, damn, you do have big feet. Sensei, I'm sorry I won't remember any of this stream because I'm a bit distracted by the Choco Bar. Big Choco Bar. That Pupal in the background? Yeah, he does look very edible. I get you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you can learn about the tallest man in the Bone Museum. They even have a TikTok where they talked about him, so I think his bones were denser. That's interesting if that's true. But probably. It's wild, though. 8'11" is crazy. Couldn't imagine being that tall. I'm 5'10", but I have a minor back problems. That could also be because I got big boobs. That's part of it. That's like a lot of weight that like pulls forward. So yeah, and at a high height. But yeah, in general. Being tall is fun, but you don't want to be, anything that's like over the normal the human body can't take is wild. Bone museum? There's a bone museum. There's also a weird, like, I forget what it's called, but there's a museum where they just like preserve dead bodies in like unique ways. They like flay them and skin them and have like their muscles shown or their like skeleton's bone, and they pose them in different ways. 4'11", so I always look tiny next to tall people. I remember when the tallest woman alive and the shortest woman alive hung out. Because the shortest woman alive, I think, is like 2 foot or something. Yeah, they did a special. World's tallest woman meets world's shortest woman. So the world's tallest woman, Rumeysa Gelgi from Turkey, who's 7 foot 1 inch. And then the world's shortest woman, Jyoti Amgar from India, who is 2 feet and 0.7 inches. So yeah, just seeing those two stand next to each other was wild. The Bodyworks exhibition, I think it was. Yeah, but that got in a lot of trouble. That got in a lot of trouble because people didn't like the way they were posing those bodies. They did some interesting things with them. You seen the world's biggest dog and the world's littlest dog? No. That sounds way cuter. World's biggest dog and littlest dog. Did they like meet up and play? Because that would be so cute. When it comes to dogs, they basically feel like different species. Yeah, tallest dog meets smallest dog. Tallest dog, Reginald Reggie, a Great Dane who measures 3 feet 3 inches tall. The world's shortest dog is Pearl, a Chihuahua who measures 9 centimeters. See, that's not a dog. That's not even a large rat. That's just a rat. But yeah, they have a video of it. I will post it to you guys in the comment section. Oh my, the Chihuahua looks so terrified. As you should be, little guy. As you should be. Yeah, you're right. That's not even a rat. That's a mouse. Jesus, that Great Dane is terrifying too. Great Danes in general already look like kind of like too long for their own good. Same as like Greyhounds. Greyhounds don't actually weigh that much, but they're just all leg. But this thing is a giant. And then the little baby puppy could like literally fit in a teacup. The Chihuahua's yeah, roughly the size of his paw. That's crazy. Like in length at least. Oh my god. Chihuahuas are generally way more scary than Great Danes. They're definitely angrier. They definitely bite more. My former neighbor used to have a Leonberger and his best doggo friend was a Chihuahua. That's so cute. Leonbergers are huge too. They get the same kind of size that Bear was. Thank you for telling me about that chewing though. That's so cute. What do you even feed that dog? Full chickens? Yeah, I imagine it's you put a chicken in a bag, you throw it into his cage and just run away. You come back and collect the bones that are left over. Or maybe you feed it chihuahuas. No, that's mean. Anyway, we're going to wrap up for the day. Tomorrow we will be back, but it will be a membership stream. We are just going to do a work stream, so it'll be relaxing times. And then we will have a new schedule out the day after, which unfortunately I've already told you guys. So I kind of spoiled it, but yeah. I think I did the next 2 weeks actually. Anyway, we're going to head out for the day. As always, thank you guys so much for being here. Burn bright, my pupils. And I will catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. Coo Holland. I didn't mean to this time. And hey, my membership stream's full of like... My membership post is full of stuff that I held to my chest real well. Sharon, thank you so much for donating the allowance. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.
Such a long way together, walked the roads and saw the days go by before we had a chance to find a separate meaning. But I kept searching for a place, not a general direction. All the paths they point to you. It took me time, but then I knew that I could not go back. Won't be the same as before. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am, wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me.
Pupals.
If I
Even in their baby form.
My head
Even in their baby
upon
form,
your
Pupals are much
shoulder.
bigger than a
Let
Chihuahua.
the tears fall down and hide away inside your open arms. To stay like this forever. To grasp at one more day. Find a way to go beyond the unknown. Let it all just fade away until there's nothing more to say. That I'm not holding back, just falling down to be where you are.
Thank you for donating the allowance, Miss Jerry Lauliet. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye. And I'm glad to be back too. Tomorrow, lots to do. My birthday. So many photos together.
All that I have, all that I am wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget.
You have to be to defend yourselves against Widow.
What you mean to
You're almost Widow's height, actually,
on
if
the
you were like
road,
standing
I
on her butt.
don't wanna go
Almost.
alone. No, through the changing weather we stay so warm. Is it really true? Then again, you always knew. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it.
Probably Widow, because I think there'd be only like 4 or 5 of the Pupals that would actually put up a fight, and the rest would just be like, oh, she's so cute. Bye-bye, everyone.